Test, test. Hello, I am watching anime on Twitch. Okay, that's not too bad. It's almost lovely even. Okay, that's better. Um... Hello. What's going on, guys? All right. beloved. Let's see. What anime are we watching? Toxin Marriage, I think. Marriage Toxin. I'm gonna go through a lot. Uh, allegedly. Where is this echo coming from? The lobby. Please, thank the Lord. Yeah, it's not what I expected. I think I went into it not paying attention to the fact that there's the word toxin in the title, and I just ignored that. Not at my peril, but to my delight. Um, I don't have much to say about it more than what I just said because now I'm getting pretty self-conscious at how fucking weird I sound. Alright, anyways, so let's get to this part. I don't have any other exclusive agreements with any other parties. I mean, if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's all right, and that's what anime is. That's what most things in life are, is all right, and that's fine. Everything doesn't need to be a big deal all the time. Let's see. This should be good now. Not this way. Let me see. Rumble. Click that. It'll take some time. Let me go to kick next. I hate how I gotta get this set up this way. Alright, let's see. What do I have to... Okay. Can I just do it from the other end? Click kick. Yeah. And then... Okay, I guess I'm signed out on both ends. This thing doesn't recall my account information, then there's no point in signing in this way. Never mind, here we are. Alright, creator dashboard. It should be freed up, it should be live, ready to go, right. Stream info, replace it, save. Okay. Reveal the chat. Whatever. Let's do chat. Hello, not skew. And then what's next? Make sure the Rumble page is operatable. I don't think I can type into it from here though. I'd have to go through the actual page. Everything else is fine though. Everything else is fine. Shut this down. And I think I have a link. I don't have to, but I think I will just for the sake of ease of use or whatever. Twitch. Is that my actual Twitch? Or is it different now? Let's see. They let me change it back to hentai. Kurosai hentai. I think they did. Let me see. Yep. Okay. Pin that. Then you can go to the actual chat. And then pin that. There we go. All right. I'm gonna turn this noise suppressor off. Where's the function for that? So many things to keep track of. A noise suppressor on Firefox. Okay, there we go. Turn it off. Cool. Cool. This is called Marriage Toxin, all one word. It's about an assassin who is trying to get not marriage counseling, but like he's trying to get tips on how to pick up a SO, significant other. I don't think this is for the purpose of carrying on the legacy, but it's so his sister doesn't have to. But there's like a, I think that's only a ulterior motive. The ulterior motive is so his sister doesn't have to carry on the legacy of the family bloodline of assassins. The primary motive is that the guy is actually just a rom-com protagonist. This is a rom-com, I'm pretty sure. I haven't looked at the details, but it's paced like a rom-com. It has the beats like a rom-com, so it's most likely a rom-com. Yokorosa, how I can't read. Jesus. Yokorosa, how did you come up with your character design? Jesus, 2 days in a row is insane. Um, I guess I'll do it again, I guess. No, this is not high anime. High anime is no more. So, let's see. This should work. What's this character? We gotta get another image. That's blurry. Can I just take that one? Where's the actual image I would use? Something more. This is fine. Let's just take this one, I guess. All right. There we go. And then like a, please just, it's like a T more than a plus, but whatever. Let's see. All right. What is that? A follow. Thank you for the follow, Mr. JJ. All right. Let's shrink this down maybe so I can get up some more space, or do I need to elongate laterally more? Zoom out. Get more, a bit more space this way. And then obviously the equation is as follows. Well, actually, that's pretty much it, right? I just can just screen cut my fucking whatever. Let me indirectly flex. I just Googling myself. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty much all there is to it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So some of you is if you know who this guy is, this is what it says. Desu. It's the same thing for him. You can actually see it right there. The basis of his avatar is based off of an idol from an idol anime. Most of you can't think past Zombieland Saga when it comes to idol anime, but the OG stuff is basically Idol Master and Love Live. So yeah, we're making a return soon to this lore point in the channel's legacy. We're gonna come full circle pretty soon. I'm gonna just say leave that up so whenever people ask me about it, I have something at the ready.
殺しの術を研ぎ続ける者たち、使い手。彼らはあまりに長い血脈の果てに必殺必中の技、変成決闘を手に入れた。これはその使い手の一角、毒使いゲロヒカルの婚活物語である。
I want to say something. I'm gonna. I don't watch anime like a normal person anymore. I watch it as if I'm live streaming the anime to myself when in private, when I'm not actually live streaming. I watch it as if I'm showing it to myself as somebody who already has, omniscient knowledge of the series. But I don't have that knowledge of that version of me. I don't know what he knows or what it knows, if that makes any sort of sense. So you're not normal and watch it dubbed. This is can you hear the anime? It's not dubbed. I mean, okay, so this is weird. Let me just let me just say this. When I say I'm not normal, I mean that most people in general, when I those people who are normal, they're inferior in most regards. So let's take a beat here and get particular. Dubbed is not English. Dubbed is the process of taking a person's voice and putting it over something. That's what the word dub means. So we should not actually ever be using the word dub in English dub interchangeably because the Japanese dub is a Japanese dub and the English dub is a English dub. So people normally speak as if the dub for an anime is the English. That's normal because it's what's mostly done. But just because something is normal doesn't make it right. All right. Anyways, I just wanted to put that out there because people don't listen to what they say at all, pretty much. I think 60% of your speech is language that you don't understand the context of or the origins of it or the utility of it. People just speak for the purpose of affect, to affect somebody's mind, to get a reaction to yada, yada, yada. But they don't actually pay attention to the contents of what they say. And if they did, they'd have a lot more control in their life. I'm not one to speak about control on one's life, but whatever. Let me get to the point. Let me get back to the anime. That's what we're here for. And I needed to point that out, that I'm not a normal person, because when I watch anime, I watch it twice at the same time. I watch it as a person who consumes the content as the medium, the media, and then I watch it as an artist, and then I watch it as artist at stage two. There's two different stages to watching something for the purposes of artistic endeavors. Stage one is for inspiration, and stage two is for content redistribution and repurposing. So it's in the general field of what you would do if you were on social media, taking clips from anime and reposting it. That's stage two. I'm still in that stage as a person who is a what's the word? It's the C word. It's the word that you would use for somebody who takes something, a curator, somebody who takes a bunch of material together, smashes it together, and then you get another C word, collaging things, putting multiple things together. I have a video coming up that features Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood and Daemon of the Shadows. Why? If you know anything about anime, you already know why. I don't have to explain myself. Hello, Haruto. I like the opening so far. I hope it doesn't disappoint me like most openings do every time that something drops. When it comes to anime openings, I just get insanely disappointed. So here comes the edge. It's not too bad. It's always a safe bet to just keep the same energy that we have before the drop. I'm probably going to end up going through more anime this season, so I'll be able to have a better opinion on like my top 10 openings, endings for this season. I always start with the ambition every season to watch the majority of the stuff that's actually good or decent, and then I end up only being able to finish three max nowadays. Back when I was a shitty editor, which isn't, it's not too long ago, 10 years is not long ago,
ゲロくんゲロくん
I actually had the ability to finish anime, you know, 20 anime a season, 30 anime a season, because I didn't spend that much time on editing because my editing wasn't that good. You know, when your editing isn't that good, you don't put a lot of focus into details because you can't see the details as a novice. But you don't really have a lot of skill at a particular craft. You're not really investing too much time into the craft because you're ass. So, you know what I mean? What shitty artist, what shitty drawing person is spending 60 hours on a stick figure. That's mental retardation. Nothing against my fellow Americans, humans on this planet that are afflicted by the Down syndrome condition, but 60 hours is a lot. It's bad for business.
明日の昼過ぎ、海上美術館アボカドで待ち合わせね。
美術館？あ、
I think the OST for this anime is
い
pretty
いから
decent
来
too.
て。
It's nothing crazy, but I always appreciate variety in my OSTs.
お待たせ。服選んでたら遅れちゃった。じゃあ行こっか。
急に触るのはマナー違反だろ。
はっ、ひっと。私と手つなぐだけで数十万溶かすのザラだからね。
What got me is with this anime is the pacing is weird. Some of the jump cuts are pretty extreme. I feel like they rushed the first episode. I feel like it was like 10 minutes into it. There was a weird jump cut from like the point at which she was captured. He was captured. And the interrogation began. Everything felt so fast in that middle point, but that's kind of to be expected when it's a rom-com action type of thing. There's a shonen like element to it, but the characters are clearly older. They're at least above 18, so it has this sort of seinen shonen rom-com like thing going on. It's interesting so far.
なんつうかここ、いわゆるデートスポットだろ。なぜわざわざ。
今日はゲロくん初めてのデート、予行演習。
は？
ゲロくん、たとえ連絡先ゲットしてデートにこぎつけても、今のままじゃ慌って終了でしょ。
Isn't his name like the sound for like when a frog ribbits in Japanese, or am I just LARPing? Would you consider the MC a boy failure? I don't like these because I'm old. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know about these new terms for these this new culture we have of brain rot, skibbity toilet bullshit. I think that at a base level, he clearly is like most anime characters, but we shouldn't replace the word beta, male cuck or whatever, which is most anime main characters with black hair. Maybe not, cuck, but beta male. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm coming back full circle to eat my own words. This guy can't be a boy failure or a beta the same way that most characters tend to be, because of the fact that he is, one, rich, and number two, lethal as hell. He is successful in like 2 different dimensions. He has a lot of money, and he's not like some random ruthless killer who does it for fun and is broke. He's a homeless person. Imagine a homeless villain, which most villains are homeless, it seems to be in anime. And they don't have a lot of money. This guy is rich. He reminds me of the main character from Millionaire Detective. And I think they don't have the same problems or the same character flaws, but I don't think I would classify him as a boy failure, because I think you need to be kind of like a decently shitty and across many dimensions to be a boy failure. Let's see. Boy failure, I thought, was somebody who had it all already, but wasn't romantically ready, or something. That just sounds like a failure. Or not. You said had it all already. It's like the 40-year-old version or some shit. No, I don't see why we would say that a boy failure is characterized by somebody who actually has everything going good for him, but he can't seem to make things work out properly because he's retarded or something. A boy failure, from what I understand, is somebody who is basically attractive generally, but it's a e-boy. I'm pretty sure this is just a revision of the word e-boy. It's somebody who is attractive but is lame.
対策しとけば安心じゃん。この犬かわいい。いや、なんかリアクションしてよ。この青も綺麗だね。
なんだ。 青といえばそれ
I think
緊張しすぎだって。
it's not a problem to call him a boyfriend because
この女の人めっちゃ美人じゃ
he
ない？
is like, and this is because anime is just so
君の方が
it's so
それ絶対嘘じゃん。マイナス100点。
all the characters are just above average when it comes to attraction. It's very hard to put an ugly character in an anime, even though ugliest characters look better than most people in
デート
reality.
は2人が楽しめば勝ち。
Like I remember, like
それができれば苦労はしん
I watched the one of the trailers recently for the new Silverwolf in Star Rail, and there was a random guy, a background character, who kicked Silverwolf on the floor and called her ugly. And I'm like, it's insane. One of the most sought after characters in the entire series is being referred to as an ugly character. It's like, I don't think she's supposed to be canon ugly, but it's just insane that people that the standards for like anime are hard to get like very low. But this guy he's not even just like number one, he's supposed to be somebody who's just like a poison artist or some shit, somebody who makes poison. So why is he so bulky? He's pretty fucking big. He's bigger than most anime characters around his age. Like he's bigger than Gojo. He's bigger than Gojo. He's about as big as Nanami. He's big. Like he's kind of brolic. Now he's not like super fucking stacked. I'm not saying that, but like when he puts on the Bane mask, you can see a little bit of that Bane in him.
だから今修行なんだ
So
っ
he
て。
has the general attraction
見
going
習
on.
い時代の先
She's
輩は
just
下だな
a retard.
これは
どうしたの？
40年前に発売された世界初の遊具菓子混ぜ混ぜ混ぜろ推定価格3000万高っ安すぎる俺ならその5倍は出す
ただの容器と粉じゃん。
いや物質としての価値ではなく人類に進歩をもたらしたモノリス的な
ゲロくんほんと好きだよね、遊具菓子。今度はどうしたの？
んこうやって見たら面白いなって
ほんとだ。
だろ
まあおまけして30点かな。
つら
これからに期待ってとこかな。
あのな木の先デートの
I like their dynamic because it would be the easiest thing in the world. Like I think a boring anime, or should I say a more boring anime, would say the premise is that he is looking for a woman. Actually, now that I think about it, he's not trying to save his sister. That's not his primary motive. He's not trying to save his sister from being married off to continue the family legacy. That would be a secondary goal. His primary goal is to settle down. So technically, he doesn't need to continue the family legacy if his primary goal is to settle down. He just needs to settle down with somebody that he loves. So they kind of set it up to imply that he wants to have a family and have a kid, I guess. It's kind of implicit. I think it's like something you slippery slope into. If his family wants an heir to their family legacy, then that puts you in the mental space to assume that he may want to actually have kids. So this means that he can't go after this blonde male because that is a male. And unless Japan has gotten progressive enough to actively promote the ideas of copulation through men by having them, I don't know, getting a gestation through some sort of a sperm bank thing, then, you know, they're setting it up pretty good to let you, you know, obviously think to yourself, the two main characters can't get together because that would be, you know, there's no way that two men can have a child together, biologically speaking, unless you adopt or whatever, obviously. But it kind of leaves you kind of like hoping that, like, not hoping, but like not really knowing for sure what's going to happen. Yeah, the surrogate mother, that's the sperm bank thing. That's the thing where you get a different, you know, obviously for the men, it's sperm bank, and then their mother is, well, you need to put the sperm into somebody, obviously. So that's what I meant by the sperm bank thing.
教えろよ俺の魅力ってやつ
ゲロくん
The metaphor was shitty because obviously there's already a
あ
man
のおじ
involved, so
さ
they
ん
don't need his
どう
sperm
思
bank.
う？
いやどうって
ごめんお手洗い混んでて
ミアキャット
隣にいるのは奥さんでもってさらに先生今若い人に最も人気がある芸術家白鳥健。見た目や振る舞いがマニアックでもファンにとっては
Something about this reminds me of a show that didn't get a chance to finish with my friends, which I should start like actually getting like a subscription or something to these shows on HBO and Amazon. But it's I forget the name of it, but it was weird. It's a show where the main character is a lesbian woman who has to go through an alien invasion where the aliens take over the brains of everybody but the main character. It's like it starts with a P or something. And all of the aliens are like mind melded, so they possess all of the people basically. Not possess in like some magical way, but like some sort of biological possession where they control all the brains. They are linked mentally, all linked together. Reminds me of this because the main character is like a writer, but she's like kind of like a, I won't say a girl fairy, but she's very mean. Yeah, pluribus. That's what this little part right here reminds me of a little bit.
100万点彼には芸術家としての才能があるから他の例で言うと
Yeah, I gotta start
土壇場で結果を出
I gotta
す
start like whenever me and my friends pick up stuff, or they pick up stuff and I come in as like almost like a third reeler. I gotta start finishing it on my own. Like the last time I did that was with a show called From, because it was just interesting to me, I guess. So that's what we saw in one of my most recent videos. I think it was like closer towards the beginning of the year. I put From in my little zombie themed video, where in the video there's Boyd in there from and then there's Leon, different characters, whatever.
スポーツ選手大切な家族を救ってくれたお医者さん退屈な日常をぶっ壊してくれたミュージシャンその才能に魅力を感じて好きになる身近にいる人の外見や人柄を好きになって恋するのと同じようにその気持ちは本物じゃん
This is the rule of like this is the rule of there's 3 ways to get successful, I guess, online or in general. Which is that you can either you do it because either you are attractive and you get famous because you're attractive, so that's your clavicular. Plus this he actually does 2 things properly. So that's why he is more particularly interesting than anybody else in his general space. I think I'll swing back around to him after I'm done with this explanation. So first is looks. Secondly is expertise. Basically expertise on any particular field, any given subject. You are knowledgeable. You are being held to certain standards. You're in this position where you can't get away with a lot of things because when it comes to being an expertise in something, you are being subjected to rules of evaluation at the empirical level. So everything you're saying and doing is being assessed through logical processes. Whereas looks is not that much of a logical thing. It's more of an emotional content-based thing. And then the last one is just it's the same thing as the second one technically, but it's different in that it's a matter of wit. It's a matter of charisma. Basically, that's what you would put that at. Charisma, I would put at the top charisma, and then everything underneath would be like you're funny, you're relatable, you're considerate. These sorts of things I would put underneath charisma. You can obviously be considerate and funny as an expert in something. You can be funny and blah 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 as a good-looking person. But generally speaking, somebody who's an expertise of something is spec'd all the way in into like the INT stat or whatever, intelligence, that they cannot necessarily it's hard to be very, very smart and then be very, very funny at the same time. It depends, because at that point you have somebody who is almost like a genius in some regards. very effortlessly talented, like the actual word talent with a capital T. Not somebody who's really good at what they do, but somebody who is effortlessly good at what they do because they were almost designed to be that way. They were born as somebody who had an innate ability to be above average, almost across the board. Something about this person's physiology, their circumstances in life has just lined them up perfectly like a sequence of stars to just be very good across the board. That's what a genius or a talented person actually is. You wouldn't say that somebody who worked very hard at something is talented at what they do. They worked very hard. It's not talent. They're not a genius for working pretty hard and getting what they got. They're just a hard worker. They're exceptional, but they're not talented. They're not a genius. So those are the three types. You have your person who is visually attractive. They're a visual feast. Being around them makes you feel good because visuals. Men are particularly visual persons. This is why men watch porn, women read it. Men watch porn, women read porn. And then the middle thing is expertise. These are people who don't even need to be correct about what they say. That they're just being like, for example, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones. These are experts in their particular given field, but they're wrong a lot of the times. But they're not being held to the same standards that you would hold somebody like Hassan to. You because of how things work temperamentally across the political spectrum, the standards at which you hold people to are different based on where you are, almost politically speaking or temperamentally speaking. Do I care about the content of what you're saying due to a narrative, or do I care about the content of what you're saying due to empirical, verifiable, subject matter? And then, like I said, lastly, you have your charismatic types, people who are kind of eccentric, esoteric, whatever, just kind of like a little bit abnormal, but interesting to be around. They can be the ugliest people you possibly know, but they somehow have the allure of somebody who is just as attractive as anybody you can think of that is extremely attractive or whatever. So those are the three main ways to be. Yeah.
なるほど。そういう魅力。
Oh, I wanted to say at the end, Clavicular is an expert and attractive. That's why he's talked about so much. Andrew Tate isn't particularly attractive. Jordan Peterson isn't particularly attractive. Nobody that we talk about in popular culture is particularly attractive except for Hassan. And that's why he gets to imbue two different spaces as well. And generally speaking, they're actually in a similar camp, actually. People don't really think about it like that, but they're in the same type of camp. They lead their messaging with a fuckboy attitude. And then they're undergirded with a level of expertise in their given field. Even though Hassan isn't that much of an expert at what he talks about, Marxism is a pretty easy concept to kind of grasp, unless you're somebody who wants to mischaracterize what a Marxist is and what they believe in, but whatever. We're not going to get into all that today. Point is that Clive is like 20, and he's where Nick Fuentes would have been at when Nick Fuentes was 20. He's basically where Ben Shapiro was at when Ben Shapiro was in his early 20s. So it's weird to put on Clive what you weren't willing to put on the other guys when they were in their early 20s or whatever. So he's doing pretty good despite the fact that he won't live to see past 25 probably, but he's definitely not like a Nazi. He just hangs around some unsavory people. So he is absolutely an expert at what he does. He actually proves it so much due to the fact that he actually does the things that he's talking about. See, that's one thing you need to give Clav, is that unlike a lot of other people who fleece you for your money so you can get what they have or whatever, he actually walks the talk and talks the walk. He is on the meth. He is on the methamphetamines. He is taking the hammers to his face. He is on the HRT. He is taking the substances. He is experimenting with his body. He's doing the work. So he's not, so this makes him pretty far from an actual grifter because he's doing the shit that he's talking about. So it's hard to call somebody like that stupid when really what he's doing is he's not going to abduct somebody and test his experiments out on them. He's going to put it to test on his own body. You can call that stupid if you want, but it's also a little bit courageous and daring and interesting. So he has a little bit of charisma due to that. He's actually probably fucking plumb autistic, so he he suffers. He should actually have negative charisma because of his autism, but because he's actually, matching with the appearance of what he wants, because he isn't like a shameless far right person or far left person. He's kind of in the middle. He comes off as more genuine than the average gym bro type of person who is trying to look smacks or whatever.
ってことか。俺には関係。
ゲロくんだって。
城崎、何もしなくていい。30秒目つむってろ。
たった一人で大勢の悪いやつをやっつけて、拉致された私を助けてくれた。それは間違いなくゲロくんの魅力じゃん。だから婚活パーティーやアプリよりもゲロくんをマックス輝かせる婚活方法は人助け。つまり人質を救出したり要人を警護したりする中で相手に好意を抱かせるってこと。ゲロくんならどんな案件でも。
I can see why people were upset by the comparison between her and Marion, because Marion is Marin. They're not like each other really at all. In fact, the roles have been completely reversed when it comes to the male and female dynamic, the feminine and the masculine dynamic, I guess. Because this time it would be Marin helping out Gojo, and so the comparison is what people say nowadays. Oh, you're a LARPer. You didn't watch Dress Up Darling, because if you did, you know that they're total opposite in persona.
ちょっと待て。俺は毒使い殺し屋だぞ。
別に人助けはタブーじゃないでしょ。
だがそんな弱みにつけ込むみたいな。
ぶっちゃけさ、出会うきっかけなんてなんだっていいじゃん。
先生、私たちとご飯行きません？いい
魂胆があろうがなかろうがあくまでスタート地点に過ぎない。本当に試されるのはその後。相手と幸せな関係を築けるかだから。
先生？
あ、先生、私にもサインください。
っておい、まさかこのために。主任、姫川の仕業かと。
あの女許せん。お客様の笑顔のために館長がコレクターに頭を下げて心血注いでかき集めた作品を絶対に逃がすな。接近する不審な影は全て撃墜しろ。
レーダーに反応はありません。
まだ館内に潜伏しているはずだ。めっちゃ太陽みたいなアッコは必ず取り戻せ。
館長、めっちゃ太陽みたいな子が盗まれました。
安いものさ。
ありがとう、サムシゲ。次は仕事抜きでデートしよう。みんな待たせてごめん。
ピンチの女の子を助けて好きになってもらう。名付けて王子様作戦。何その顔。
いや、俺は王子様って柄じゃ。
じゃあ王子様見習いで。
王子様作戦のネーミングは置いといて、問題は人助け仕事をどうやって受ければ。いや、食べてる最中に話しかけた俺が悪かった。闇ジョブ？
そう、殺し、運び屋、その他裏社会系のお仕事を仲介してくれるサイト。人質救出とかボディーガードとか闇ジョブで探せばいくらでも見つかるって。喜ん使ったことな
I
い
think
の？
the comparison was being made between them because of like the otaku-dom of like, being really into a particular subject matter.
お客様ご注文は？こいつが2人分食う。
つぼ漬け花火5人前。
But I think Marin is obviously generally a nice person, and this person is willing to
遊び屋ばっかじゃねえか。
basically destroy certain people that she feels is
悪い人間で悪かった。
ought to be destroyed for the sake of her
おい、城崎。
brother, I think.
僕
僕らの要求は君たちが一時保管している美術品すべてだ。姫川との交換場所は追って連絡する。
彼女姫川京子は裏の世界では悪名高い泥棒と認知されています。
This is the very
しか
silly
し
anime.
実像は社会的事情や悪意あるコレクターによって奪われた美術品等を元の持ち主に返しているのです。姫川が我々に託した美術品を奴らの要求通り手放すことはできません。つまり皆さんには引き渡しが始まる前に奴らのアジトに潜入し姫川を救出していただきたいのです。やはりキャラが圧倒的に足りてない。
やはりバイト生活の我々には。
いっそ同期全部売ったのか。
北見さん落ち着いて。
まあこんなコスパ低い案件誰も乗らないわな。でもゲロ君にはチャンス。他の王子様
The
候補
pacing
がい
on
ない
this is
から
fast as fuck. You wouldn't be able to tell what's going on if you like looked away for even a few seconds.
もうおしまいだ。
彼ゲロ家の使い手です。
ゲロヒカルだ。あんたらのボス姫川京子を助けに来た。
ゲロってまさかあの毒使いの。
なぜ使い手さんがこんなところに。正規ルートなら仲介料だけで内臓全部いかれますよ。
しかし使い手さんがいれば間違いなく姫川を救出できます。
本丸を落とすには外堀から。
おいあんたら重要なことをまだ聞いてねえ。
なんでしょう。やはり内臓が。
姫川的にメガネ男子はありだよな。
え
この僕がこれほど美しいと思った人間は君だけだ。最高水準の生活を保障しよう。貧乏臭い泥棒なんか足を洗って僕のコレクションになってくれるね。
絶対嫌。私は私の信念で泥棒してんの。泣いてんだよ。持ち主から無理やり奪われた美術品がね。
黒ギャル派の巨匠コ・エッグ・サトゥルニア氏。盗まれたのは彼が自身の娘を描いためっちゃ太陽みたいな子。市場価値は20億といったところでしょうか。
エッグさんの古い付き合いの画商に相談したらあなたのことをお願いします。あの絵は唯一手元に残ってる妻の絵でこの子にとっては。
悪いけどあの子と約束したんだ。大丈夫、すぐお母さんに会わせてやる。私が絶対奪い返すってな。だからあんたも亡くなって。
It is marriage toxin.
牛尾ちゃん、いい感じに心折っといてくれる？
Like I said, I'm a weird person when I watch anime. I really appreciate there is subtle things that make anime characters feel more person-like. I really appreciate whenever characters do certain ticks. The first thing I noticed when I watched the show at episode 1 was that in the opening scene, see, I'm at 1331. What is going on? We're getting ready to go through what is this technique called? What is it? Waterboarding? This is probably waterboarding right now. But I like this that tongue click thing. This is completely like unnecessary, but it adds like texture to like a person's character. It adds it. I think if you're like super like autistic or whatever, you don't get stuff like this. Which is funny because somebody who is autistic would do something like this, but you wouldn't pick up on this. Like you wouldn't pick up on this if it were like some one-off thing that you weren't detecting or weren't reading for. In somebody else. This is something you would typically do. I think if somebody did this in real life, it wouldn't take up that much time in terms of like the body's motions or whatever. This is very theatrical. It's not that it wouldn't linger. It wouldn't be probably something that would be front and center like this. This under the camera angle too is a little bit weird or whatever. Blah blah blah. But like I said, I like the little things and stuff. For example, 1333, 1313. In the opening scene,
ところでば
where's it at? It was way before this.
夏美さん
This is, I noticed this.
そこぶったのは私じゃない
This walk, cycle, the way his head has, I forget what it's called, like, when it comes to how the body is, how it anchors. But his head is lagging behind the center of his gravity. So that means it's the sort of bobblehead walk. This is something I basically never fucking see in anime. And they really accentuated it, and they really wanted you to notice it because you can see his head even bobble at the other angle too. Like that's not typical. So that's probably what hooked me the most. I don't pay attention to what is obvious to pay attention to. I pay attention to the things that are like abnormal, things that are not common when it comes to anime stuff or any sort of cinema in general. Yeah, I like stuff like that. 1313.
牛尾ちゃん、いい感じに心折っといてくれる？
ゲロくんさ、あの質問は正直危なかったよ。みんな困惑してたじゃん。
メガネ男子
隠語ですかね。
下心丸出しは王子様に一番遠いから。
どっちにしろ仕事として受ける以上手は抜かねえよ。
いやー、まさかまたゲロくんとここに来るなんてね。部下の北見さんに借りた変態制度の GPS によるともう少しのはず。
ネズミは駆除する決まりだ。
城崎、次どこ行きゃいい？
ゲロくん、私やっぱり留守番してた方が。
お前が必要だ。初対面の女性とどうやって喋っていいのかわかんねえし。
仕方ないな。軽く打ち合わせしよう。
What is that cut?
ストップ、牛尾ちゃん。ネズミが紛れ込んだ。すりつぶしてこい。
なんだ、もう終わり。
さて、趣向を変えようか。
ゲロ光る毒使いだ。結婚を前提にお付き合いしてください。
ないわ。これが本番だったら死んでたよ。
じゃあなんつったらいいんだよ。動くな、殺す。
後でメモ取っといて。
Her great sword is
婚活の基
insane.
本は相手の気持ちをとことん考え抜くこと。だから婚活のことは一旦忘れて。
はあ、矛盾して。
それは彼女の知ったことじゃない。
止まれ。
ゲロ君は姫川京子を救出しに来た使い手。こんなところにとらわれて凍えるような思いをしてる彼女になんて声かける？じゃあもう一回練習ね。
もったいつけた割には今さら銃とかしょぼすぎでしょ。
君にとってはだろうね。
おい、それは
最初からこうすべきだった。
お前もコレクターならそれがどんだけ。
安い安い。君をコレクションに加えるためなら僕のものになってくれるよね。
あの子のお母さんを返すどころか危険にさらすなんて。分かった、あんたの言う通り。
腕なんだ、誰だ。ここは密室のはず。
綺麗にしてくれありがとう。
夢見てろ。俺はゲロヒカル、毒使いだ。あんたを助けに来た。もう大丈夫だ。
すっげえシンプルだけど、これで少しはホッとできるんじゃ。
よりによって使い手かよ。うちにあんた雇う金ねえぞ。あいつら内臓でも売ったんか。
二言目ノープランだよね。打ち合わせ中に出て行っちゃうから。あ、今外します。でもよかった、最悪なこと起こる前で。
ネズミは殺せ。水使い牛尾ちゃん。
お前も寝てろ。
ゲロ君、女の子は丁寧に。
すまん、後でじっくり聞く。
ゲロ君。
ご挨拶遅れましてどうも。私このようなものです。毒使いゲロ様ですね。
営業マンかい。
早速の提案なのですが、本件示談でいかがでしょう。使い手同士が戦えば損失甚大、ギャラ以上なので私が出しましょう。依頼主の10倍。ビジネスシーンでは当然切りますよね。義理、人情、絆。毎日夕方6時、一家揃って食卓を囲む。そんなビジネスマンには圧倒的成長はありえません。
何の話？
プロなら余計なしがらみを顧みず、
ゲロ君のドーピングまだ残ってる。回収しとこう。
触るな。
なるほど、それは猛毒ですね。使い手が生業として代々受け継ぐ変性血統。毒使いの変性血統は致死量の毒に反応し、身体機能を強化する。使い手の世界で生き抜くためのいわば生存戦略。
ないもんじゃねえ。死ぬ前に確実に標的にとどめを刺せっていう呪いだ。お前も水使いならそのわけわかんねえ水芸も変性血統だろ。旗から見れば魔法に見えるがな。
ゴッポゴッポゴッポ。おっしゃる通り。そして僭越ながら弊社の変質
My lab is insane. It sounds like cause she's drowning basically.
バリおよび毒ガスは通しません。異常な水圧に耐える機密仕様につき。では早速示談金の。なるほど、誠に遺憾ですが。
I need to see if it animates this.
毒使いの変性血統は死に近づくほど加速する。厄介ですね。
一発でも当たればアウト。
毒使いのゲロ家といえば業界をリードする五大名家の一角じゃないですか。もっと有意義な価値創造なされたらいかがです？
I don't know why you would call it slop. This is the premise alone is better than 99% of anime.
それともゲロさんにとって姫川は太客。
I remember what was it 2 seasons ago? We had what was it? Some anime about some fat retired assassin. Like it's better than that. The premise for that is like that it's a retired assassin. It's just one thing. It's like I watched 1,000 retired assassins since I was like fucking 2 years old.
So you're talking about Sakamoto days?
Yep.
So you're saying this is better than Sakamoto days?
The premise is boring compared to this. Sakamoto Days is about a retired assassin.
What is? I mean, all right, that's about a retired assassin trying to
settle
well,
down.
a retired assassin pretty much getting back into the game of assassination to protect his family, I guess.
Oh, it's
Which
John
is still
Wick.
like pretty much, I guess. But this is I mean, the premises for this is pretty much played out across all of anime, which is just okay. You have some sort of weird ass job, but in the mix of it, you gotta get hoes. That's just the blueprint for a slop, as far as I know.
I guess we're thinking about what the word slop means. Slop is by definition average, basically.
This is average indeed.
And
I'm just saying it seems a little bit above average because the animation is just like
no, it's not about animation. It's about the premise. That's why I said the premise on its own is better than what we get out of anime generally. I watch anime. I watch like 20 anime per season on average. So when I say above average, it's because I'm watching 20 different things and I'm saying it's better than 19 things. Like, I watch anime. Like, girls sitting down to drink tea for 20 hours straight. It's like, that's slop. A guy sitting in a library reading about how Hitler came back to life. When I've seen that in Dragon Ball Z, Hitler come back to life for the 50th time. Like, that's slop. Usurpation of expectations is what is usually on the upper end of slop, at the very least. Is when something goes against the normal expected routes of what you would normally see in anime. That's when you move outside of what is expected. What is this? Virtually every shonen is obviously slop. Basically, every single one of them, including Dragon Ball Z, like everything, because the only thing Dragon Ball Z had going for it basically was that no, actually, it is literally a slot version of the entire idea of from what is it called? The Kingdom's Journey or some shit with Sun Wukong. Yeah, it's just a slot version of the Wukong story. Um, Only thing added to it was that he's an alien. That's literally it. He's an alien. It's already a thing in alien fiction to blow up planets, so that's not a different thing that he blows up. That he can blow up planets, or he fights Frieza because Frieza is also an alien, so it would be par for the course for Goku to fight another alien since they're both aliens. They would go to different planets occasionally. That they would travel different dimensions because that's what aliens do. It would be different if like Goku was like Gohan more so than anything, and he tried to really, really be like Superman, try to be normal. Goku does not try to be normal. He is constantly being abnormal. So that makes it pretty slop. Bleach is even worse because it's a guy's fantasy of trying to make his character as powerful as possible by him having every single genetic disposition that he could possibly have. He is a soul reaper. He is a full bringer. He is a stern writer. He is a hollow. He is a Vastalordes. He is every fucking Pokemon under the galaxy. Guy Ash Ketchum is a person who wants to catch all the Pokemon. It's easy since he can't go past the age of 10. It would be interesting if he actually aged and he started to die as the series progressed, and it got harder for him to catch Pokemon or some shit like that. When the stakes are low, the conditions don't change, and everything is expected, and anybody can come in and copy it and replicate it endlessly. That's what slop is, because the word slop implies something that is malleable and easy to reform, but nobody does it because why? Why would you work hard to fix something that isn't broken? What is the anime?
いや、それ以上。まさか恋人ですか？
One thing I wanted to say earlier too is that I like how easy it is to tell like how much it seems like they don't care about anything else but the actual premise. Like the animation can be interesting, but like it is clearly serving as a secondary thing to the actual his intent, which is to marry somebody. This is why personally I don't like shonen, but I love rom-coms because shonen takes itself far too seriously more often than not, and rom-com is playing this sort of game of not suspension of disbelief. What is the term? It does this thing, but like it never has to overinvest in any particular thing. Ever. It does never. It never has to get charged with the task of being serious when it doesn't want to. There's a term for this. I don't want to use it, but it's like plausible deniability. It is plausible to deny the idea that the series is trying to be unserious when the protagonist could potentially want to seriously get with somebody. That is a serious desire that he has, but it is, you can deny the idea that this is supposed to be a funny thing, but it's just comical the entire time because it's anime. I'm not making my series insanely unserious because I'm trying to make you laugh. Actually, it's just anime. It's supposed to be freakish. It's supposed to be over the top. It's entertaining insofar as comical stuff is, but it's not funny, ha ha funny. It's Japanese humor. It's sort of stiff, um, not really ha ha, but like, oh, this is weird, therefore it's amusing type of thing going on. That's different from the normal comedic nature you get from America, where everything needs to be witty. And that didn't make me laugh type shit. I can plausibly deny away certain things with this rom-com. I just don't never take things too seriously. I could be a shonen at the same time while being a seinen because it's about adult characters with adult problems, and then yada 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 yada.
しょぼい反撃
I
っ
mean,
て
at least with
可愛い
this
一
one,
枚しか
they're
届いてません
all
よ
adults, actually. Actually.
何塗りやがっ
姫川はただの赤の他人だ。だが
I'm a little weirded out by this character though, because he's supposed to be a poison guy, poison specialist. So I'm not really sure where all. I know he's doping or whatever. That they mentioned the word doping, even though they had the subtitles read steroids. But anyways, I get that he's like doing the Bane thing where he's like souped up physically because of his doping, but that didn't exactly explain the martial arts, I suppose. Whatever.
これから大切な人になるかもしれね
ミリ単位で精密に3度同じ箇所をさすがに何ほざいてんの
This kind of reminds me of just a little bit. This is not a good comparison, but like this is another thing that is like above average, but like 100 girlfriends. Like that shows it takes a general premise of a harem and then it makes it as extreme as possible, so that it's not like other things. Where the main character for a lot of other harem stuff is clearly like a bitch 9 times out of 10, and they can't seem to get anything going with their female counterparts. But literally in 100 Girlfriends, this guy is a Mac. He's a Mac daddy. He has enough love to go around. He's like a real brown Indian king with an actual, a real harem going on. And he's not mistreating any of his mistresses or whatever. I think even one of them is supposed to be a boy or whatever. So that guy that's not normal for anime. That's not normal. That's not typical. But literally, you turn an anime on right now, even this guy right here in this anime is kind of bitch made when it comes to like romantic stuff. But like the main protagonist for 100 Girlfriends is literally every single time that he has to grab at somebody, he's giving it his all. He's like the meme. The lioness uses her full strength to catch her prey, no matter how big or small the prey is. That's how that main character is in that, and that's not normal for most anime. That's one of the biggest turn-offs for people when it comes to watching anime. Is the main character is supposed to be one of the main selling points. So if he isn't to your liking, then you might not even want to watch the show.
わかりませんね
だろうな。お前からすればナンセンスな大バカ野郎だ。ただ毎日夕方6時家族揃って食事を囲む。お前が無駄だと切り捨てたそういったやつを命かけても手に入れてんだ。
That's another thing that I think it is abnormal about him is that I'm not sure how often this happens, but like it's obviously you need to move from extremes to make things interesting. And this guy is basically extremely good at what he does, but he wants to go to actually into having a normal life because he never had it. That is pretty normal, but to move from like the extreme of I am literally a killer, an assassin at my highest class, to wanting to have a normal life. And if you do that as like an actual shonen thing, something serious, then you have to do it very well. But they can get away with it in a comedy and just have it be a funny thing, because that just makes it less difficult. If it's a comedy, then you just get to sit there and play all the beats of how unserious this premise basically is. That this guy is basically, I don't know, fucking Epstein, Jeffrey Epstein, and he's trying to have a normal life after he's, abducted, 6,000 kids or whatever. And this is like the scene in the anime where like Jeffrey says, "You don't know what it's like to be not normal. Have you ever wanted to just sit down and have an actual family for once in your life?" And they just show a clip of him like with like a wife and children, and he's not like raping anybody. In the potential flashback or flash forward in his vision, and he screams, I want to be normal, Ikitai, I want to live." And it's like Jeffrey but good. You can't do that properly or easily if that were like a shonen, because that would be like that's like watching Mushoku Tensei, sitting here watching this guy that is 50 years old try to not be 50 years old, but in the back of your mind this whole time this guy is actually 50 years old, and he basically groomed like 3 kids. How can you shake that in your mind? You can't, unless it's a comedy. That's the general idea, at least. That's why rom-com stuff can get away with, I'm calling it plausible deniability. Don't take it seriously. This is supposed to be a comedy. You're supposed to laugh. Don't take it seriously. I'm not actually saying you should go out and, you don't get to go out and turn over a new leaf when you are a horrible person who goes out and kills people for money. Because if this were actually like a serious shonen or shonen, they would show him having like moments where he has mental breakdowns or psychotic breaks and like hurts people in a serious way. We saw that in the first episode, that he has like these miniature psychotic breaks, but they're played down, kind of downplayed for like comedic effect. Like how he doesn't want to eat anybody's cooking because he's trained as a poisonous to never eat anything that he hasn't seen being prepared in front of him. I think there's another one too, but like it's little stuff that gets turned into a whole arc. Literally, they have a whole arc for Rudius's erectile dysfunction from Mushoku Tensei. It's a whole arc, not like a one episode or like a one-off thing. It's a whole arc. That's what you do when you try to take something seriously when it comes to how a character's psychological state is trying to track it. This guy is an actual, not a boy failure, just an actual failure. And for him to be in this position where he is basically being sought after as like a very decently powerful magician, people want him in his party or mage or whatever. He's had a chance to get with this girl, but she basically is like a one-off thing for him to get over his psychological issues. That's why people like Mushoku Tensei so much. Mushoku Tensei, based off of the premise, not even the premise, but like what's going on in the show. I'm just gonna put it down to you like this: it is like night and day to compare Mushoku Tensei to any other isekai ever. Like no isekai touches Mushoku Tensei based off of that single arc alone, because anime generally does not do shit like that. A whole arc for this guy not being able to pop a boner, and like there's so much in that arc alone that's like a growing story. And the fact that it's not a growing story because the guy is physically 15 but mentally he's 50 or some shit like that. But the reason why he would be going through like a second, or should I say second or third coming of age story, is because that he actually was stunted. His former life as a 40-year-old virgin, he was stunted at growth because he was bullied in high school. So he became a 40-year-old virgin, and he gets to have a second chance, literally, the way that most of the characters in isekai shit never really explained. Nothing like that. We are the fourth season of ReZero, and Subaru has almost said jack shit about his past life, other than like his father talking to him in some sort of weird limbo-like world. I need to go back and watch that scene because it was kind of confusing. And I'm pretty sure the light novel did a better job of explaining what was going on. But yeah, it's people don't appreciate like decent stuff when they have it in front of them, because like people typically tend to go after like a 10 top 10 most popular anime every season. And they don't know how bad things can get when they actually go outside of that top 10 list of anime to watch and watch stuff that actually is you have to go out and find, and you don't just hear about because the person you like who writes this anime or writes this manga actually wrote this thing as well, so you only know about this other thing because of proximity, basically. You know that the Death Note mangaka wrote this other thing, but you didn't finish it because it was ass. And that wasn't very surprising to find out that it was ass because nobody really liked the series after it got past Light or L. So go figure that his next work would be not as good as the first one when the second arc of Death Note fell off. Go figure. Go figure that the other series that Kishimoto wrote about ninjas or whatever, samurai, isn't as good as Naruto. Go figure, because the series fell off right around the time that Madara popped up. Because it drug itself up for too long. Yeah, I couldn't figure out how to finish up his own villain, so he made a stronger one. Couldn't beat that one, made a stronger one. Couldn't beat that one. Go figure. Wants that big money again, apparently, so he makes Boruto. Naruto's dad. Go figure. Only mangaka that I know that actually has a chance to actually get his flowers twice is basically Togashi. Getting away with writing Hunter x Hunter twice, basically, but one version is on the street and the other version is One Piece style. Yu Hakusho, but One Piece. That's above average type shit. Not because Hunter x Hunter is above average, which I think it is, obviously, or the Yu Hakusho is above average, which I think it is. But the fact that that motherfucker Togashi did it twice, that's not average. All right, I'm gonna catch up on the rest of what I got to watch, and there will be less commentary from this point forward. I just need to figure out something. Put this over here. Let me I can switch this around now, I'm pretty sure. I can do that, can I? Yeah. Hold on. I hope that worked properly. Yeah, cool beans. Put this over here. No, put this back over here. Put this over here. Fuck this side panel. Touch on this since Kojima recommended it. Try to figure out why he recommended this. There's a dub. I'm not watching the dub though. Let's see. Alright. Why is this muted? Okay. Oh.
令和末期、第4次産業革命において、日本は米国や中国、インドなどの諸外国に圧倒的大敗を喫した。そして加速する少子高齢化、教育レベルの大幅な低下により、日本は
I already know why he recommended this anime.
衰退の一途をたどった。世界では核大戦が勃発。
日本は戦地にこそならなかったものの、多くの難民が押し寄せ、感染症が蔓延、さらには大震災が相次いだ。一方、富は一部の政治家や資本家などの上級国民と揶揄される者たちに集中。悪政、重税、天災、飢饉に苦しむ民衆はついに放棄する。暴力大革命である。国家形態は崩壊。人口はわずか数年で10分の1以下まで減少し、あらゆる文化やインフラ、テクノロジーが失われた。文明は明治初期レベルまで後退。軍閥が割拠する戦乱の世が始まる。そして数十年後、大和、武王、征夷、3つの国が覇権を争う三国時代に突入することとなる。
This is all going to be little. Not complete at least. I don't want to come off sounding too deep when I say this, but life is kind of like this weird journey of like most things in general are going to be extremely interesting to you when you're young, because your imagination is basically the heart carrying you. You're not actually ever interacting with anything around you in its, I would say, actual form, I guess. I kind of want to actually go off on a limb to say that your imagination is, I would say, playing a little bit of a game, along with the fact that you probably just see things for what they are as a child, and then you get to a point where you hit your mid-teens, and then that can last indefinitely. But when you hit your mid-teens, you enter into a phase in your life where you are extremely pessimistic, and you downplay things in life constantly to cope because you're just depressed and you don't want to be hurt. You're actually a very fragile person. This is something that happens to you because of trauma that you had when you went through when you were a child, with different parents, guidance figures, whatever. Your general reaction to how you were raised is going to basically inform how you would see things for a certain period in your life or forever. And actually, when you grow out of that, eventually, you'll come back full circle and you'll go back to seeing the depth of things as if you were a child again who has like a wild and active imagination. But the adult thing to do by comparison is to just know the history of things, know what people are going through, to understand the depth of like what it means to be inside of a culture, and to take other people's culture, people's backgrounds, people's understanding of things seriously. It really is to open up a big tent for how everybody expresses themselves and what they've gone through and all that kind of stuff. This is why racism is such a big problem for people. And it's because that racism is obviously, in some real sense, if it's not directly an attempt, it's still consequently going to be that when you use racism against somebody, it washes away that person's legitimacy within a culture. And that's not just destroying somebody because you don't like that person. It's destroying somebody and that person, and nobody like that person could ever exist again, because anybody who is similar to that person is not a person, because racism is a tool that is designed to dehumanize people. But it also inadvertently destroys culture, because culture can't exist without people. So it's racism isn't just destruction against people, it's destruction against history. It's destruction against time. It's an attempt to eradicate the fact that a certain set of people existed at any point, and to erase any legitimacy that they might have had at any point in time. It's almost like this is why it comes before genocide, because it's not just destroying a few people, it's trying to erase. And so that's kind of what makes things in media consumption important, because it gives you a chance to engage with people's history, people's positions in life, their statuses, to basically walk in somebody else's shoes in some sense. 1244? Oh, whatever. That was older.
次長生ウェディングドレスなんてめちゃめちゃおかしいって。
自重できん。結婚式と言ったらウェディングドレスじゃん。
さき、それは日本時代末期の話じゃろうが、それも末期の末期。そもそもウェディングドレスはカトリック系キリスト教の結婚式の際の衣装であり、
うるさいな。うちはウェディングドレスが可愛いから着るんじゃ。
かわいいから着るんじゃ。なんじゃそりゃ、全然理にかなってねえ。おい待て、さき。
青鳥さき、結婚おめでとう。
さきちゃんめっちゃ素敵。あの白い服なんやろか。ウェディングドレスっていうらしいで。
いやしかし、まさかうちの娘が青照みたいな頭カッチカチのへりくつ男と結婚するなんての。
図書館長、いやお父さん、わしはただ合理的かどうか、そこに己の判断の基準を置いとるだけです。日本時代末期、結婚式はキリスト教式、葬式は仏教式、ほんで正月には神社に参拝する神道式でした。つまり日本人と宗教は密接な関係じゃったんです。じゃけど今の世は違う。宗教的に一切関係のねえサキがウェディングドレスを着ようとすんのを止めるのは至極当然のこと。それをサキと着たら可愛いから着るんじゃ。はあってなるでしょうが。
おじゃけど図書館長、青照は物知りじゃのう。おまけに弁も立つ。
ほうよほうよ。青照が幼い頃に両親が病気で死に、わしが面倒を見るようになっての。うちの図書館で文字を習得し、日本時代のさまざまな知識を身につけ、今や立派な首脳官じゃ。末端の末端じゃけどな、なんだかんだで似合いの夫婦じゃ。じゃけど先はお前と正反対で、喧嘩っ早く血と理性が利かん。これからも先を頼むぞ、青照。
はい。
遅いな。どうどう。
さき、
やっぱりここにおったか。こんなクソ寒い日にようやるわ。
もうちょっとだけ。わしはここから見える景色が好きじゃ。山や海、人工地盤、日本時代の工場やビル、舗装された道路やたくさんの電柱。日本はすんげえ文明だったんじゃなと。
あんた昔っからずっと地図ばっか書いとったな。そのせいでみんなに避けられてたのが懐かしいわ。
みんなじゃねえ、さっきは違うやろ。
うちはあんたがかわいそうだっただけじゃ。
じゃけどこの地図作りも今では農政においてめちゃめちゃ役に立っとる。もしかするとこれが今以上にもっともっとすげえことに役立つ。
例えば戦とか。古代中国の兵法家孫武も
戦において地形を利用することの重要性を説いとる。
そうそう。あとかの天才軍師黒田官兵衛も
備中攻略の際地形を分析し高松城を水攻めで包囲した。
そう、あんたの知識を生かせば辺境を平定し三国時代を終わらすことができるかもしれん。日本再統一も夢じゃないで。
日本再統一。
青照、登竜門って知っとる？龍門光秀、辺境を管轄する将軍で、高潔で文武に秀で、誰もが尊敬の念を抱くお方じゃ。首都大阪にあるそのお方の家には仕官を望む者が毎日1000人余り来るっていう噂じゃ。そんお方の下でならあんたの希望を存分に生かすことができるとうちは思う。
わしはさっきとこのまま普通に暮らせればええ。今日はここまでじゃ。うちに帰ろう。
うめえうめえ、さきが作った料理はバリうめえな。
全部ここで採れた食材じゃけん、あんたがおらんかったら作れとらんよ。
ほじゃけど実感わかんの。
わしらが農業なんてしとる間に多くの大和の侍が戦をしとんじゃけんな。
なんかわしたちって情けね
情けなくなんかねえ。戦に勝つためには侍たちが強くなければならん。そのためには何が必要じゃと思う？
刀の腕ですか。
有能な指揮官、強い信念。
そいつらはどれも大事じゃけど、それよりもっともっと大事なもんがある。食べ物じゃ。栄養価のある食べ物を多くの侍たちに与えるためには農業生産力が高くなくてはならねえ。つまり国を強くするためには農業じゃ。何度でも言う、お前らは情けなくなんかねえ。
おお、わしたちすげえ。よっしゃ、食べたらやるぞ。腹が減っては農業はできん。
食わなあかんな。さあ、
なんじゃあれは。
すげえ人じゃ。
行幸
ってことは馬車に乗ってたあのお方が大和の帝か。
いや、ありゃ帝じゃねえ。
へっ愛媛軍の民衆よ、頭下げや。このお方は大和の首都大阪都から参られた平電機内務卿や。ねえ。貴様何してんねん。捕らえろ。待て待て。いや、車崎30秒以内。え3、2、1。よーく聞いて民衆たち。か、私が国会や。明日の昼までこの町におるからよろしくな。
あのデブ、イカれてら。
次長生先。いや、マジで。
なんなんじゃあのデブ。
平電機内務卿、国政を司るこの大和の最高官じゃ。平家は大和建国前から続く豪族。19年前、奴の妹が先手富士2世の皇后に立てられると、奴は内務卿に就任。そして平電機は富士2世を毒殺。今の帝富士3世を擁立し、己の娘を皇后に立てて全権を掌握したんじゃ。
先手を毒殺。そんなヤバいことしとんのに、今の帝はなんであのデブに全権を任せとんよ。
イフや。
イフやと。ありえんありえん。何が私が国家やじゃ。ふっざけんな。
あながち間違いじゃねえ。
青てる、あのデブを肯定する言うんか。
肯定じゃねえ、既成事実じゃ。
そんな事実あってたまるか。あんなデブ殺すしかねえ。
殺す？一旦落ち着いて。そんなことしても根本的なことは何にも変わらん。勇気があんのは尊敬するが、少しは己を律することを覚えろ。
青てる、あんたは勇気を持つことを覚えろ。何しとんじゃあいつら。
次や次、一人10円納税しや。足りん分は都一で借金するか、条件20回や。
平家の税理様、合わせて10円です。お納めください。
自分何言うてんの。この2円は手数料や。ちゅうことであと2円納めや。
毒図野郎が。
待てサキ、明日になれば奴らはこの町から出てく。
1、2、3。
ここは自重せえサキ。
いや自重できん。
11、12、13。お、姉ちゃん誰やねん。
うちはこの町の東町というものです。
ならはよ列に並べ。この家紋が目に入らへんのんけ。
恐れながら申し上げますと、原則として税は軍ごとに管理され、月末に一度一定量納める決まりでは。
何が言いたいねん。これ以上邪魔するんやったら。
しかしおかしなことに、本日はまだ月の半ばでございます。先払いという認識でよろしいでしょうか。
むちゃおもろいやん姉ちゃん。
おもんないわい。ちゃんと質問に答えや。家の力がなけりゃ何にもできんクズめ。
クズ？私は大だけやだ。
この徴税は私的なものか、それともあのデブの命令か。
デブ？お前まさか内務卿のことか。
はよ言え。
私が勝手にやったことです。
ほうかい。血筋、性別に出身地、肌の色やルックスしかり、そんなもんで他人にマウントを取る人間をうちは軽蔑する。己の価値は己の手で作り出してくもんじゃ。
なんやねんあの女。もう行くで。
ほんまにありがとうございます。亡くなった図書館長とこの娘さんやね。
こんな立派になって。
あんたらもただやられるだけでええんか。
わしも行くべきだった。
一人で問題なかった。
いや結構見とって危なかった。
でも問題なかった。
意外と弁が立つなと思いつつも、わしならあと2ターンあれば対話でなんとかできとった。
でもうちは部で奴らをなんとかした。
無事でよかった、ほんまに。
見てただけのくせに。けど今日はびっくりしたな。
ほうじゃのう。平家はやべえ。
平もそうじゃけど、まさかアウテルがあんなに農業に熱い思いがあったなんてな。めっちゃびっくり。
いや農業に熱い思いはねえ。わしはただサキとの生活を安定させるために何をすべきかを考えて、手堅い首脳官になるべきだと思っただけじゃ。
ほんなら首脳官になったんはうちのせいってことか。
ちげえサキ、そういう意味じゃ。
うちはアウテルが何をすべきかよりも何がしたいかが知りたい。やっぱりこの前の登竜門の話。
いやわしは文官じゃ。戦には疎い。
何が疎いじゃ。また兵法書借りてきて。
読むたびに新しい気づきがあるんじゃ。でも知識があるだけでわしに実践の経験はない。
実践のために役立てんと何のための知識じゃ。今のあんたに足りとらんのはたった一つ、勇気じゃ。アオテルに勇気さえあれば日本を統一してこの三国時代を終わらし太平の世を築くことができる。
いやそれどういう理論なん。
うちは本気でそう思っとるけん。じゃあ寝よか。おやすみ。
いやでも今の理論は説得力に欠けると思う。
おやすみ。
サキサキサキサキんなとこにいるわけねえか。
Hello. George.
血。絶対違う。絶対違う。
いや、そうか、兄ちゃんか。今から私に行かせよう思ってて。兄ちゃんの嫁はんの首。
己の価値は己の手で作り出していくもんじゃ。しょうもな。手どころか足も胴体もない。首しかないやつに何ができんねえ。
殺す。まず税理の刀を奪い喉元をかっきり殺す。次に平電機の汚ねえ腹を刺し殺す。わしは殺されるけどもうええわ。先だってあんなデブ殺すしかねえって言うてたし。一旦落ち着いて。そんなことしても国賊の汚名を着せられて処刑されるだけ。ほんでまた平家の誰かが執権し権勢を振るうだけ。怒りに任せ復讐を果たせたとしても先を生き返らせることはできん。今わしがすべきことは一つ。先の首を受け取ること。
今のあんたに足りとらんのはたった一つ。
わしは首脳官の三角青輝と申します。妻、先の処刑の件につきまして平内務卿にお尋ねしたいことがあるのですが、少々お時間をいただけないでしょうか。
なんや自分、失礼極まりないぞ。
いいで、5分以内や。
ではお尋ねします。妻の罪状は何でしょうか。
いや、罪状ね。私が嫌な思いをしたから処刑した。
平内務卿はご自身が嫌な思いをされたので妻を処刑したと。ではその罪状の具体的な内訳をぜひ。
なんでそないなこと内務卿が言わなあかんねん。お前がすべきことはこのバカ嫁の首を受け取る、それだけや。
内訳をぜひ。
徴税の邪魔をしたこと、ほんで私のことデブ言うたこと、この2つや。
承知いたしました。では平内務卿は昨日徴税の場にいらっしゃいましたか。
ああ、おらん。てか君まだ話し続くの。
僭越ながら5分いただいておりますので。ではそのことをどなたにお聞きになりましたか。
ねえ、いやしらじらしい。私やって分かってるやろ。
では税理様、わしも昨日あの場におりました。まずは妻が徴税の邪魔をしたこと、これに関してですが事実です。妻は徴税の邪魔をしました。
はあ。
次に妻が平内務卿に対してデブと申したこと、これに関してですが事実とは異なります。妻は平内務卿に対してデブとは一切申しておりません。
いやいや、普通に嘘ついてるやん。内務卿はこいつ嘘ついてはりますよ。
もう一度申し上げます。妻は平内務卿に対してデブとは一切申しておりません。
自分さっか何言うてんの。
妻は昨日あの場で税理様にこう申しました。この徴税は私的なものか、それともあのデブの命令かと。
いや、もう言うてるやん。デブって言うてるやん。
すると税理様はこのようにおっしゃいました。デブ？お前まさか内務卿のことかと。
ほう。
は、言うたけどそれがなんやねん。あのバカ嫁が言うデブが内務卿のことを指してんのは明白やろがボケ。
妻がデブと指した人が誰であれ、税理様がデブと聞いて真っ先に平内務卿のことを思い浮かべたのは明らか。つまり妻が平内務卿に対してデブと申したのではなく、税理様が妻の申したデブを平内務卿のことだと解釈した、これが事実です。
いや、そんなもんただのへりくつや。お前初めから私を陥れるつもりで。内務卿、私は冤罪です。
いや、もう5分経った。誰かあの税理斬首して20秒以内。
はっ、内務卿、私は
満足か。
とんでもありません。わしは事実を申し上げたまで。
この箱を彼に。
では失礼します。
待て。君はどんな気持ちでこの場に臨んだ。 簡潔に述べてくれ。
孫子曰く、先んじて戦地に降りて敵を待つ者は一死、遅れて戦地に降りて戦いに赴く者は労す。故によく戦う者は人を致すも人に致されず、よく敵をして自ら至らしむる者はこれを利すればなり、よく敵をして至るを得ざらしむる者はこれを害すればなる。
どういう意味？
兵法書孫子虚実編の一節です。
まあええわ。ほんなら今の気持ちは？
老子曰く、千里の道のりも速夏の一歩より始まる。
彼を生かせてよかったんですか？
いや、己の嫁の敵を目の前にして奮撃の情を一切見せへん。不思議な若者や。私と会話してるはずなのに、彼の目は遠い先を見とるようだった。
ほんじゃ、行ってこい。先。
大和歴57年春。
兄ちゃん、行き先は？
大阪までお願いします。
大阪？そんな遠くまで何しに行くん？
よう帰るために。
I don't know what subsection of Amazon this is. I would assume they're not really directly correlated to the people giving us Invincible. I would visually assume that. But I certainly have a feeling for why Kojima would have recommended this, or at least says that he likes it. I don't even think he recommended this or anything else. I think I've just seen him say that he likes these anime. This one, the one about the train, the girls on the train, and then Licorice Recoil. I think it's alright. Again, the same kind of pacing thing that was happening in the last anime that I was watching. Not exactly a problem. I don't watch enough anime nowadays to even have a better idea as to is there some sort of collective effort to speed things up nowadays, which can't be the case as much as I would imagine, because an anime from last season was extremely slow. It was so slow, in fact, that there was so much dead space and so many long pauses and so many long shots that it felt like it was an actual movie that was shot and recorded like in person in reality. Let's see. I think I'm going to probably let's get back to some production so I can have something ready for tomorrow, and then I'm gonna get caught up on this. I gotta go back a season so I can get into this season, and then I will not doing that. I was thinking about trying to get caught up on Dr. Stone, but I'd rather get caught up on this first, to be honest. All right, let's see. Switch this around.
How many of you are there? Come on down. You want it that bad, right? I mean, come get it. It's yours. Come take it. Come and get it. I want you to come down here. Come into this little rape cave.
What?
All these barrels of wine. You ain't seen the cask of Amontillado, huh? About to put you in these walls, boy.
Go.
Right down here. This is fucking crazy, by the way.
Come on, just leave through that door. Just fucking run and try to see if anything happens.
Oh, he got.
I think there's no one left. I think they're out. I think you killed them all.
It's insane, dude. The true survivors. Good job, Better Call Saul. I guess we really should have called you.
Oh, he tried to go to that respawn point and got killed. You guys
Let's
just gotta
go.
be careful.
Let's go take the rope and oh.
Yo.
There's niggas here somewhere. Dude, I still have a green LMG. Like,
You pick up the purple peacekeeper down there?
nah, I think he took it. I think so. I don't know.
See anyone?
Yes.
That was a bird.
Is it? Oh,
If we do spawn in, I'm going back to.
Well,
that was a yeah. I'm going back there to grab shit because there were so many people.
Yeah.
Dead.
Go for it. Do y'all even have anything? Motherfuckers dressed like Leon Kennedy. What's up, Demarius?
Howdy.
Hey, man, I did my 10 pull today, and I got Zhang Fong Yi.
You
I
said
won my
you were 10
50-50.
pulls, so that means you. That sounds like a single.
Oh. No, I mean, yeah, I did a single 10 pull. I was
You're
pretty
saying you just
excited
pulled
about
once?
it. Well, not like a single time, but you know, I did a. You know what I'm saying? I did a 10 pull.
Okay.
It wasn't on the first 10 pull. I pulled yesterday too. I just didn't get it
Right.
yesterday.
I'm gonna stop by. I'm gonna get that ammo real quick.
Go for it.
Yep. I've been hearing about the only real complaint is that.
Oh.
Obviously, the only real complaint is that the weapon banner currency is something you seem to basically only get when you pull on the actual character banner.
Yeah, you can convert your yellows to weapon banner currency, but it's less than you would get if you just pulled for characters. So I don't really like that. I do. I think a lot of people, again, I don't really know where the whole misconception with weapon banner really comes from, because like when you play the other gacha games, you don't get the weapons unless you actually pull for them. Like this is the only game that gives you a chance to get a weapon for free. So I don't really know if it's that big of a deal. A lot of niggas think that's like a cop out, I guess, but I don't know. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
The other games don't give you a chance to get a weapon for free. You have to spend your currency to get it from the gacha.
This is the editing
Here you spend the
software is
currency for the
Vegas.
character. Are they on the roof? I can't tell.
Vegas.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're on the roof. I'm getting shot. I need. What are we doing? I'm dying.
Nigga, body armor up.
I'm getting shot. What do you mean? You can't body armor while you're getting shot?
Yeah, you can.
No.
I
Oh,
reloaded.
shit.
I reloaded. Yeah, my bad.
Same.
Yeah.
I don't want to be in there anyway. I don't think it's a good idea just to stay in the chopper.
That's crazy. Any other time we'll be in the fucking chopper, having a grand old time.
You know, Baller, like he one of them niggas. He like a Warzone veteran or something, bro. He survived the first Verdansk assault, so you know he know better than us.
The first Verdansk.
This ain't my first Verdansk.
Yeah, Baller was one of the first boots on the ground during Verdansk. If anybody knows how to survive a war zone, it's him. Getting shot in the back. I can't. I'm about to die. The robots killed me. Y'all niggas still flying around that dumbass helicopter, bro. Baller was right.
Oh my god, dude.
Baller was right. Baller was a nigga coming up. I got down by the robots, but I was getting shot by a nigga from the back. Yeah, there should be a nigga on his way. He was in that direction. One of y'all can get me.
Yeah.
Where's the green dude? Is he still fucking flying?
He is.
Better call Saul. I guess we can't call you after all, nigga. The fuck? That supply drop is landing right on top of us.
There's niggas here. They just called niggas over there at the redeploy.
Better call Saul.
We gotta help this nigga.
He got squad wipe.
Fuck him.
Supply kit about to drop. Or did it already drop?
No,
It's
coming down.
It's coming down now. Is he still getting shot at?
Yep. I'm not going over there right now.
I mean, you
Maybe
can
when I
go.
play a team-based game and refuse to help team.
I'm waiting for the supply drop.
I'm
waiting for a shitty supply drop.
Yeah, I'm about to open up the safe anyways.
Okay, can y'all the niggas actually come over here? Like,
I died. Some people flew over here.
They're at the respawn. They're arriving at boy right now.
Come on, use the gun. Use the powerful gun.
They just revived them.
Bang! Oh my god, he's
Bang.
hacking! He's fucking hacking!
You revived
Revive
boy.
us!
I still have shots.
there's two of them. I'm cooked.
Who's shooting?
Crazy. We're getting another shot at victory, guys.
Oh, you goofy motherfucker! You thought you was Sniper Elite. Give me your shit. You're trash. Hey, it's gold armor over here. One of y'all want it? Oh, I'm sorry, orange armor.
Yeah.
Y'all don't know nothing about this hand cannon, man. I used to play Black Ops 3 and one-tap people with this hand cannon all the time. I was born with this shit, molded by it.
There's guys here. I'm getting shot in the back.
Coming.
Let me get my peacekeeper.
I killed his boy over there, so you know he gotta be mad.
Yeah.
Where's
Anyone got my
the
shit?
They're in this house. Yep.
Second, I'm getting up to the roof.
All right, I'm down.
Ready to open a roof?
Yeah, he just came up here. He's on the roof. All right, now go res me. I shouldn't have been talking shit. I've been talking too much shit, man.
Yeah.
Open that safe. I had a key on me. Baller got a key too. They're in the tower. The windmill. Yep. Squad wipe. Yep.
Trying to figure out where the safe is.
Ping it. Coming back. Is my stuff on the roof safe? Like, can I go get it, or is it out of zone?
It's out of zone. I did pick up your hand cannon with 2 shots.
That's fine. 2 shots will down somebody, even with orange armor. As long as you hit them.
Yeah.
Cool.
I got no plates. It's a nigga over there.
I got 7 if you need them.
Circle's moving.
Sure.
This is like last circle? Oh shit, yeah, it's 6
It
squads.
is.
Look. I played smaller for you.
I'm up top. Where are you?
Down here. This nigga getting shot from the side.
Yep.
1 second.
I got a white ass gun. This nigga's below you.
Woo! I gotta get out.
This nigga's behind you. Watch out.
Oh! One second. Look at my inventory. Drop. There you go.
Thank you.
Plating up. Oh, gotta move.
Niggas see us on radar.
Dude's calling in the HKDs.
Got him.
Squad wipe. It's us. It's a full squad versus a full squad. Waller, watch out. Down him. I got nothing but my fists. Getting shot. Block the grenades.
I'm down. This guy's over here. He's on me.
You got orange. I couldn't do nothing. Got shot twice.
Yeah, that's game.
Sorry, Better Call Saul's gonna clutch it.
Against 2 people.
You never know. The one
Down one. He down one. Come on, no!
Damn. You tried, man. I really appreciate it. You're the GOAT. I'll always remember you.
Yeah, bro had fucking 12 kills.
Dropping bodies.
We all had 4. Now we gotta watch this gay ass shit.
No, we can leave. They used to not let you leave on these, right? You have to watch it.
Yeah, they used to not. No, you gotta be cucked victorily. You gotta get your victory cucked kind of shit.
Yeah, I mean, you really didn't know about Dave Chappelle bringing Elon on the stage?
No.
Yeah, it wasn't even for a joke or something. Like he actually said after the show that he was surprised that people didn't want to see the world's richest man on stage. I told you, bro, this nigga's out of touch. He's cooked.
It's like, why would we give a shit about seeing some rich motherfucker? Like, if you were, that's like something you're only interested if you're another rich guy. Like, oh, he's the best of us.
That just sounds like a joke. I need to see the full thing. That just sounds like he said that to get them upset on purpose.
It's literally Elon was at the show and he saw Elon and asked him to come up on stage. You can watch the clip. And when Elon got up there, they just booed him. And then Dave is like, he's trying to play it off, and he's like, "What? You guys don't want to see the world's richest man? Like, what? He didn't even bring him up there. It's just weird. It was awkward. What was the point of that?"
I would do the same thing, to be honest, and then laugh. Elon retarded for going up there.
Yeah, they got a clip of it.
Would have went up there and got kirked.
Yeah, they brought Elon on stage, and apparently they booed this nigga for 5 minutes. You might have to find a better clip than this because I can't find it. There was some niggas recording the shit from the audience. And I guess he posted it on Reddit, but it got taken down.
You don't choose when your home needs help.
Orange Jenkins is coming to Greenville. And we don't charge extra for weekends or evenings.
Really?
We get there faster. Which means you get help with your heating,
Air conditioning,
plumbing, and electrical when you need it most.
So current Dave Chappelle is the type of person that past Dave Chappelle will make fun of.
Yeah, I just want Charlie Murphy to come back, dude.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't know about that whole thing, Khalil, with him talking about how he had to walk away from the Chappelle show because people were laughing at the racism, not at the jokes. That's been like a thing for years.
I thought it was because they took control of everything.
No, that he said that he stepped away from the show primarily. At least that's what he said. That's what he
this
said.
is 3 years ago. I wouldn't understand why they're booing him 3 years ago.
You know why they're booing him? Because Elon shut down some businesses or whatever the fuck it is. He fired a bunch of niggas in San Francisco like that fucking month or some shit. He literally fired a bunch of niggas' jobs, so they're booing him on stage.
I wouldn't.
They thought it would be funny to bring him on stage for a joke, I guess. I don't understand. I don't know what the point was.
Yeah, the joke is him getting fucking booed after firing a whole bunch of niggas.
Well, no one likes Elon Musk.
That's not relevant as like. What's more important is like why did Dave Chappelle bring him on stage? That's actually obviously the most relevant factor. Why did he bring him up on stage? And then you have to ask the question: did he know that Elon did that? Because Elon fired people all the time. Are you aware of like people getting fired directly that are affected by him in his face?
If
You
you
would
watch
have to know that.
if you watch the other clip, Elon was supposed to be like one of his special guests, like he was in the special seats or some shit like that. But I don't know what the intention was of bringing him there. I don't understand what the joke was or what the setup was. It looks like he just whatever he was gonna do, he didn't do it when niggas just kept booing Elon.
Is anyone else coming here? Some people behind us, but they're not coming exactly over here.
I'm gonna get a gun and I'm gonna kill them robots in the box. Yeah, Khalil, there was a whole point. He talked about it before. He said there was like literally a point where he was going somewhere or he was going somewhere. He parked his car and was heading somewhere to like a public place, and some guy saw him on the street and he literally told him, this is like back when he was deciding to quit Chappelle's show. Some guy saw him on the street and he was like, "Yeah, I love that joke you made about them niggers." You know, he told him that to his face.
Maybe that was not the best idea to say that.
Yeah, another one of the reasons why he decided to quit. But that was like a whole thing for him is that he said I mean, I'm just saying his reason for saying why he decided to step away from the show is because people were laughing at the bad parts of the jokes instead of the joke itself. And then Dave sits here and he does 6 different specials where all he does is talk about trannies. Like, what? I don't get what he's doing. Just let it go, man. Any other nigga would step away from it. Somebody in the thing was talking about how fucking Daniel Tosh got a lot of shit because he made a rape joke, and he just moved on. He just didn't talk about it no more. Dave wouldn't have let the shit go. He would have been talking about rape for 6 specials. You gonna sit there for 6 specials and watch this nigga talking about women getting raped?
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's a common thing where comedians they get told like, or they're told not to say something, they want to say something. But I think now are the times where like, you know, you can't really do that for these kind of like streaming specials and shit. Like comedy's not the same as it was 20 years ago, dude. I don't know what to tell you.
I need a grapple hook. If y'all see one, and you already have one.
Yeah. Look, I think comedians have a power of making uncomfortable situations funny, or uncomfortable events.
They ain't like Jesus and shit.
I mean, some of them have Jesus
They
jokes.
ain't turning the water to make the water laugh or some shit. No,
It's no, it's not the it's it's the
Armor gear.
ability to make jokes out of unfortunate situations like 9/11. Like they can make jokes about 9/11, right? And
I
it
mean-
doesn't hit as, you know.
I mean, that's what comedy does. They try to alleviate bad things by making jokes about it for sure. But I mean, like, with things that are like streaming services or anything, they really don't want you doing that anymore. It's
Well-
times have changed.
I mean, it just depends on who you are. I mean, Dave Chappelle does it. I mean, like, but again, it's Dave
To his
Chappelle.
detriment.
Yeah.
Dave Chappelle does it. We know what happened to him like 3 or 4 or 5 years ago. He did that Chinese stuff, and then that was pretty much it.
Like he's had like specials for sure. But I don't know anyone who's talking about Dave Chappelle really anymore.
Yeah.
Like
I don't know anybody's talking about any comedian, basically,
Yeah, he's only
at all, unless they're trying to tear him up for voting for Trump.
Yeah, Dave was one of the first ones when Trump was getting elected. He said, "Give him a chance."
Yeah. Dave's a Republican, I'm pretty sure.
A lot of, I mean, again, like a lot. I mean, you know, a lot of niggas think that Dave don't rep for the nigga community. I don't know if that's true. I know there was a story. What was it? A few years back where
The
his
nigga
neighborhood
community is crazy, man.
I mean, I don't know how you say it. There was a story a
Nigga
few
is
years back
racist.
where Dave is like easily the richest person in his neighborhood, and he essentially threatened his community was voting to basically get affordable housing, right, for low income households.
Set a
And
special.
Dave, yeah, he talked about it, right? He literally told these niggas that he would pull out. He would pull out all the businesses, everything he's invested into the neighborhood's business, everything he would pull out of the neighborhood essentially, if they voted on the Affordable Housing Act. So they declined it because he is by far the richest nigga that lives in his neighborhood. So he basically made sure that no poor nigga is ever gonna be around him.
Yep. Well, that's the whole thing. Like, we're for these acts that benefit the community until you become richer than the community.
No,
It's
link up with the
it's that
vandal.
classic thing. Like, once you got walls on your house, you don't want anyone coming in.
Yeah.
They've had a whole thing. They every time I hear somebody talk about Dave Chappelle, it's always something negative. Like what was it? I don't know. Khalil might know more about it than me. They had a whole thing where they wanted a bunch of niggas to come out and perform in Dubai. And Dave previously said that he would never like go. There's no place that could like if he doesn't want to perform there or whatever. He's not willing to go there. There's no amount of money they could offer him. And he literally openly admitted that they paid him enough money to where he would go out and do this performance in Dubai. And when they
Yeah.
asked him like, why would you do it? He was like, well, other niggas did it too. Other comedians did it too. So like, I don't know why I'm getting scrutinized. Because you
Yeah,
literally said that there's no amount of money somebody would pay me to go to some place that I don't want to perform.
Ugh. I mean, niggas
Does
backtrack
anyone
all
want
the
this
time.
upgrade for their attachment?
Yeah, I'll come get it.
Niggas backtrack all the time. The only reason all those comedians got flack for going to that event,
The money.
it's for money and because they're Muslim. That's pretty much what it is, if I'm being honest. It's just because they're Muslim countries.
Nigga sniping at y'all. Nigga almost took my damn head off. Come on, pop out again so I can suck you dry.
What?
I can't fucking shoot him, dude.
I'm about to drop. Oh, whoever's hunting us is real close to me. Is that them?
Oh well, we should get out of here. Ramon, do you have a grapple hook?
It's the nigga sniping us, I'm pretty sure. I just dropped a fucking psych bomb on his ass. Yeah, get psyched, nigga. Is there a vehicle here?
That nigga's gone, dude.
He ain't do
He
nothing
says
with
it's still close to him.
Even closer. I'm moving up on y'all, so he's got to still be over here. Him and the squad.
You gotta be really close.
Up in the hills. I only had
Orange
2
armor.
plates. Hopefully that nigga got plates on him.
Oh, there's 2 niggas here.
Oh my god!
I gotta reload.
Shot him
I
back.
literally down 2 niggas here. Where you guys at?
Almost down one.
They're about to kill me. The Helsing guy
I
ran
have
by
no
you guys on
plates.
your right. On your right, Ramon.
I have no plates.
Oh, big fella.
Yay! Now revive me, Ramon. Revive me. I'll revive the other guy.
Helicopter.
You're right. I'll bounce on it.
What?
What?
Bro, what did you be watching in the middle of the night, bro?
Bro, this nigga on fucking the gooner.
No, it's
thing,
I
bro.
literally I came across I'm on an Instagram and I was scrolling and it just happened to be this video. All right, look, I literally.
They recommended it to you.
Oh yes, it's in my feed.
It's in the algorithm.
Maybe you go feed your bitch.
Oh,
That's
he
crazy.
says you
You
need
don't
to be
let
a
him
house
hug you like that?
husband.
That's insane.
I can't say bitches anymore because you're a loyal man.
Yeah, you want to hear it?
Your lady?
What the fuck was that? Who just blew that up? Oh
Bro,
shit, there's a
these
nigga right
people
here.
dropping in here.
Yeah, it's a Terminator nigga. Over here with me. I gotta play it up. You might have went inside. Don't get shot. Right down here. Yeah, I was like, who the fuck? I was like, who the fuck blew the window up?
Squad wipe.
Jesus. Scary.
Oh, I get this bitch and shit in my recommenders all the time.
Oh, now you get it in your recommenders all the time. But when I watch,
I get it in my recommenders on YouTube because I be watching bitches like this on YouTube. It's a little warm up for me before I stroke my dick.
Oh, so you a real gooner. You
Yeah,
a
but
gooner.
I you know I'm a gooner though. What are you gooning for? You have a bitch. What do you need to goon for? You can
He
walk
has
two
you there.
rooms over and
I
wipe her
was
down.
literally just scrolling.
Yeah, you was scrolling.
It only scrolls in there if your algorithm is built like that, bro. Thoughts?
I got a bunch, bro. I got Jews. I got Holocaust. I got
this-
Oh
conspiracy
my
theories.
god. I'm putting my mic on mute. I'm about to put my brain on mute, actually.
There's a
This
lot
chick,
of stuff on my
this
algorithm.
chick's channel is like literally.
Pause this. What's going on? Two different comments, same comments. What does GB stand for? Futile 9304. There are only 2 people in YouTube, dog. What does that mean? Are you American? Did you speak English?
Oh, it's like the same. It's like the same joke. Like again, it's like I eventually after like 5-6 videos, I just fucking stopped. I was like, I can't do this.
Nigga drop HKDs on there.
Yeah, we probably need to go. This is where we got flashbanged at last time. Remember this, baller?
Yeah, remember baller?
This is when you left us to die, baller.
I didn't have any control, fellas.
Big fella, I posted the clip and everything.
They're literally right up above us, so.
Why is this
What the
dude?
fuck you mean there's here?
Why is this dude still in the zone killing me, dude? I down him.
No. I'm
Oh my god, let me out!
Niggas on the island.
I got killed by fucking Jeffrey Epstein. Was that your guys' first death?
Yeah, like all these videos, the same joke. They're going for a car ride. She's trying to suck his dick. He's like, nah, let's go get food. She's like, yeah, I got something I can eat. It's the same joke, bro. This is the boys humor. You don't like the boys? Sister Sage made the same joke last season. This nigga's on the roof. Big win. He's gonna lay down. Call of Duty really taught a whole generation of niggas that when you see another man, you should just lay on your belly.
What?
That's what it is, bro. Call of Duty taught a whole generation of niggas that when you see another man, you should just the best thing you can do is to lay on your belly. Tell me how I'm wrong. The first time you get drop shotted on a nigga in Call of Duty, when he drop shots you, it's like you've been betrayed. You know, he broke that sacred creed. You was fighting him 1v1. You know, you was fighting him man to man, and then he just laid on the ground.
Submissive.
Yep, submissive. Call of Duty players are submissive and breedable. Just look at Khan.
What?
Yeah, that's why he can't play Call of Duty no more. He said he don't got to touch no more because he got tired of being touched.
Yeah, remember when he's playing the Nuketown Play-Doh? Nigga dropped like 200 kills and died once and left the game.
Yep. Funny shit.
Did do that.
Baller, I thought we told you about this. He was playing Nuketown. Colin was literally spawn trapping these niggas. He dropped like literally, like Tevin said, like 200 something kills. You know, it was crazy. He had these niggas trapped in the spawn. He's blowing them up with kill streaks. And then some nigga ran into the spawn and knifed him. And he literally screamed at the top of his lungs, "Fuck this shit ass game!" And he just left. He left the game immediately.
Yeah, he's not lying, by the way. That actually happened.
Yeah, that was a real thing. I thought he was doing it for a joke, but he was really mad. He turned the whole damn console off. Unplugged this shit.
Sorry, man. I gotta leave you.
It don't matter. Leave me to die.
Yeah. Oh,
come get my loot. I'm on a free loadout anyways.
Wrong game.
This ain't our creators.
Y'all really not gonna finish me off?
Hey,
bro,
what?
Bro, finish me. Bro, y'all really gonna do this to me? Even my wife don't finish me no more, man. Somebody finish me off. Get back over here and finish me. You can't just down me and leave me to die.
What
the fuck?
Liar, bro. He just said he just
bro,
named,
finish me. Put a bullet in my ass.
Ramon's
Shoot
such
me
a
up.
chronic liar, bro. He just dropped the idea that he had a wife like in an instant with no like remorse and no like hesitation.
Yeah.
This is crazy, dude. You're really just gonna let me leak all over the floor. Thank you.
It's up to me now.
Oh, you do think Ramon actually got a wife and kids, though?
He said it like he actually has a wife.
Yeah.
It was so effortless.
Straight up liar.
He's like, that woman talking in the background, that's not his mom, bro. That's his wife.
It's insane. Khalil, you really gonna get a Civ 7?
Yes.
When we need you on Call of Duty, soldier?
I'm not playing COD.
We need you on the Warzone.
I don't play Warzone.
Neither do I, but I'm on here. Thoughts?
You don't play Civ 7 either, bro. What?
Oh, shots fired. Shots fired. Repeat. Yep, call ambulance for that nigga. Shots
I
fired.
play Civ more than you.
Yeah, they call that buyer's remorse, bro.
Nigga, ain't you about a new Destiny DLC?
What I gotta do anything? I also bought the white lightsaber.
You proud of that?
Yeah, I love it. You know, come on, we gotta leave. I gotta go on Call of Duty real quick. Khalil did this to y'all. Not Call of Duty, Destiny.
That's a day ago. Paramount. Well, they did.
Oh man, this cookie dough is not that good. I shouldn't have bought this.
When was CinemaCon?
Let me get some butter.
CinemaCon was April 13th to April 16th, and the last of Avatar movie leaked on the 15th. So that means these niggas came to a convention and said they were pledging to release movies in the theaters, and still chose not to release Avatar.
Yep. They wanted to use it to push subscription service. That's literally it. I mean, there's no other reason to do it. For some reason, they thought that niggas was gonna pay like $15-$16 a month for Paramount instead of going to the theaters.
Yep.
I don't know. Maybe there's some metrics there that they don't know about. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. You know, maybe they right. Maybe niggas wouldn't have went to the theaters to see this movie.
I'm pretty sure it's like the money gets broken down. Like it doesn't get split. I mean, it gets split, right? Instead of it going straight towards Paramount or just on a streaming service, you know, it's you gotta pay for all the distributions. You gotta pay for the theaters. You gotta pay for the slots. You gotta pay for the extra IMAX theater shits. Yada yada yada. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
This niggas being greedy. Instead of splitting, let's say I don't know what tickets like what. Let's say $30 nowadays. So let's say if at least 10 million. Let's see a million go. That's at least 30 mil, but it's 30 mil split with the movie niggas and whatnot. Yada yada.
What's the tell me? How come you don't have the boys pack? Is that they playing as Dave Chappelle?
You didn't buy the Dave Chappelle skin?
No, it's not even a Dave Chappelle skin, bro. It's like Half Baked. I don't want to play as Dave Chappelle from Half Baked. I want to play as one of the Chappelle Show characters. Let me play as fucking Tyrone Biggums or fucking Dave Chappelle, Rick James.
They're not doing that.
Okay, now I would buy some shit like that.
They're not doing that.
Yeah.
Nah, you ask.
Yeah, when you imagine killing a nigga with a grenade as Tyrone Biggums, and he says, "Let he who throweth the first rock, and I shall smoketh it."
You know, when they make his running animations that he fall on the ground and start fucking moving, rolling on the ground, and he keep moving at the same speed.
It's stuff like that. I don't know, man. Like, I would buy it if it was Chappelle Show Dave. I don't want to play as Half Baked Dave. Half Baked is a good movie,
but
I mean, it's Half Baked is a good movie. But I don't remember the name of his nigga in Half Baked. Is he just playing himself, like a fictionalized version of himself?
You never seen Half Big?
I don't remember the name of the nigga in Half
wanna
Baked.
watch?
Is he playing a fictionalized version of himself, or is he playing a character in Half Baked?
Well, I think it's just how he normally acts, but he just smokes weed.
No, that's not, I mean, who
You didn't answer the
motherfucker?
question, bro. Are you even
You know
listening?
how you know how Jack Black plays
phone down, bro.
himself in Tenacious D?
Yeah,
Is he
that's
Jack
what I'm.
Black?
I'm saying it's just Dave Chappelle who just smokes weed.
It's not. He doesn't play his
fuck you, bro. Let me
Jack
go look
Black.
this up.
It's JD.
He is the character of him is how. Look, if you watch the Chappelle show, literally
Answer the
Chappelle
question.
show,
Is it actually Dave Chappelle? That's what he's asking. It's so basic. You just guessed
that's what I'm saying. It's literally Dave Chappelle. He just smokes weed. It's clear.
Explaining the plot of the movie.
Is he playing a character in the movie? Like, what is the name of his character in Half Baked? Or is his character's name?
Thugger Good or Sir Smoke a Lot. That's what it is.
Yeah, Sir Smoke a Lot,
Okay.
Thurgood
That's not Dave
That's
Chappelle.
what I
bro.
wanted to know.
That's not
This
Dave Chappelle.
motherfucker another
Okay, his
question
name wasn't
ever
Dave.
again.
Well,
His
you didn't
name
ask him.
wasn't
He
Dave.
said if
That's
he's
what he
playing
asked.
him.
No, shut up. That's what he asked.
No. When you say
No,
is he
no,
playing
no,
him,
stop.
Is he acting
literally
as him?
himself, as in Dave Chappelle. Is he actually Dave, a fictional version of Dave in the universe of the Half Baked shit, or is it somebody else? That's what he asked.
That's
I
not how
can't
you
believe you
explain
make
it.
more money than me.
That's not how you
That's
explain
how
it.
the question is supposed to be understood, no matter how you explain it, bro.
The way I
Is
understood
it
the question
really
was-
That's So Raven? Is it Raven the Magician?
the way I understood it was: is Dave Chappelle actually playing himself, or is he playing as an actual acting role? Like, is he playing like a
that's literally
serious
what he
character?
said. That's literally
Or
what he
is he?
said.
No,
He's
but
Jack
is
Black
he,
in the
is-
movie, dude. Like, yeah, he's a panda, but like that's just how Jack Black acts.
See, you see exactly. But
He's making fun
that's
of you,
how
bro.
Jack Black
He's
acts.
making fun of you.
No,
He's
no,
making
no,
fun
no,
of
no,
you.
no.
He's making fun of
No,
you.
no, no.
He's making fun of you.
That's how I understood the question. That's how I understood the question.
Yeah, that's how Jack Black
That's
acts.
ridiculous.
Like, yeah, he's a panda, but he's
Is this
just
how I
Jack
get a
Black.
girlfriend, man? By just dumbing myself down a little bit? Like,
This
god
is
damn it.
crazy. Close was fucking with us, bro. He's way too smart to be doing this shit. This is insane.
He's not paying attention. That's what it comes down to.
Oh, that's how you... Bitches love it when you don't pay attention to them.
There's
Well,
niggas up the hill from us. I don't know if y'all saw them. Oh shit. Oh, okay, yeah, this is a sniper. I thought I picked up a fucking shotgun.
Pick up these nuts.
That's all I wanted to know. I didn't know if like because I think the pack is not. The pack is called the Half Baked Pack. You know,
It's actually Ramon. His name is Thug Good Jenkins in the game.
Is it?
Thug
That's
Good
funny.
Jenkins. Yeah. Not Thug Good Chappelle, Khalil.
That's all I wanted to know. I didn't know he was playing a fictionalized version of himself. You know, some of these actors do that. They play a fictionalized version of themselves. That's all. That's all I wanted to know.
Kanye's been doing it for years.
Oh shit.
Does
Bro,
anyone
what
want
is this
the-
shit,
actually,
bro?
I do.
There's two different versions of the skin. One
There's
is
a trauma
Thug.
pack here if
One
anyone
is Sir
wants it.
Smoke a Lot, and the other one is Thug Good Jenkins.
I'm gonna go open up this safe.
The armor over here if y'all want it.
Why didn't they just like get something from the skits? You think people know Thug Good Jenkins more than fucking? What's going on?
They probably wanted to do because I mean Call of Duty be selling weed skins and stuff. They probably wanted to do. They probably couldn't get the Comedy Central stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm pretty sure Comedy Central still 100% owns Chappelle's show, so they probably couldn't get the licensing for that. I don't know. Half Baked is old as fuck. So Dave Chappelle would have been more recent. More niggas would have known about that. Or not, the Chappelle show would have been more recent. More niggas would have known about that than fucking Half Baked.
Let's go over here.
Okay.
Usually good stuff over here.
Weed skin, bro.
Always has been. The weed's gonna sell like gangbusters.
Yeah.
Yeah, You didn't see the Black Ops 6 one we used to poke? It was what is it? It's called it was the iguana one. I forgot what the skin was called, but he's literally like a weed iguana. And when you buy the pack, you get a finisher. When you finish a nigga, you literally stick a fucking bong in his ass, like you kill him with the bong, and then you smoke the bong out of him. I think the finisher is literally called like smoke a bloke or some shit like that. Toke a bloke, smoke a bloke. I can't even fucking remember.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, they have been trying to tone down the goofy skins because niggas are. Oh, these niggas are here. Hear him talking
oh my
too.
God, they're going after me.
Yeah. The assassinate thing was in that room, so they're probably across the street, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see them. They're at the gas station right now. One dude at least.
Get fucked, losers.
I think they wanted to put a weed skin in the
that shit
game,
is nowhere near there.
but they wanted to make it a real nigga, so that's why they chose Dave Chappelle. I mean, they could have chose anything, to be honest. They already had what did we have? What did we have in the first season of Black Ops 7? Fucking holy shit! Why I forget these niggas' names? Crack the nigga.
Are we gonna push these niggas?
I mean, we in zone. We can do whatever we want. Baller said he pushing. Push it to the limit. They're on the roof of the gas station right now. Fuck, who the fuck do we have in season 1? Jay and Silent Bob. That's what we had, I think.
Where the fuck did they go?
How
They
many
ran.
weed skins can we sell?
That's crazy. They were hunting us and they became the prey. They're probably gonna revive their boy. That's what they're doing.
I gotta switch to skin next time.
Yeah, where's your Fallout skin, bro?
No, I'm playing as the other bitch with the tattoos on her titties. I'm using his Asian skin. I wanted a skin randomizer. That's what I really wanted. They gotta know we coming for them. Are they fighting niggas up there?
I don't know.
I saw a gunshot. No, I didn't mean us, Tevin. I meant them. They're still close.
Yeah, he went over this way.
It's the fucking helicopter up.
I think we're literally all just running.
You got in a car, I think. Went to the right.
Yeah, there's a car.
Yeah. Please, I don't want to sprint no more.
Fuck you mean team successfully evaded, bro? Put that tracker back up. Please, I don't want to sprint no more. That is alive. That is crazy.
I saw a sniper glint over here. Yep, I
Yeah,
sure
right there.
do.
Look at this shit, Demirs. This is the skin we had in Black Ops 6. This is like one of the first skins they put in the game too. It's like a $30 pack.
This might be the craziest bundle in Black Ops 6, or the craziest bundle so far. The Dank Days Mastercraft bundle comes with an absurdly
Oh my
cool
God.
looking KSV Mastercraft, meaning you can change the barrel
HKDs.
and stock without
Yeah,
the
the
core design being
HKBs.
disrupted, a chameleon stone skin, a GPMG blueprint, an AGR skin, and a few other items. Obviously, the key part about this bundle is the KSV Mastercraft with its reactive properties and wild inspect animation. The inspect, only having one variation unlike a few other Mastercrafts
shit.
in Black Ops 6, turns the KSV into a giant bong where your operator reuses the stock to take a hit force
Hey,
no
Tommy, he
doubt.
playing as your nigga,
fuck?
bro.
The reactive
He's playing as
properties
John
after
Black
getting
Ops.
kills
The gun is a bong. That's insane, dude.
John
Yeah,
Black Ops.
They have another skin too. In Black Ops 6, where you play as the Weed Wizard. You know that was the funniest one. Yeah, it's literally a Weed Wizard skin, and you get a sniper rifle where when you aim down the scope, it turns it into a bong, just like this one. And when you kill niggas, it turns them into weed puffs, like a puff, like a Lucky Charm boom or some shit. You can turn into a weed leaf. Where's the Weed Wizard skin? Let me find it.
We killed like 3 niggas down here, by the way.
Yeah, look at this shit. This is the Wizard of COD, bro. Come on.
Wizard of COD.
Why can't I hit this shit?
Use
Yeah.
as HKDs, bro. Leave me alone.
Yeah, they're only good in multiplayer.
No.
Someone use the thing. It'll mark them.
I tried. Won't let me.
Oh, I guess he's gone then. Maybe their guy that they were trying to get was nowhere near them.
No target found.
Whatever.
Maybe there's a perk that makes it so you can't get marked by contracts or something. That's why it doesn't pick up niggas sometimes.
They're at the redeploy over here.
Gas station, one on the roof. They're fighting a squad.
Find a car.
Oh my god, I love going in here with close range weapons. Push it to the limit.
Crack this guy.
Hey yo.
I don't know. I'm pushing up. They gotta know we're here by now, right?
Yeah. Oh my god, stem shot.
The VS Recon, it feels like I can never hit shit with it. Another group of HKDs.
Nigga immediately fucking grappled up back on top again.
Squad wipe.
Squad wipe.
Apparently I downed that nigga. I don't know. There's another nigga. There's another nigga. I just saw him. Like over here. I'm out of grapples. That nigga died with a grapple?
Grapple these nuts.
Yeah, make sure the orange weapon. Shitter.
Grip on.
Good night, Chloe.
It just
I'm not going to sleep.
it's such a
Well,
weird
if you
thing
find one.
to see these gacha
Oh, here you
games
go.
remind how the character rarely speaks. Like, what is that about?
In the Call of Duty?
Gacha games.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey, here's the grappling hook.
I found one.
Where?
No, his niggas across the street fighting the
I
squad
already
right
picked
now.
it up, bro.
I mean, the whole idea behind all this is another set of HKDs coming down.
Oh my god.
What's with the HKDs this game?
I don't know. It's very,
Jesus.
very odd. Yeah, they don't let these gacha game characters talk like 90% of the time because it's supposed to be self-insert shit. You mostly see it in the CN gachas and stuff. A lot of the Korean games don't care if the protagonist has a personality or talks, but
Oh my god.
I mean, it's still like the same type of wish fulfillment shit. You know, usually the Korean gachas are like very waifu heavy, you know, pushing the
I just felt like there was a shift because like Aether basically doesn't talk. Is that his name? The main character in Genshin.
Yeah, they did start letting him talk more later on.
Yeah.
But it took a while for that to happen. I downed a dude.
They're in that house.
Who's the main
Down another
character
guy.
in the one that you're playing right now?
The
nigga with
it's
the bow
supposed
and
to be. Yeah, it's supposed to be a girl. It's supposed to be a male and female.
Oh, big fella, you pushed out with no backup. I repeat, no backup.
This is a different squad. This is a different squad.
One fight.
Okay.
It's supposed to be the male and the female, but the male definitely has way more plot relevance than the female does, at least right now. Someone is getting shot with my turret. I dropped it behind us, so they're back at the redeploy.
Don't take that.
Oh, this yours?
Yeah.
No, say something, nigga.
Yeah, they're using a redeploy. Yo! Oh,
Squad
God.
wipe. There's another nigga over there.
Yeah, niggas just pulled up a car.
Yeah.
Another squad wipe. What's that? A
Going back
grapple?
to my dead body.
Yeah, this nigga's over here by me. By me! Fuck! Oh, I need niggas to listen, bro. How y'all didn't hear that fucking extension cord going off?
Bro, all you said, there's niggas behind me. You immediately went down, nigga.
I said, what was that noise? A grapple?
See, I didn't hear that.
Oh, if one of y'all can get up on here, you can revive me, because I mean, like, I'm right below the shit. Gelato is trying. Oh, shit. Good shit, Tevin.
Oh, I'm dead.
Let's get in the house. I got armor box. Oh, fuck.
I'm dead. There's 2 niggas in here. 3 niggas, actually. That's game. No, I'm already all tapped out.
Oh, my God. I got a revive, right? Or I already died. I don't even remember. Or is revive disabled?
It's probably revives disabled.
I don't remember dying. I mean, Gelato, he's on the ass. Oh, he's dead.
This nigga's in the circle, yeah.
He's out of his zone. Oh, save me. Where's Iffy at, bro? We need his eagle ears.
You playing Enfield, bro.
Oh, he probably is. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, that new show.
Yeah, pull for Lang Mang.
That ain't even her name.
Nigga.
How you know that?
I don't play Enfield anymore, but
Got him.
nigga, I'm about to eat your ass.
Damn,
Wait a
bro, if I know
minute.
you talk about that to other niggas.
Freaky ass nigga.
Yo, freaky ass nigga, one of them, God. Right, I don't know.
Yep. Yeah, Khalil, did you hear about this? Saul from Impractical Jokers has reclogged the Strait of Hormuz. What do you think about that?
Yo. He's gonna have to make it at the ceasefire to try and claim he got it back open.
Yeah, what's up, Khalil? Would you rather eat a baby raw or a puppy raw?
A puppy.
Why you pick a puppy?
I'd much rather not eat human flesh.
Okay. Would you rather eat a puppy raw or a tree raw?
A tree.
Yeah, your average tree. So I don't know. It's like 20 feet tall. You got to eat the whole tree.
Yeah.
That's in one sitting?
And that's a male tree that you're eating, so you're gay.
Well, no.
To make it easier, instead of a tree, it's just a log, but it's still like a I don't know, it's like a 5-foot log. You got to eat the whole thing.
So, I mean, certain trees it was like male and female, right? Like, aren't they like was it androgynous?
I don't know the
They're
gender of trees,
asexual.
bro. They all got.
Oh my god,
holes.
Homelander's in the game.
Yeah, they literally can be asexual.
Where's he at, bro? I gotta find. I got the virus, the top Omnanda.
I just got like a 20 banger, dude.
The virus, the top Omnanda.
Yeah, we saw, dude. We saw. It was actually 7. Bitch.
Yeah.
Damn, you
D7.
counting? That's crazy. You want to call me?
You gonna let them
Bro, I
call
can
you
leave
like
this
that,
game
boy?
right now. I hold the power of this game.
I can
in my
play
hand.
Battlefield 6 Red Sec right now.
I ain't playing that shit game.
I am.
So,
I got
Chloe,
another
what makes
VC with some anime niggas waiting for me, bro.
Chloe, what makes you more upset? Somebody getting shot right in front of your eyes, or getting a slice of pizza with only one pepperoni on it?
I don't like pepperoni on pizza.
Hypothetically speaking, what do you like on pizza?
Plain. I like just regular cheese.
All right, so you ask for pepper, you ask for pizza, and there's no cheese on it at all. It's just sauce.
Well, I don't like cheese to begin with.
And
So I'll
it's
be
like
alright.
it's like the nastiest sauce ever too. It's like the nastiest sauce ever. Like they went to the store and just got some fucking cold Rouse sauce and put it on your shit.
I'd
Remind us of
probably
girl
be-
chat. Remind us of
I'd-
girl.
Who is it?
Touch Bunny. Indian Squad. That's a girl.
Is that what Touch Bunny? Are you a chick?
Please don't do this.
Why did he tell me, bro? My boy told me you were a girl. I was about to put on my like anime guy voice and riz you up.
You about to be on someone's fucking video.
Wow, I can't believe there's a gamer girl in my game.
Don't take that. Don't take that. Don't take that. Don't take it. Thank you. Oh my god, we're already dying. You're trash, Ramon. You're fucking trash.
I had no weapons. I hid in the corner.
Ain't no way these niggas dying already, bro.
Yeah, that's the guy that killed us. He's got the Terminator skin, so you know he's sweaty. Just
Oh
start
my
running.
god, dude. Are you serious?
Dude, it's always these sweaty ass Terminator skins, man. Like they put that shit in the game, and like everybody that buys it is like a sweat lord.
I mean, I would have killed him if I wasn't trying to riz up this hot gamer girl.
Wow,
Well, she probably gonna be like 400 pounds.
it's a nigga. Kevin was fucking trolling.
Yeah, it also could be a nigga with a voice changer. You know.
Oh, he ain't no
like
voice changer. That's a deep voice ass nigga.
Oh,
Kevin's just
so-
fucking trolling.
Am I?
Khalil, you don't like these chubby girls just because they're quirky or what? Like, what's
Bro, Khalil, he has to like
My
chubby
girl-
girls because there's no way he was out here telling niggas to fuck fat bitches when he wouldn't do it. Talking about slaying dragons and shit. Imagine dragons. How about that one, nigga?
Bro, I fuck fat bitches.
Just imagine dragons.
Imagine dragons, nigga.
I like more pushing for the cushion. There's no wrong with that.
More pushing for the cushion? Yeah, when you push onto her and she push you out the fucking house, we'll see about that. There's a nigga up here. Has this
Nigga,
been
why you
looted?
spawn all the way over there?
Because I wanted to get some fucking loot, bro.
Oh
I'm
my
trying to get
god,
done.
guys! It's the fucking black guy. What's his name? Dave Chappelle.
Dave
Where'd he
Chappelle.
go?
Is that kind of racist?
Dave Chappelle.
I got him. I got him. I got him. Killing Dave Chappelle right now. That's what you get for saying trans jokes.
He said somebody's wounded over there or some shit.
Can you guys help me with this dog?
Bro, there's niggas in the gas station.
Oh.
They need a radio in this game. Oh, it's a nigga like right next to me. Fuck, am I dead? I'm not sure.
There he is.
Squad wipe.
Squad wipe.
Did we get him?
Yeah.
Did we get him?
What happened to the Terminator?
Well, I killed him first, so
Jesus.
We gotta kill that robot. Activity complete. I'm gonna take this one upgrade. Y'all can have the rest of the shit.
Okay.
So the only good thing?
No, I didn't take the trauma kit or the armor box or any of the other shit.
It's all
Just wanted
good.
the
Yeah,
up-
rest.
Just wanted the
Niggas
one
already took
upgrade.
everything. Cannibalized it.
Cannibalized.
He's like, yeah, are you a girl? Nigga immediately put on the fucking anime.
Like what?
Wow.
Nigga's sick, bro. He the next like who
That nigga fucking the nigga be doing the shit in the Call of Duty videos, bro. He's a pro at it. He be raising these bitches up too.
That nigga funny ass shit, bro.
Nah, when the fucking game that he was in where the dude was playing with his chick and he muted, he's like, yo, I just muted your gamer girl. I'm about to steal her from you, bro. What? He's like, he. That is fucking crazy, bro. Where's that? Across the street? Wow. Bro, I can never tell what this nigga on the radio is fucking saying. Hostile, hyper sniper.
Bro, yeah, all here, what is it? Hostile, and that's it, bro.
Yeah, it sounds like he's saying like hostile, hyper sniper, viper, or some shit. Like I legit can't tell what the fuck he's saying. Like I have no fucking clue what he's saying on the fucking radio, dude. Every fucking game we play Warzone, and I'm trying to figure out what is he saying. Like what am I missing here?
Hostile, inbound. Hostile, hostile Jews inbound.
Hostile, yo, Khalil.
Yeah, Khalil, why does the Enshrouded server just randomly stop sometimes? Like the Marius trying to get you to fix it yesterday, day before yesterday.
Not fix
Like,
it, turned it on. It wasn't even on.
Yeah, turn it on.
Oh,
yeah, why does it just turn off sometimes?
I think it shuts off when there's no activity because I don't touch it. I got me long back in.
No, it's
I don't got motion
every
to it?
day.
I don't have purple yet. If you want me to have it, you got purple, Tevin?
Yeah,
I don't have
if it's
anything.
active.
Oh, then go ahead and get it.
When I click it, yeah, it stopped it. So we started.
When you gonna turn the difficulty up?
God, I thought.
I'm not turning it up until everybody agrees to it, bro. Because I turned it up and then
Everybody,
you like,
bro,
there
there are multiple niggas.
If you can turn the difficulty up, but don't turn all of the shit all the way up. I looked at some of them settings, bro. I'm not about to
I
come
can
into the game.
customize it.
I'm not about to come into the game and find out I got a perfect parry niggas or I do no damage. We're not doing that.
He want survival difficulty, nigga, and that's what's on there.
No, it's not. I got on there last time. That's not on. It's not even on.
I can turn it on, bro.
Survival is the one that makes it. I'm pretty sure. So like you run out of food, like you get hungry faster, or stamina faster, regen slower. Stuff like that.
Yeah, I literally turned it on, and the Marys was pretty much. We found out you starve in like 2 minutes because the Marys started dying.
The Marys died of hunger.
All right, looks like y'all niggas need to up the food game now. I don't know what to tell y'all. Well, motherfuckers hitting up the admin command, spawning in ultimate food, unlimited food, and shit like that, bro. Y'all gotta play the game, bro. Like, yo, like, on God, bro. Like, nigga.
Nobody was doing that.
You don't look in my profile picture's eyes and say like with a straight face, like you don't lie to me like that.
Okay, so there's this one, but they can't be that. It's somebody else. It's somebody further away. There's got to be one further away because we're too close to residences for it to be that one.
Hostile fiber inbound.
That's the wrong way, guys. Let's just do that. I'm gonna run. Brum, 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 brum. Brum, 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 brum.
Hostile fiber
I'm running.
inbound.
I'm running. Ooh, I'm running.
You run it by yourself.
Yeah, yeah, and don't scream and get down. And it's like, damn,
don't,
pick me
don't
up.
start screaming when you get down.
Look at them. We call them out. Niggas running back.
You sort of turn around.
Yep.
It wasn't the one at residences that marked you 100% because we can still use it, right? It goes on cooldown when it marks somebody.
I don't know.
I think it does.
You're the Warzone pro now.
You're a Warzone expert, dude. You spent years playing Warzone by yourself.
How do you say it like that?
Yeah, you were forged in the fires of Verdansk.
I mean, I was abandoned for years.
Nobody abandoned you. What are you talking about? You was literally sitting there playing. Well, you never asked nobody to get on Warzone. You never.
You guys always said we ain't get on Warzone, big fella. You better shut your gay ass up. Fuck you, bitch.
Who said
that? Bro, what?
I got quiet because you guys would say such mean things to me like that. I'm like, I'm not stupid. You guys.
What do you
do? Stupid. I'm like,
man up,
I'm idiot.
What do you do? Nah, it wasn't that one. He said I was abandoned for years, bro. Like fucking baby dropped his ass off in the wrong storehouse.
Dead ass.
I did that to him.
Nobody did that to Baller, bro. All he had to do was ask niggas to come play Warzone.
Yeah, but he always putting the onus on us. He's like, yeah, I'm not gonna ask y'all. Y'all should have just asked me instead.
If you wanted to play Warzone, all you had to do was say, let's get on Warzone. Literally
Damn,
all.
can y'all stop moving the truck and let niggas get in?
Drive this bitch in the water, bro. That's what it's for. All-terrain vehicle. Need to go find the virus, the top Omlander.
Yeah, top Gawklander.
He gonna be like one of the last niggas in the game, bro. Yeah, them
Hey,
niggas
can
is
you stop
over.
beeping a horn?
Them niggas is over 500 meters from you.
Yeah, niggas can hear you, bro.
I don't know
can see it on the
where they. I don't know where they pinged it at. Like they got to be like way far away. You might as well stop in this village.
Yeah, I can't take this. I'm getting off.
Thanks.
Is that a sniper? Yeah. Virus looking top Omlander.
Homelander.
Anyone
Yeah.
cracked a safe?
Gawklander.
Nah. Yeah, Tim, I forgot how cute Annie was in the first season, bro. Why'd she do that to herself?
Yeah, now she like mad skinny and anorexic.
She looked like a rat. Like I be watching her. You watch her in this season, and it's like fucking Huey fucking a rat, bro. I can't take it.
That's how Khalil likes him, man. They like some anorexic.
That's not me, bro.
Damn, cool taking shots, bro.
He's giving shots.
Giving shots like a white kid at school. You guys want to go to the Quato Bomb?
Is it close?
Every time we go, bro, it does not work out in our favor.
We might as well go. It don't really matter. It's really close.
Woo!
Quato Bomb.
Ooh, about to go down there, about to run out of no ammo, get third party, die. It's like, yeah.
Be like, I can't believe
We can try Cradle Bomb. Oh shit! I
There's
hear
a guy
people.
there. That's an actual guy.
Yo, who's that guy in the Cradle Bomb? Let's work together, man. I just got off of Arc Raiders, and I'm trying to have a nice, friendly talk. Look at him.
He ran. He fucking ran.
Come back, dude. I'm friendly. I'm friendly.
Yeah,
Let's check out these zombies together. We're the Arc Rangers. Fuck, he actually ran, dude. What a little pussy.
All right, let's go in.
He fucking flew off like a goddamn squirrel. What do we gotta do? We gotta kill the,
There's a nigga here.
Is it? Where?
Yeah. He's literally right on the mark.
Yeah, he's over there.
Where's the Mangler?
On the other side.
They killed it.
Yeah. He about to hop in the truck and leave.
Team's over here.
You kidding me? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh Jesus.
Bro, this swordfish is, but I literally bursted down all three of these niggas, by the way.
Yeah. We blasted off a load on him.
That's
sorry? Crazy.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, I started shooting that nigga, and the first guy I shot had orange armor, and then I see this nigga pop back up. I start shooting him, he has blue armor. I'm like, this is a different guy. There's no respawn.
Where the fuck? Yeah.
No respawns in zone, unless I'm missing it. That's the nearest
The
one.
only one. The only closest one's gonna be Clifftown. The only one is right on excavation site where we all died.
Do you say Cliptown?
No, I say Clifftown. Lock in gang.
Did I die earlier? Yeah, we did die earlier. I forgot. This is the same game.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go here. They probably die dead anyway. Oh my god, dude. How the fuck do I get up here?
Yeah, the only thing I don't like about the Mongol Stardive game, Demarius, is that the combat does feel a little stiff. It's not because you can't jump. A lot of these niggas, I don't want the game to be fucking Wuthering Waves or Genshin. Like, that doesn't fucking matter. It has
There
nothing
is
to do with
a random nigga here, dude. Are you fucking kidding me?
it has nothing to do with the fact that you can't jump. I think it's because like it's supposed to be like grounded like infield because like the gimmick in the game is that you parry attacks by quick swapping the characters and stuff, and then they come out and they do the niggas stay on the field and do attacks and stuff. So it's supposed to feel like a little clunky by design, I think, but it doesn't really bother me. I think the game is actually really good. The gacha system seems cool. All the women in the game have incredibly fat, stupid fucking fat titties. So I don't have no problem. I don't have no problem with the game theoretically. There's a rope. Is the niggas using it? He might not be able to get us back in time. Is there another one he can go to? The only other one is that excavation site, but it's gonna be like almost dead center zone. What are you pinging? Is there a guy I don't see?
No.
No, just ignore him. He's trolling you. Is it 13 squads? Somebody was over there anyways. They're flying over like a squirrel right now. What's up? You ever gotten a blister on your like
Cock?
Nah, look at this dude. I kinda wanna pop his blister. Looks like a gusher.
You talking to us or talking to him?
Not this guy. How would I see his blister?
Cause your fucking mic is on.
I don't know.
Just talking to him with your anime voice girl thing again.
We're good. So you gotta get the 3-man res. It's gonna take like a hot minute.
He's not resing us, big fella.
I mean, he could try.
He can't.
He's got to get there in 8 seconds. He's on the slow side, right? That's slow side of circle? No, other side is slow side. Fuck.
Yeah, he's on the fast side.
It's not technically collapsing. It's more like it's enclosing. He's gonna die to these HKDs, I swear.
Yep, he's on the radar.
Yeah, you might not make
No
it.
freestyle.
Somebody knows you're there, I think. Watch out for the HKDs. Good God. Oh! I didn't even see the fucking guy, dude.
Nigga instantly quit, bro.
It's like he doesn't want to keep playing with us anymore. Alright, that's my last game.
Alright.
Thank you guys. That was a lot of fun.
Yes, sir.
One day we'll beat top 2.
I mean,
one day
we got top 2
we will
multiple
win
times
the war zone, but it's not
Yeah.
today.
Warzone.
Warzone. Welcome to your mama.
Alright, have a good night, guys. I'm gonna go to bed. Peace.
Alright, good night.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, oh, jeez, Rick. What time is league time?
Crazy dude. He's a league lover.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you are the what is it? The Warframe, the ZZZ lover.
That's crazy, dude.
Khalil is the woman lover.
The woman lover.
Yeah, Damaris is the media lover.
I thought he said meat.
Media
I'm
lover.
on. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got the vaguest, broadest one. I am the lover of things.
The media lover is
Whoa.
fucking insane, dude.
Bro, big fella, I don't want no smoke, bro. Don't try to strangle me up with your dreads or something, my nigga. Like, bro, like calm down, bro.
I
Like,
haven't had
damn,
this in
bro.
20 years. I'm 30, just like you, nigga. We both old.
Oh.
Fellas and ladies.
Ladies, please, ladies.
The virus at the top Omlander.
Gawklander.
Gawk it up. Yeah, I can't believe she says heavens to Betsy when she orgasms. That's insane, dude.
Yeah, that's pretty odd.
That's ridiculous.
I missed this shit. This is so far up. Which one is this? That's insane. I found it, but that's supposed to count. Okay. Melody Gardot. Melody Gardot. What's the name of this shit? Don't misunderstand. Actually, this was like an opening for like a TV show or something. It's a big bitch.
Those dailies are done. Time to get on Enfield. Yeah. I think the other problem with it is that it does kind of create a scenario where you essentially need to keep pulling even if you don't want to. Like, I would like to save for me Fu, but I basically have to decide between I'm talking to you, Demaris, by the way, about the pull
Yeah,
thing.
I was thinking to myself, yeah, you're getting ready to say something similar to like, you basically are punished for getting a character early. But
Yeah,
you pretty
I would
much
like-
succeed any time that you go deep to get a character, because if you go deep to get a character, you're getting everything else on the way there.
Yeah, I would like to save for me Fu, but like I want the weapon, so I basically have to keep pulling to get the thing. I guess that's the same on all these gacha games, but I don't know. For some reason here it doesn't feel that good.
Because you get what you want in 10 pulls.
Yeah. The rates are crazy. Like I said, that a lot of niggas complain about the rates. I don't know. I feel like the rates are better here for me than most of the other gachas. I've gotten a lot of earlies. I've gotten some weapons early. I got a lot of 6-star weapons. They ain't always the one I wanted, but I got them over.
I forgot that my luck was basically destroyed or taken or used up by Leviathan because I got 2 copies of her. So there's that. I was like, how come I'm just like getting destroyed? Especially about like Rossi. She fucking raped me.
I have I got 2 I think that's not only limited I have dupes of is Yvonne, because it's the same thing. I had to keep pulling for the weapon and I won the 50-50 again. But I mean, I ain't bragging or nothing. I'm just like I had to keep pulling to get the weapon pulls.
Customization. Nope, that's the wrong tab. Nope. What's her name? Let me see that share button. What's her name then? To ask the question again.
I heard niggas saying the story that this patch was pretty good. Let's see.
Nope. Obviously, right. I'm not going to
The
show you guys a few
Woolagers.
seconds of it then.
Welcome.
Let's see what we got. Let's see.
Hey, Kuro, I came here to show you something.
Okay.
Very amazing meme I made. Took me a lot of effort.
Mm-hmm. Maybe not. Let's see. Instrumental, maybe? What's this? Love, chill, and jazz.
I'll just message it too. Also,
It's pretty different in that picture. I was. I think what's really funny is that you said you spent a lot of time on this. That's what I find most comical about this.
no, trust me, I didn't.
That's what I find is that you preface it with the idea that I'm expecting some interesting big, artistic thing in this. I see this guy with his cheese face.
This is the meme that I got called Hitler for. For some reason, it led me to being a person that has no feelings and
Hitler
being passionate. Somehow, some way, they compared
Hitler?
me to Hitler for not caring about the victims or whatever.
They don't care. The victims don't care about the victims.
That was what I'm saying. So I got like a 4v1 in an echo chamber in a text channel because I just wanted to post a funny meme. So
That's why you gotta get Twitter, bro. You gotta get on Twitter. I'm gonna be posting this in our Discord service.
it was like a pretty popular one too.
Yeah. Optics. This kind of stuff doesn't fly unless it's on Instagram or Twitter.
Oh no, except the mods were actually laughing at it. It was just like a select few of people that just decided, oh, I want to fuck with this guy today. For some whatever reason. What was that? What was that even said? Oh no, they somehow turned it around me, just saying like I was defending Saikuno and I was Saikuno's #1 fan. I said I'm compassionate to the people. They said most compassionate anime fan. I said I'm compassionate to the people I actually care about, not some randoms I don't even know. And then that's where Yep, Mustache Man said the same thing. Which Yeah, I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's where it helps to have. I mean, I'm just projecting here, but this is where it helps to just know more about stuff because, like that person, to jump ship and go straight for the Hitler comparison is that pretty much is when the gloves come off and you can just start making the same kind of comparisons, but at them.
No, like what I didn't realize is I should have realized sooner that it was like a lost cause and I was putting myself in my own trap.
I mean, when did
by
you
defending
realize there was
myself.
a lost cause? Because as soon as somebody mentions
Uh,
the mustache, man, it's
that
pretty much.
that part, yeah. Basically, I just stopped texting after that. What I should have done was kept the act on and just kept on trolling instead of like actually taking it serious. Like they were. So yeah. Also, I found a funny video that I don't know if you know this guy. Or you know this guy's content.
No, I don't usually remember people who have like numbers in their names.
He does the same. He does a lot of outrageous
Donna's
stuff.
loving
It's
the
like
sound of
shock
selling
value
and earning
content.
on
I
Vinted.
think.
Don't wear it, sell it.
I saw my neighbor.
It's not. It's not. It's better than like slop tubing. It's more so just.
Socks.
How can I make the craziest statement so I get the most views?
Gloves.
Obama may not be the dark chocolate hunk of man we think he
Are you sure he's literally has zombies footage on the screen?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I've only seen like a couple of his videos. I'm not like that.
No, like as soon as somebody starts with their rant with gameplay, the last game they played on the screen, I know what I'm getting into.
I see. Yeah, no. Now that I see it, yeah, it's definitely more leaning towards swap tubing.
For me, anything where like it just requires the person to just know like the bare base facts, and then he combines his particular knowledge of whatever he knows with any given situation that is currently talked about in media or whatever. Like that's easy as fuck to do. That's extremely easy to do. And therefore, it's kind of slop. If anybody can produce it, that makes it slop.
He has already shown that he is capable
Have you
of
seen,
living a double life. Think about Michael or
this
better known
this
as
guy that
Michelle.
does
There is
Minecraft
a
stuff,
good chance that
like
Obama
just uses
is
Minecraft
just a
as
white
background
man,
footage,
but I have
and
to
the title is "Beating Woman: My Allegation." I mean, my experience.
No, I have not.
rewind a bit to make this make sense. Obama was born in Hawaii. When have you ever seen a black person live in Hawaii? I don't think they exist
second.
there, bro. So first
I gotta
off,
read this guy's
very
entire channel.
suspicious that he was born in Hawaii. Second off, he moved to Indonesia for a
This
little
is,
bit when he was
in my
6, so he
opinion,
might
like if
also
you're gonna
be
do slop
Asian
content, do it this way.
I'm gonna have to go to my history to remove this from my feed so I don't get pissed off.
Let's just read the titles. This is basically the encapsulation of Gen Z humor, or my generation's humor.
No, this is y'all didn't start this shit. Fucking I literally just dropped a video from one of the biggest black comedians during like I would say after Bernie Mac's era, or generally around Bernie Mac's era, and the guy is Ricky Smiley, and Ricky Smiley has a bit where he has like dancing people with Down syndrome to come up on stage, and he makes fun of them, and then another bit where I used it for a video where it's a grandma who was literally a sexual child predator with her own family members, and like she's talking about touching her own grandchildren so she can like buy them PlayStation money or some shit. Like, y'all did not start this shot camera stuff.
No, I guess not. But this is pretty crazy, you know? Like, how is this still on YouTube?
Probably because he doesn't say anything explicit.
Oh no, he doesn't. Wait, let me.
Video, I'm gonna be talking about why I wanted to get groomed as a kid. So, I know that people probably say this is like a bad thing, and I think it probably is in most cases. I think it just depends on the person.
This one is the funniest in my
Are
opinion.
periods even real? Yo, what's up guys? Welcome back to another video on the channel. Today we're going to be talking about if
I can't believe he
periods
really
are
did the
even
whole
real.
YouTuber
that's
thing just
right.
now. I mean, I
These
can, but like,
periods are what women say
yo,
that
what's
they
up, guys?
have.
Back at another game with
I think
another,
it's 7
and then
days
I want to get
in
groomed.
each
Like, what's
month.
going
And so
on?
I've got a couple in a previous video that I
Like,
made titled
when I think,
Can
I'm not,
Girls Just
hey Daryl,
Walk In?
I'm not saying to myself like, oh, this is like this is like
Yeah.
what we used to do. What makes it like weird is like it's a commodity now. It's become like media. Like back in the day, you would just say this shit with friends on the playground or some shit, or say it on a
Oh, for
comedy
sure,
special on stage.
Now you're not allowed to do this. It's shock value now because it's more exotic to what everybody else usually sees.
That's still not really what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's weird to put it in a video, and there's like Minecraft footage in the background, and the introduction of the video is, "What's up, guys? Back at it again with another video. Are periods real?" Like this is, it's taking what people would do on stage, and then putting it into a YouTube video. So it just feels just not weird, but it's like intentionally slop, basically. Like it takes.
Okay, so like you basically don't fuck with the style of the video.
No, I'm saying that it's just, I don't know how to put it. It's lame. That's not a bad thing though. I'm just saying that.
Wait,
When I
I
literally
was talking about
get up on
when
stage
women
and do
are
this,
experiencing
and
those
then it's a
hormonal
different thing altogether.
imbalances,
There's a crowd.
At least that's what they
There's
say.
people reacting to
During
it.
these periods,
You can like control the
they
crowd
have
with
the
like
ability
blah blah
to
blah.
just
There's
walk
different
in
stuff.
or focus up.
But this is like
or in other words, get tapped in.
This just feels so.
to reality. Can they
It
just
feels like something you just throw
put
in the
all that
background
fake
and
emotion
chuckle
aside
every now and
focus
then
on what's really at
about,
hand?
you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
basically this is what it is. Like he
it feels like
posts snippets of.
This feels like I bring you a drink, and then you say, yeah, I'm drinking with you, and I say, yeah. And then I slide a coaster under your drink, and I say, hey, your drink is getting a little wet. Here's this coaster to make sure that the bottom of the table doesn't get too wet. That's what this video feels like. It feels like a coaster. Like it just feels like it's just something on in the background. It's just
No,
something...
it's not entertaining. Definitely, like it's there's only certain moments that can be clipped out of context where it would be like you would laugh at, which he does do, basically.
That's not something they're capable of.
It's like
When I
no one would actually. Like,
oh, that's what the word is. It's surreal.
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel
on that video, but so far,
like why.
nobody
How did
has
we get
tested
here?
out the theory. I don't really think I have a lot of
But I know.
viewers that watch my videos, which is interesting.
It's
but
just the fact
anyway,
that
that's
people.
besides the point. So today
Like,
we're going to be talking about
the
if
stuff we talk about at
periods
school.
are
What if I
actually
talked about it in a
real?
YouTube video?
So let's get into it.
That's
If you
what it
don't
comes
know
down
what
to.
a period is, I don't know either, so I couldn't tell you. I think that women just say they have periods once a month. I don't know what it is. Nobody's ever showed me what a period is. I don't see any evidence for a period. All I know is it's this thing that women say they have 7 times out of the month. But I've seen some strategies being used alongside this whole period phenomenon. So 7 days out of the month, women say that they have these periods. And during these periods, they kind of act, irresponsible. They don't really get their work done. They're kind of moody. They're kind of angry, very irritable. And they just want a release from accountability, I guess you could say. And so I've been thinking about that. And since, they do this sort of thing 7 days out of the month, but there's no evidence for what they're really talking about. I mean, what is a period? What is a period? Tell me. I think that women have banded together to use this phenomenon called periods to basically piss off their male counterparts for 7 days out of the month without any remorse, without any,
Basically, the part I don't understand.
Yeah, I think it might help to see people on stream. For me to feel a level, just feel like an affect, because the footage is actually just really fucking distracting, to be honest.
Oh, you don't know what's going on. It's Skywars.
No, I think Kratos could be on screen having sex with any character in God of War, and it still would be the visuals are just there to jingle keys in your face. I find that kind of stuff is weird, where you're basically playing with your audience's lack of ability to keep attention on screen or whatever, even though you don't need a screen for this stuff. Why doesn't he get on? He should start a podcast, because the visuals clearly have nothing to do with what he's talking about.
No, it does, because it fits in that sweaty Minecraft. I don't know how well that the competitive scene in Minecraft is, especially the older version of the game, it's very toxic. So it actually makes sense that he's doing this in Skywars, because Skywars is a game mode where it's seen as a toxic, more common joke that people make in the comments is he did a comments of why I wanted to get groomed as a kid, that video. So he's become a reverse Minecraft YouTuber now. It kind of makes sense that he's doing this in Minecraft. And it kind of I don't know how to explain to you, because
isn't every video Minecraft?
Yeah, every video is Minecraft.
So that means that's not a good excuse. You wouldn't actually say that every single time that he makes a video, he's making sure that it stays within the confines of what would make sense to have. What kind of conversation do I need to actually have so that it fits with Minecraft? That's not what he's doing, right?
No, it's not. I'm just making sense out of having Minecraft footage.
I think I think he literally just wants footage in the background, because it's like having you can't upload raw audio to YouTube.
Yeah, basically.
That's why I said he should just start a podcast or whatever.
But my argument is that these videos wouldn't be as popular if it didn't have Minecraft footage.
That's the part of it that makes it surreal. That's why I said why it's surreal, because the footage clearly has nothing to do with what he's talking about. It's just there to basically jingle keys in people's faces, and that makes it a little comical. But after a while, you just don't pay. You just have that constant feedback loop of this guy's playing Minecraft talking about how he thinks that periods aren't real. That's not
basically That's
not
point.
It's not highfalutin.
Why would but why start a podcast when you can get more views this way? Or why, right?
Because it would be more than 5 minutes of him ranting about something that he clearly is. It just would feel better. He would actually have. I mean, that's why I said it's slop. He's doing the easier thing, to actually do this for not 5 minutes, but actually 50 instead. Try that. Try to stretch out the idea that women are actually lying about having a period, all of them, and that periods actually don't exist. Try that for 50 minutes though.
And what is the purpose of doing that? If you're not gonna get as viral.
Theo Vaughn is in the White House. Joe Rogan has Donald Trump on speed dial, and so do the Nut Boys. I don't know any YouTubers who have almost political hegemonic power in the country because of YouTube. You know what I mean? Like this shit, it can go pretty deep. There are no like
I
major
see.
YouTubers who like have any like, and this guy is a faceless YouTuber, so he for sure is like on the fringes of being basically a nobody, virtually speaking. So if we're weighing like value,
I mean, sometimes it's
claims,
better, right? Sometimes it's better to be faceless and nobody, like being that nobody.
Yeah, that's not my point. My point is that, like, when you say, what is the point of, like, making a podcast, I can spin the question back around, what is the point of making a 5-minute YouTube video, Minecraft footage saying, I don't believe in periods. There is a point, and the point is to make content. And all I'm saying is that, like, I can see why people like this.
But you
it
don't
is-
see the
but it is absolutely
inherent
slop.
value it brings to society. Is
Nope.
what you're saying?
Nope. I just think that it is slop. That's all. I just
Yeah. No, but like
it-
you're
when you
basically saying like it doesn't bring anything to society, which I agree
That's
with.
nobody would say that because it's obvious. Why state the obvious? I don't wake up every day and say the sky is blue. So I wouldn't just say, oh, this is just completely useless content because that would be the pot calling the kettle black. So I'm just saying I see that kind of stuff and I'm like, I see why people like this. It's surreal. It's interesting in its own regard, but after like the 5th video for me, I'm checking out if I were to watch that kind of stuff. That's not really a comment on, any sort of critique, but I'm a maximizer, so I'm always trying to figure out how to make things better. So
I see.
What he's
And you
doing,
think the way he's going about it is not correct, or
no,
he could be
I think
better
that
off.
he is like 17 or 20, and like 10 years from now, he would do the same exact thing, but it would be on a podcast.
Okay.
Because that's what everybody else did, literally. That's why I said this is a slop tuber. Like,
mean,
if whatever you're
Matan is,
doing, if whatever you're
example of-
doing in terms of content creation can be done by anybody else, and everybody else did the thing before you, and they ended up just like how you're going to go down that same exact pathway, then I'm not saying like, oh, you should make a podcast as if like you should stop what you're doing, because you will do it anyways. If you're gonna quit YouTube one day and go back to working a 9-to-5 job or whatever, you were already doing that probably, or you're gonna make a podcast. That's the natural next step. That's literally what everybody's doing. Either he increases the duration of the videos, or he becomes a comedian because he's doing bits. Those are all bits.
I mean that's basically what like Matan got popular off of that one video game stunt and then started a podcast. So and like one of the most surreal things that happened was like he had a lot of different guests on his podcast, but having Alex O'Connor in the same room as Matan Evans is just crazy to me. Like you know who Alex O'Connor is, right?
I don't know who Matan Evans is.
Matan Evans, the guy that ruined. I'm surprised. Do you know? I'm surprised you don't know this guy by name. Do you know who Alex O'Connor is?
Yeah, that would make more sense for me to know who he is.
Okay, so you know who Alex.
Wait. I don't like this. Why did you say it doesn't make sense for me to know who this is by name? I think I would know who this is by face, but this guy has no actual name.
No,
that means
like
anything.
faces. No, face makes sense. No. Face makes more sense. Okay, it was a misspoke. Like, yeah, but his podcasts are literally
This
what
is the
you're
natural.
saying.
This is the next step.
The-
This is
yeah, the
literally what
next
everybody
step,
does after what that
basically.
guy is doing.
Yeah, basically.
The guy's addicted to Minecraft like everybody else is, basically. And the next step is basically once you get tired of playing the game, which you will at some point, then he takes you to the next step because, I mean, he's lucky that he chose Minecraft. Well, I'm sorry, he didn't choose Minecraft. Minecraft chose him. He's lucky to have that kind of game be the thing that he uses for his footage, because if it were any other kind of game, people would be criticizing for him for using game content to basically get off his weird rants. That's what they would say.
I see.
So that's what they say about me with anime stuff.
Wait, what do they say
It
about
would be
you?
it would be so much better if you just actually just use stuff in your videos that isn't anime. This you can't say that about Minecraft though because everybody plays Minecraft.
I was gonna ask you something, but I forgot about it. Also, so you plan on starting a podcast?
Not really.
You don't plan to go down that route?
Not really. I have live streams where I
Mm.
stream for like 10 hours on average sometimes. I don't see the point in having a podcast that is 1/10 of the time basically. Podcasts average like to be like only an hour or two long. And you need to have like an actual cultivated audience for that sort of stuff. And I know a lot of people start a podcast literally because they have some sort of big break. So that means I need to plan to have a big break, and I'm not sure what that looks like.
Mm.
I have I'm trying to do too many things before. Too many things that are actually planned out in order for me to sit down and think to myself. I don't know how you would make a podcast without being involved in like popular culture. And anime is not popular culture. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah.
It's not the same way that people think it is. When people say
I mean,
like,
the only successful podcast is that's technically based off of anime is Trash Taste, but they don't even talk about anime. So
yeah, and anytime they actually talk about
Yeah.
anything that is slightly political that people don't like, they get destroyed for it. So
yeah,
that's not a podcast in traditional sense. That's just three guys who talk about fuck all, and nobody on the podcast is exactly funny. But I guess I'm putting the idea in my head that a podcast has to be comedian run. But
well, the reason I liked their podcast for a bit, like I was pretty much binge watching most of their podcast, is because like I'm not saying it's anything of value, but it does bring people.
I feel like you're
it's-
putting that idea of I don't like to engage with things unless they're valuable to claim on them. So that's,
Oh no. This is my personal opinion. It's not anything. Like, I honestly think there was no value to me listening to a Trash Taste podcast. But the only value it brought me is, like, I feel like the reason why people watch it is because, it's literally just three friends saying "fuck out," like, and you feel like you're being a part of you're part of the friend group basically. Is why I think it got so popular. Like you as the viewer. Yeah, no, it's very parasocial, yeah. So I think that's as you said, like they basically talk about fuck out, right? But the reason why I think it got so popular is because they kind of unintentionally.
I don't think it got popular because of a friend group. I think it got popular because Gigox has 3 million followers.
No, yeah, definitely. But I don't know.
Like
That's just how I think.
You can't have 3 random friends and then get big out of nowhere unless everybody in the friend group is generally like there's some insane chemistry going on.
Well, yeah, no, that's a big factor.
And the
Is
chemistry
the big
doesn't seem
factor
very
is
relevant to me, to be honest. One of the guys is like a voice actor, and he seems like he is almost like outside of the friend group.
which one?
The white
Oh,
one.
the C-Dog V8. No, okay.
Connor?
Yeah, Connor, yeah. He's.
He seems,
I don't know.
He seems pretty disengaged sometimes.
That's the point. It's the point that like usually like the 2 other guys usually dog on Connor for, let's say, like food takes or something. I don't know, but then like usually people dog on like Joey, the anime man, for his elitist anime takes or like whatever the fuck or his and then like I haven't watched them in a while, so I can't really explain
Yeah, I
it
literally
that well.
have only put on that podcast in the background to have something in the background that isn't Frederick Nietzsche or Kant and Hegel 24/7
Yeah.
because people just can't stand the fact that I listen to something that makes you want to kill yourself constantly 24/7. I'm like, it's just philosophy, man. I'm philosophy pilled. I don't know what to say. So I got to put on this anime stuff occasionally because it makes more sense, obviously. That
You know how I can compare this? Like people like the podcast people like Matan and Evan make, they're basically the slob content, but for podcast. It's like it's not anything inherently valuable in these
I think you should watch
podcasts.
more podcasts because that's what everybody's doing. There is not too many people who are.
No,
I
do. Like I mean, I watch. I used to watch a lot of but like not anymore.
Let me say
Not,
this.
like
this is important to say because like
Uh-huh.
people are trying to draw lines in the wrong places, in my opinions. Most stuff in general is going to be slop. The word slop is just a revision of the word normal or average. It's not a real criticism, to be honest.
No.
People want so bad
definitely.
these newer words to mean like some sort of pungent, strong thing. Well, this is really, really bad. Well, this is really, really good.
No,
Peak
but
is
like
not.
let me finish. Let me finish. Like, what I was trying to say is I just consume this content because not for anything inherently deep. It's just it's funny to me. And same with Trash Days because just like how there's no inherent reason for anyone to watch isekai, like seasonal isekai. Like that's basically why I watch Trash Days and Matan Evan. But like, I it is essentially what I'm saying. So
When Charlie Kirk died, they said we shouldn't care about him because he was just a podcaster. That means that every podcast, definitionally speaking, is considered to be useless. That was the sentiment behind that statement. He was just a podcaster. That was the billion view tweet that we got with like a couple of days after Charlie Kirk died. Nobody cares about podcasters because we think that they virtually all just are like either snake oil salesmen or people who just sit around and talk about fuck all, everybody. I'll be impressed if you said that you're watching a podcast that you actually got value out of it because it'll be very hard to find.
you don't get any value out of someone like Andrew Huberman, like nothing, or someone
The fact that you mentioned his name and that was the name that I was going to mention, like literally, if I had continued what I was getting ready to say, is proof that like the amount of people that you actually get value out of is like close to one. It's like
or like
one
you don't
to-
get any
one
value
to a
out
million.
of someone like Dr. K or like.
Yeah, you're gonna mention a bunch of actual people who have actual degrees doing actual things.
Or, I mean, what? Like I feel like there's more than you would think. So I feel like there's more than you would think.
It's one.
Like, it's not that.
No. Because I said one, close to one. The amount of people that you would actually engage with that actually provide value to society is close to one. Because not everybody on YouTube is a doctor. Not everybody on
see.
YouTube is a neuroscientist. Not everybody on YouTube is a philosopher, an actual one, not just a guy who's constantly trying to attack you for your Christian ideology. I'm talking about Alex O'Connor. Like, there's levels to this, and it's I don't really care one way or the other at this point if people like Dr. K or not, or like the other doctor, the bald-headed one that is on steroids, the skinnier one that got caught out on that one boat when they said that he was supposed to be.
The bald-headed guy. Let me
inside.
think of who that is. I forgot.
They're both called Dr. Mike, so it's kind of hard to differentiate. That's why
No.
it's better.
The bald guy that's on series is
Dr. Mike.
No, it's not. No. I was thinking a different one. I think
the biggest one.
that he had hair. No, he had hair. Like he's not really like a podcaster though. Like,
Evil Mike
it's
and
more
Good
like-
Mike. That's funny. Yeah. They're both named Dr. Mike. They're the biggest, basically not after Dr. K. I would say that they are probably the most eminent doctors that are in like the YouTubing, podcasting.
Yeah, but
streaming world.
the bald head guy that's on steroids, like he is not like.
This because he is like kind of like radical. I would say that he has to be up there by default. Like if you want radical in any kind of, that's why Dr. K is somewhat like popular, is because he's an Indian guy talking to me about Kama Sutra and all that other stuff. If he didn't add that into his conversation, he would have never got approached by the other doctor, Mike. It's the fact that this guy will sit down with Sadhguru and promote Sadhguru, despite the fact that people think that Sadhguru is an Indian grifter. Is why Dr. K is in the general YouTuber sphere, and the YouTuber sphere is slightly controversial. If you are not slightly controversial, Andrew Huberman was caught out promoting things that he actually doesn't believe in. Andrew Huberman was caught out with I think he had like adultery claims or whatever. You can't be in this general sphere and not have some sort of this sort of slightly muddy tinge to your character in some sense. That's what it means to be a YouTuber.
No,
and
no,
to
but
be,
like
in the
the
public face or whatever.
Dr. Mike guy, like he's giving some pretty crazy takes.
That's what I said when I said like controversial, extreme. That's what I
Like
meant.
more extreme than whatever Dr. K or Andrew Human has said.
About RuneScape.
No, I don't know about that. There are actual doctors who think that Dr. Human is a fraud. So, like I said, you got to dig, man. Once you invest in enough in people, you end up finding out that there are more people who are like Jordan Peterson than you think. It's kind of hard not to get that Israel money, so to speak. Not to when they slide it in your face, you're a YouTuber and you're a content creator. You're not gonna like start like, you know, when you want money, you're not gonna be like, I don't want that amount though. I don't want that amount. You're gonna do the Hassan Piker thing. You're gonna do the. I like to have faith in people to some extent, but at the end of the day, you're gonna accept a little bit of extra cash if you can. That's just the way the game is played. And everybody does the same thing. This Matan guy, whatever, he's brought on crazy people that like most people would never promote. I'm surprised I haven't.
Do you
seen
think
a
something
Nick
is going
Cortez
on behind the scenes? So you think something's going on behind the scenes?
in reference to what?
Like Matan Evan being able to get all these people?
That's called an industry plan.
So you think you think he's an industry plan?
Absolutely.
What do you because I don't know, like, can you explain to me what is your definition of industry plan? Because I think everybody kind of has a different definition.
An industry plant is somebody who basically ends up in some place randomly due to no merit of their own, and they just basically got a handout and now we're promoting like crazy as if this person was always supposed to be here. As if we just kind of let this person in because they were just next up. Oh yeah, that's the one right there. I was waiting on him. I was waiting on that guy. Who? Because he got up on stage when he wasn't supposed to be on stage? That's insane.
Okay, so what you think industry plan is basically like someone that just
It's the exact opposite of meritocracy.
Got everything given to them by just pure chance. Basically,
Either it's chance or it's planned.
Planned. So do you think in this case is Matan's case a chance thing or is it a planned thing?
Probably just chance. I don't really think. I'm not saying that the Jews delivered him, bro. I'm definitely not saying no shit like that. I'm just saying either way, the same outcome is still the same. Nobody asked for this.
Yeah.
Again, that's because he isn't my kind of like content creator or whatever. Doesn't mean I think he's bad. I just don't like hearing about people who don't really do anything. I get like, I'm not gonna say upset, but like I just feel a little like my skin crawls when somebody says, "Have you heard about this Saikuna situation?" And I'm like, what does he do? Oh, he just pretends to be Tanjiro IRL.
No, the whole thing about like that pisses me off about that whole situation is like in the grand scheme of things, nobody should care. It's their personal life. The only people like benefiting off of this are the slop tubers making content out of this, getting views out of this. My point is that it's like we're all gonna forget about this the next week. Why should we care? So might as well make fun of it, and everyone that's involved in that situation.
Yeah, that's actually what we mean when we say like slop. To be honest, it's like, oh, Hassan shot this dog. Everybody make a meme on it. That's kind of slop. You know what I mean? This isn't like Charlie Kirk got shot in the neck, and we should all like. That got to a point where like it became way more of just like Kurt neck memes. Like that went all sorts of different places. But like when we just, I'm not saying we wait for it, but like when the next thing happens and we all just like meme it to death, we all congregate together to see what we can come up with to like put out there. It's just the clock is just ticking. It's 1 o'clock today, or in one moment, the next moment is 2 o'clock, then it's 3 o'clock, then it's 4 o'clock. It's just time, just moving forward, and nothing is like worth remembering. You know what I mean? That I want to say this is probably a good comparison, but the doorbell shit is crazy. Hassan shocking his
I
dog
don't even know
is,
what the doorbell one is. I'm not familiar with that.
well, I think this is crazy because you don't need to know what it is to know what it is.
Yeah.
People are having psychotic breaks all the time, and when they actually see one, suddenly it's like not normal. And if it happened to you, you want to just tear the guy up if it happens to you. And then half the other side of the country is saying like, I can't believe there are people in this country who are waiting and itching and scratching at their legs, cutting off their skin with their nails, waiting for somebody to break their door down so they can just destroy them. That's one side of America, and then the other side of America is no, I would talk him down because he's probably going through something. That's two sides of the same coin when it comes to like how people engage with like media or content. Either Mattel or whatever gets up on stage during the E3 thing and he says whatever the fuck he said. I don't remember what he even did. I just remember he got up on stage, and then they give him a podcast afterwards. That's no different from a bitch saying, what did she say? Spit on that thing, and then she gets $1 billion the next day, basically. That's slop. I don't think it's slop for a guy to literally bang on the fucking door because he's having a psychotic break. Like, that's a real situation. What's real about a bitch saying spit on that thing? That's just she just got my dick a little hard. That's not real.
Why am I still subscribed to Test? I don't know why am I still subscribed. I think I've been subscribed to him for the longest time, man, and I just haven't clicked unsubscribe.
So you don't think it's real when I talk about RuneScape?
I'm trying to think.
But I don't want to be caught like being subscribed to that guy, man.
Most of these things are problematic because they happen in a recorded environment.
Mm-hmm.
And people who literally just don't stay, they stay completely outside of like the recording space. That's automatically like more genuine than anything else that ends up on front of a camera. So you just win by like default if you say what you want to say, and you're only saying it to affect the people that are around you, not to potentially go viral or whatever. Or I think a lot of these people don't even know that they're in a position to always go viral because there's just always a camera around them. But that just ends up meaning that they always say something and you can't tell if they're being serious or not. You just can't tell if the hot Tula bitch actually was spitting on that. I'm pretty sure statistically, I'm pretty sure she is. I'm not gonna put that past her. I'm just saying like the next follow up is not to give her a podcast. That's not the logical follow through for her saying that she spits on penises. Are we gonna give the guy who had a psychotic break banging on a door a podcast too?
I still don't know what that is the reference to, but I'm not caught up with that one meme, I guess.
Been on that thing. Hey, Damaris. Khalil, he completely fried me earlier when we were talking about the is he playing a character or is he like playing a fictionalized version of himself?
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
That was insane, dude. I don't know how he didn't get it.
Like,
yeah, he's playing a panda, but he basically just acts like Jack Black.
I think he just indirectly confused himself by trying to explain the character as if we didn't know who the fucking character is. I think he just added that part on and he just confused himself. That wasn't necessary. If he just stayed at the door, which is, are you talking is Dave Chappelle playing Dave Chappelle or is he playing a guy who sells drugs? That's all he had to make a distinction, but he just went on. Actually, Khalil, Dave Chappelle probably sold drugs in real life too, so you're not making a real distinction by saying that. You're kind of confusing yourself by adding on the added part. That was silly.
Yeah.
Is LeBron actually LeBron in Space Jam? Or is it?
I haven't. It's been years since I watched. And then he's like, "Oh, you ain't never seen a movie? You can watch me." I was like, "No, I've seen the movie. I don't remember if he's playing himself or if he's playing Is he playing a fictionalized version of himself, or is he playing a character in the movie? He's just Dave Chappelle, nigga. That's goddamn it.
Yeah, really ridiculous.
I would have been able to if I had just gone. We were in the game, you know. I didn't look at the pack. If we hadn't been in the game, I would have figured out the answer. If I just went to the store and looked at the pack.
You would have saw basically, and that would have answered Khalil's kind of confusion too, because it would have said it on the pack, not Dave Chappelle, but whatever the fuck it is, Joaquin Phoenix or whatever.
Crazy stuff.
What? Undefeated Hearthstone. Hmm. The D'Angelo song would be the only one that's copyrighted. That is cool that they got that though. I never knew that. Rest in peace.
The virus that'll top Omlander.
Let me use this one. Get out. I can't be in there all day. We're dead. I can see my typing.
So what's your guys' verdict on the new Invincible season? I haven't actually seen it.
Homelander.
Homelander. I haven't even watched The Boys.
Homelander, nick me kid, and rape me wife, Becca.
I haven't started.
You haven't started Invincible?
I haven't started this season. I guess I
I
should
mean,
do
I
that
heard,
right now.
I hear some other guys in the VC like yesterday talking, like seeing it wasn't that good, or not sure exactly what they said about it, but yeah.
I think the animation this season's been pretty lacking, but that's because they keep hiring these niggas that fuck tons of money to voice the characters.
Yeah, no, that's the issue. That's the inherent issue with Invincible. It's that they spend millions of dollars on a background character, hiring.
I wouldn't say that they're background characters. Most of the niggas that they're paying to voice these characters are like mainstays for the most part. Every now and then there's a character who only going to be in a few episodes, and they got like a good like a celebrity actor for him. The problem is that like when you can't have a whole cast of celebrity actors. All the money is going to those niggas instead of the animation. There's literally drag and drop shit happening every episode.
Yeah, it would be kind of weird to get a Donald Glover to, you know, voice a background black guy who shows up for like 2 seconds, and that was like $2 million.
They got fucking Donald Glover voicing Yoshi. Just making Yoshi, paying a bag for making Yoshi noises. I could have done that. Yup. I could have done that shit. That's right there. Give me the booth. Give me like 20 takes. What's crazy stuff?
Wasting money on a whole lot of nothing. Is the narrative at least good? Like, did they?
I think Invincible has a good narrative.
The story, or I like in the fourth season. No, I've seen all the previous seasons.
Yeah, I think Invincible's story has always been pretty decent. The problem is just the animation. It's just the animation.
I mean, I could like
It's just
a
weird
show could get away with.
It's really weird to have an animation have bad animation, and I don't think people like understand that enough. Like when we say like a show is bad and it's not animation, it's a live action show. It's because the live actors are not acting properly.
Look at that. Is he gonna actually play it?
What is going on?
What is that? It's supposed to be that they're tackling him.
Where is him at? Why does he not appear until like the last frame? This is crop, right?
You gotta wind it back. You gotta wind it back. Are you talking about the person tackling him? I have no fucking clue. This is the ass. It's not cropped. That's how it is. It's zoomed in. It's zoomed in, but that's how it is in the show.
Okay.
It's just ass. It's ass.
That nigga like a vehicle coming down the road.
Okay, don't even look at that. Don't even look at that. Don't even look at that. Look at the nigga in the background who literally just disappears. He just disappears.
Oh shit! Why did I not see that?
Somebody said he got kicked from the game for playing like shit.
For playing like shit.
I'm gonna post this in the VC chat so you can see it too. Like this is the type of stuff I'm talking about. And like they basically only had like 2 episodes this season that had decent animation. There's 2 parts. I wouldn't even say episodes. There are 2 parts where the animation was actually decent. And like the rest of the shit is just stuff like this. Like this is not no small show. This is one of Amazon's biggest shows. It's literally one of their money makers.
That's the most ugly part about it. Yeah.
Nigga in the background, he kicked this nigga from the game and played like shit. He just disappears, bro. That's ridiculous.
Bro, what the? Wait, what's even? How did that even happen? How did that even?
It's a throw alt F4.
It's not like there was much going on in the scene, anyways. Like I'm shocked that a mistake like this could happen.
Look at this one. Look at this one. I got 2 others. Look at this. This is like amateur stuff. This is just no way. This is like an amateur hour in the studio.
And there's nothing going on either. It's just like How did that happen? Just maybe he got affected by the Thanos snap or something. I don't know.
I wonder. I really do want to know, to be honest. This is I'm getting off subject, but I wonder what a person would, how they would react to Zenless Zone Zero if like if they'd like never watched porn.
Probably.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah. Probably. It'd be sensory overload, I think. It'd be like giving
No, I think if a person, if a little person or whatever, was watching like shit like Looney Tunes, it should be par for the course or whatever. I'm just thinking to myself, are you gonna sit there and be like, oh my god, there's this gooner slop constantly if like you didn't watch porn or knew about it? Like I have the hardest time believing that like people who cry about gooner slop aren't like involved in some sort of way with like gooner.
Oh no, there's
stuff.
definitely some sort of closeted. Like there's definitely some sort of like the like I'd rather talk to someone who's open about their fucking like.
Well, some of these people can't be because they just straight up just say constantly like, you don't understand how traumatizing this is for me because I was touched by as a child. It's always something like that, bro. It's never like a Christian coming up to you in cloth saying like this is unholy. And you should not watch this. It will tempt you because it will make you horny. I would know. I get horny too. This is why I had to walk the path of Jesus. That's just so much more straightforward, but that's not happening most of the time. What's happening most of the time is somebody telling you, you are a predator. You are a sexual deviant. You need to put away you play stuff like this. And I have nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I am simply just telling you how it is. And I have no reason to even know as to why I know that it makes you horny. I just have an intuition that you're a horny person playing this horny game. And I don't get horny myself personally. I just want to see like somebody get on this kind of game and be like, I didn't even notice it was horny slop. I love the way the characters just bounce around. It's just so funny.
Okay, I'm starting to understand your point now.
Bro, I thought the person who posted this fucking Reddit song was named Raylan Gibbons. I was about to lose my mind.
Raylan?
Her name is Iridian Giddens.
What's up, Damaris? I'm gonna post this image. What is the morality of someone who is willing to press this button? Are they a bad person?
If you hit this button, you will get $10 million, but someone you know will die. Somebody you know.
I think.
No, somebody you don't know.
You don't know will die. Yeah, niggas are basically arguing that with $10 million, you could use it to be like a force for good and still have a ton of money left over. But I think the average person isn't going to do that regardless. They're just going to keep the 10 million. Even if I'm not saying I wouldn't do it. I'm saying like you're hitting the button knowing that someone is going to die, then that makes you a bad person, right? Regardless of the amount of money and what you do with it, for the rest of your life. You can spend all 10 million.
This is another version of the Charlie shit. So I figured how this is supposed to work because I never get the chance to come to the end and then remember how people are supposed to react to it or whatever. But basically, I don't know how I can say this without like losing the plot, but like you are basically doing something all the time that indirectly contributes to somebody's death in America. And that sounds like pretty Marxist to say or like anti-American, but like this is just the truth. Like your their existence in your predicates that some people get to die constantly in other places around the world. So like this is honestly no different. In fact, this is like maximal gain for like minimal harm because like the person who dies immediately, and not like through a slow death somewhere in fucking the Sahara Desert or Africa or some shit.
He said, you are an outright villain if you push this button. You know that you will end a stranger's life for money and you still pushed it. Nigga said, edit. The fact that there are people replying to me asking why killing someone for money is evil is genuinely worrying to me, bro.
Yeah. I don't know how you exactly like rank order the moral content of this. I just think that I don't want to caveat it by saying you have a moral authority or moral duty to pretty much make sure that money goes to the right thing, because that's changing the social experiment or whatever, right? I don't want to have to put that in there, but it is like on its own, it does seem pretty fucking bad on its own.
Yeah, there is another version of this test. This is like some type of consequence test. I forgot the actual name of it, but they have another version where, let's say that if you press the button, you're pressing the button, and instead of just instantly getting $10 million, a random person is brought before you. Explain to them that in 5 minutes they will die because you want $10 million. They can use these 5 minutes to speak freely to you before they are killed in a random way before the button pusher. If you chose not to press the button, a random person will be brought before you. They are told they will get to live and are given 5 minutes to speak to you. After 5 minutes, they are taken away to be freed. Although the test has not changed, I imagine way less people will actually press the button knowing what will happen. The test is as it currently stands, where you push the button, they don't actually get to see your consequences. Is more of a way to paint people as monsters.
Mm-hmm.
Although I assume that is the original intent of the test. How many people will push the button knowing that there's consequences, but they don't get to see it, right? It's a 3 scenario. Because it's literally somebody you don't know.
I think the main...
Two people die.
Go ahead.
He said 2 people die every second, so basically me pushing the button does nothing. I don't think that's how it works.
I wouldn't say it does nothing. They're adding to it for sure, obviously. They're just trying to say that the addition to it is insignificant. The reason why I don't think it's that much of a bad thing is because the gain is extremely maximal. Most people will never live to see even a quarter of that amount of money.
Yeah.
I
think everybody would push it for the most part.
Yeah. I think that if everybody pushes it, though, everybody dies too. So it's kind of weird. It's a bit of a catch-all thing, but like obviously, if it's given to one person, then that one person will absolutely push it. Because if anything, it's like one. This is I hate having to caveat things, but like you're not trading. Number one, you're not trading a life for another one. You're trading a life for honestly like an upwards multiplication of one person's life. Like the amount of gain that the one person will experience because of that button press should basically outweigh the consequences drastically. That's the way that I'm putting it. When they said you can't put a number on life, that's you don't live in any country where that's true. Come on, let's be real. We do not live in a society where like that is actually true. We can definitely put a number on anybody's life. It's just not a cool thing to say. So they're heartless, blah blah blah. But if you could like sit down with your father or whatever, your mother, and somebody holds a gun to your face and says, which one do you want to live? You're not going to hesitate. You may hesitate for sure, but like, you know who you're going to pick. It's not going to take you too long to figure out who you're going to pick. If they didn't know who you'd pick, you'd probably pick faster. If your parents were staring you in the face, then it would take you a little longer to be like, I want mom to die or dad to die. But if they had their backs turned and they didn't find out who picked what the decision was, and you couldn't see their faces as they met their demise, your ability to decide between your mother and father will go up drastically, because people just have preferential leanings towards outcomes. That's just, I don't know. Nobody likes for us to talk about this kind of stuff because
you really don't think it's hard? Like, I feel like it'd be really hard.
I'm not saying it's hard. I'm just saying there's a scale to this stuff. We can make it easier on you, and that's what people say all the time when they put you in these torture situations or give you these Charlie experiments. We can make it easier on you if we do X thing. We know this sort of stuff because we know that like people weigh and consequence things differently. We know that if this is not the consequence you experience, but this is, you will pick one over the other. People always pick one over the other when it comes to nearly everything.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. For me, I kind of have a hard time imagining like actually being able to pick that easily.
Not easily, but like there's a scale to it. It gets easier with the more caveats that come with it.
What are the caveats?
So
that you say
pick between your mother and father which one you want to die, and then it's like, you say, you try to haggle with them. Can we wait? I'm gonna wait until this thing happens or this thing happens, or I don't want to see them when it happens. I don't want to have memory of them when they die. Can you erase my memory of the person after they die? But we can make this as easy as possible to the point where you make a decision. And you will pick one of them. What you're going to do, say no so they can both die? That's the super caveat. Then you have to make a decision or they both die. Obviously, the best thing for you to experience is for them to say, well, If you don't pick, then you die. They're not going to say that because that's not what they want. If they want one of these people to die, or both, then you're not an option. And that would be so easy for you to be like, well, I just get myself up. I'll die. No, we're not going to make it that easy. We're gonna put you through some level of decision and pain, and we want you to feel responsible for it to some extent. I don't want you walking away like you did something and got away with it. I want you to suffer to some degree.
What do you think is the morality of a character essentially that has to make? I guess maybe it's a situation instead. What do you think is like the type of morality involved if, say, a character has to do something incredibly like evil to essentially, like it's like a means to the end type shit, but like to an extreme. Like let's say that, I don't know, we'll use Khalil since he's not here. Let's say that Khalil has to literally take over the planet essentially, or else we all die in like 5 years. Is it evil for him to do that, even though the entire planet explodes if he doesn't?
That's not extreme enough for me that he has to take over the planet, because that's something that people want to do on a daily basis. It seems like certain politicians. And then Khalil is like seemingly not evil. I don't think he's going to start the Holocaust back up if he takes over the planet. I think it is a maximally more. I think not maximally, but it is very bad that Khalil would take over the planet because Khalil is a bumblefuck. So we would all suffer, but we shouldn't go to a gas station. I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried about that he's actually like a real life anti-Semite. I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried that, like anybody, we shouldn't put people in power who have no reason to be in power. But the alternative is that we blow up. Nobody's going to sit there and hesitate and be like, oh yeah, we should definitely not let him be leader because he's like, who is Mr. Herring? I've never heard him a day in my life. Who did he vote for? No, the alternative is the planet will blow up. You will not ask any questions.
Yeah, what is the thing I'm looking for in Dune, right? You know, like in Dune, Paul's son, Leto Atreides, essentially he's into the golden path, which is, you know, supposed to be like omniscience, omnipresence, whatever, and he realizes that essentially humanity will die. Basically, humanity in the future will go extinct unless he specifically becomes like the greatest tyrant that the galaxy has ever known, and he has to rule as a tyrant for, what is it, like millions of years, something crazy like that, a long fucking time. He essentially has to become the worst tyrant imaginable in order for humanity to survive, or else they'll go extinct. I believe this specific scenario is that basically he needed to be a tyrant that was so evil and so horrendous that humanity will never allow another tyrant to rule them. So that's basically what the plot of the the God Emperor book is about.
I forget how you would like boil this down to like basic value claims or whatever, but this depends on like you think it is worse for humanity to continue to exist in a state of decay due to the rule of a tyrannical rule or whatever, or if you think it's worse for humanity to just go extinct completely. You're gonna pick between these two things, and that's
wait. No, I actually just thought of a crazy one. If fuck, no, actually, I don't think I should say this. Never mind.
I mean, I'll say it because it's topical. Would you rather? Hold on, that's just not going to work because it's just going to be obvious to a lot of people. I think they know
like
I don't want to make it easy. Where one is extremely like. Go ahead.
I joined this VC without knowing that you were actually streaming. So
I was going to say, would you rather your daughter be kept on Epstein's Island for all of her life, or would you just shoot her in the head so she could not be there anymore? Pick one. So I don't know how much worse you can get than that.
Say that again. Say that again.
Would you rather your daughter spend the rest of her days on Epstein's Island, and it's not no Disneyland, or would you shoot her in the head to free her?
That's crazy. Goddamn. I don't even know how I would go answering that.
Well, I wouldn't want to ask that because most people will probably shoot her in the head. Actually,
yeah,
I wouldn't want to even get that scenario.
It is a plot point.
No, but like, what like, don't you think that it's better? Like, it's just one. Wait, how long is she spending there?
I say the rest of her life.
The rest of that's crazy.
Yeah, put her out her misery at this
Yeah,
point.
most people would say,
that's
yeah,
crazy.
she's got to go.
Yeah, no, that is a hard thing. Yeah, that is definitely. Wow. Yeah, I guess like at the end of the day, everybody is going to come to the conclusion of shooting her in the head.
Yep.
But nobody wants to say that.
That's the Middle East. Some people are shooting their kids before they get bombed.
Yeah,
Or
no,
before
that
they get-
that is a very real statement.
What were you gonna say, Ramon?
And it's a pretty huge plot point in the book that like the golden path is like essentially, well, at least until this book, it is pretty much immutable, right? That's why Paul makes the decisions that he does in the movies and in the first book, because he doesn't know how to break away from the golden path. So, you know, his son and God Emperor Doom or whatever the fuck shit is called, he essentially the only way, it's not like he could have done it a different way. The only way that humanity will ever survive, will actually survive and not die out, is if he is essentially like the worst tyrant. He has to rule for like 10,000 years or something. He has to be the worst tyrant ever to condition humanity to essentially never allow themselves to be ruled again. The goal was to get them to never congregate long enough to ever create a large enough kingdom or any type of power essentially that could ever be control of anything.
Mm.
Like, imagine having to actually make a choice similar to what you just described. Like, that would be crazy.
I mean, I don't live in the Middle East, but I hear stories like that in America.
Yeah.
Not fairly often.
It's
People-
never easy to.
A lot of people will literally just, if they find out their son is gay or something like that, they would just kill their child. And I don't mean a lot as in like an overwhelming majority of anything like that. But I think once is enough. And I think once is enough for you to be like, when I say enough, in one regard, I mean to say that like, that's one time too many to hear a story about somebody saying that they killed their trans child because they found out they were trans. I'm also saying that there's too many people that live in this country or in general for you to think that this only happens like once or twice or 3 times or 4 times. It happens probably way more than that. So please react to my edits. It would be great. Help, please. You spanned it 4 times, so you kind of, what's this word I'm looking for? You have poisoned the well because you spanned it 4 times in a row. There's no way that I can have a good impression of your edits now. In fact, I've
Was
done
this
it.
the same guy that, like, was this the same guy before on the other stream asking
I
you
don't
to read
keep track of this stuff. I'm like a teacher who well, I'm sorry, that's not how teachers work. They don't forget stuff. How do I pull this up properly? Oh, I gotta go through the YouTube chat. The actual one. This one? Yeah. Nope. And I can't even exit out of it. Love this.
I'm still like was all this is unrelated to what we're talking about right now, but the
I have to watch your
pacing
story.
thing you were talking about before, still a little confused on that.
Feels like
I
every
know
editor
like
is a Christian Ronaldo editor. Is this like a Brazilian thing or something?
Christian Ronaldo editor.
I feel like everybody who like wants me to look at their stuff is always editing Christian Ronaldo. It's like this is like if my generation had editing technology back in the day, and we all just spam Michael Jordan constantly. That's what it feels like.
Like I understood like the predictability part of what you said, but nothing else I really understood.
um predictable. What do you think, Ramon, when I say like don't you kind of like appreciate it that like everything that you engage with has like a structure to it? Like
Yeah,
every
definitely.
gacha game that you play has basically a currency system. You know what this currency does. You know what these tickets do. You know that this is the main character. You know that the character has like a gender differential version of themselves or whatever. You know that there's like presidents or leaders of certain regions. Every gacha game basically follows the same beats. All right. What about when you go watch a soap opera that's like, kind of like House or whatever? You appreciate that, generally speaking, anything that is written like House is like generally the same. Anything that's written like Always and Sunny in Philadelphia is generally the same. You appreciate that like every scary movie, horror movie is generally the same. It follows the same beats, the same principles over and over again. No matter where you look, there seems to
I
be
guess
a
like the
general
next
structure to everything that you get into.
like the question I'm trying to ask is how would you construct that structure? Like,
Because
do you have any?
it's A and V. So that
Mm.
means it's anime music video. That means it makes sense for the anime to follow a certain visual pattern and the music to follow a visual pattern because
Right.
it's
Do you have any videos that I could watch that would educate me on this certain topic?
No.
Or
not
is
a chance.
Because
Oh,
watching
okay.
AMVs, I got you.
Because all I'm saying is that like I feel like when it comes to like how a song is made, there's literally an intro, there's build up,
Mhm.
there's a drop, there's a chorus, and then there's a verse, and then it loops like that. Everything is predictable. And when it comes to like how things sync, I think that what may be confusing you is that like I'm actually like a heavy sync editor. Like I sync to a point to where it's like insane. I've seen people like complain that I sync everything. Like sometimes I sync too much. Sometimes I sync so much that you can't even tell what I'm tracking because the beat is too fast. So you don't know for sure what the fuck I'm syncing. When I'm saying like there's a pattern to follow and it helps create guidance with the viewer so they can like feel a rhythm when they're looking at something, that comes from the perspective of somebody who is literally tracking the action, the beat, like consistently throughout the whole thing. There's never really a point in which I'm free forming it, where I just ignore the beat and I just throw in the visuals or whatever. If I do that, it's because the intro is there, or if I do that, it's because the outro is there, but never in the middle unless I'm cutting the music off to like do some sort of Drake thing where like it's just dialogue and there's some sort of little story in the middle of the video.
Some people would say cutting to every beat is a trap, right?
It's a style.
Is what I hear. It is. It's a style when done right. Like pretty much when you do it. But
You can't do it wrong. You just pick the wrong music.
yeah, but cutting to every beat is definitely not the way to do it. Like, it's definitely not the way you're doing it either, right?
I'm not sure what you mean. I can pull up something. I think if you go watch the Rapstar Ravy video, you will hear that like every single time you hear a sound effect, it's synced to some instrument.
Like in the at least in the editing community, like it's a general rule of thumb that you should never.
I don't know what you're saying.
Have
Like, the biggest
No, I don't
TikTok
know.
when people say on Twitter, I don't know what TikTok
Mhm.
editors are smoking nowadays. The TikToks that blow up and get billions of views are like perfectly synced.
Oh no, I know what you mean, but they did it correctly.
It's not
Yeah.
particularly hard to do.
Yeah,
I
but
don't.
it's like-
It literally is not hard for like a beat to be like boom, 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 chop, 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 boom,
Wait,
boom,
I
boom,
gotta
chop, chop,
find
chop,
this
and then as soon
video.
as you hear boom,
One
boom,
second.
is something happening. Sync, 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 sync. That's not.
It's
that
like I'm
hard.
not describing it well. I'm not like one second. I'm kind of butchering what I'm saying right now.
Is the video good? I think it's nothing worth remembering. It's a slow pan from the screen. Like what is it? Like zoom out, zoom
No,
in.
no, no, no. It's a video explaining how
Not you.
should. Oh. Okay, I got it.
Yeah, it's like zoom out, zoom up, zoom out slowly. Somebody's not even moving based off of what you did to it. It looks like it's just the anime itself moving in somebody's frames. Well, obviously, what I hate the most is that the edges are mirrored. That's completely unnecessary because like you're not zooming out. I'm not really sure why that's happening. It's an insane thing to have mirrored edges, and you're not. There's nothing happening to allow that to even be like that. So it's kind of ridiculous. Also, I'm kind of an aesthetic person when it comes to like trying to keep things. I don't know. I'm not gonna comment on like how I feel like the music doesn't match. I'm just gonna leave that alone. What did you ask me to do exactly? Oh, rate it. Oh, I'm probably a what 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10.
Like, what do people get out of just having their edits rated? I feel like it's just better to ask for criticism.
Yeah, I hate rating edits. That's
Yeah.
why I usually just like explain why. Like, I don't know who started that shit, but it's extremely childish. It's an ego thing. It feels like you don't need somebody to give your fucking shit a girl is not a video. So when you give a rating for a girl, you're doing it exclusively based off her looks. Like if she looks attractive, you know that she looks more attractive than people who normally look like the 7s and people who look like 6s and 5s. You instinctively know that like what an 8 is when you see her, what a 9 is, or what a 7 is. But you can't do that for like a video. It would be weird. It would be like looking at every frame and then congealing it all together, and then being like, yeah. So everything I've seen over the course of a minute, every little effect. I'll give it a whatever number out of whatever. It's not very productive, in my opinion. I don't even like rating like movies and TV shows and stuff like that. I just enjoy stuff, or I just generally don't. Rating in general is just kind of it's not very productive. Imagine people like look at like numbers and ratings and they just ignore reviews completely. So many people would be out of a job. Generally, like we probably wouldn't even do like elections. Like we wouldn't be able to get people. We wouldn't even have democracy. I don't think. I don't think we can have democracy. We just like didn't have like an actual conversation system.
I completely butchered what I was saying. It's not that you shouldn't cut on every beat, and that's not what doesn't make sense. It's linear pacing versus abstract pacing. Is what I was trying to convey. Like if you cut like consistently on the same cuts with no change in the pacing throughout the entire video, it'll just look boring.
Yeah. But nobody makes music like that, generally speaking. What song do you know that just goes boom, boom, boom the whole time, and that's just the whole song?
Yeah, but it's more like the issue of the editor and not the song is what I'm trying to say. And
no, if the song goes boom, 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 the song is ass. If it boom, boom the whole time,
that's another thing.
You're not gonna. No, I'm serious. If the song is literally just a kick the whole time, going boom, 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 you're out of luck. There's not a lot you can add to that in terms of visuals, unless you just abstract.
No, I know what you mean. You're limited.
So that means that the song is bad, and that like, since it's like in and of itself, no AMV, just the song itself, we don't like that either. That is also linear, and therefore we don't like it. It's boring. So I'm saying that no editor in their right mind is going to listen to a complicated fucking dubstep song or whatever, and just sit there and cut to the same thing over and over again. There needs to be like as I said last time, an intro that is different from the rising action, that is different from the climax, that is different from the falling action, that is different from the exposition or the resolution. It's just all these parts should like feel different. They should be styled differently. They can be like color changes. They can be shifts. They can be anything. But to have the same general feeling throughout the whole thing is already linear. This part of the video features all greenery or whatever. It just shows like shapes, and it's just motion graphic shit. It's text on the screen. It's whatever. And then this part of the video, characters show up and they like put on clothing or whatever. They like they're in their closets or whatever, going through a wardrobe, trying out different clothes. This part of the video, the people are running around in the city with their outfits on, and there's more kinetic energy now. They're like getting into fights or whatever at parties and some shit like that. Like, and then the style of like syncing changes based off of like oh, wardrobe shit is slow because women when they pick out clothes is slow and tedious and well thought out. So this is the part of the video where like the syncing is just slower. It tracks to something that is maybe the vocals because the vocals have like this soft, slow tone to it. But the beat is kind of fast by comparison to the vocals. There's more energy in the beat. The vocals are slow, so you track the vocals instead. Beats are layered. Music is layered, so you can track different things. It's all running off the same tempo, but this is why some people literally will, in their edits, change to a different song if they want to like change the vibe. This is why some beats on their own will change the vibe by having the tempo or the whole beat change nearly.
So why do you talk so ambiguously? I might, but may not.
What the fuck? Let me see.
Kevin, she can't love you like I do. Says I'm a superior being. Alexa, stop. I got some meat in the oven. I had a quote earlier. I think I forgot to ask you, but they said the next season of From is gonna be the last one. This season isn't out yet, but the season 5 is the last season.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the next season of From. The next season of From is what do you call it? Is gonna be the last one. Who was that? Yeah, I got Alexa, dude. I got like 4 Alexas.
I thought you said laxative. I'm like, so what's going on?
Yeah, when the robots take over the planet, she gonna worship my ass, bro. I don't know about the rest of you niggas. Y'all gonna be stuck in the breeding farms. Slave ass niggas.
Who are you talking to?
Your boy added me because he heard me through your stream.
What are we talking about?
Yeah, he's making fun of me because I got Alexa. I got like 4 Alexas.
Somebody added you in the main chat?
I don't know which chat is it. I just saw it. Take this meat out the oven.
I thought you were about to say take this meat out your mouth. When did you call out to Alexa? I didn't even notice it.
Yeah, my alarm was going off.
Oh, he did pretty. It was pretty noticeable.
Woo!
Where is Sparky?
He's asleep.
Okay. I almost thought to myself that I haven't heard Sparky in a while.
Yeah, that nigga's sleeping.
He be getting good sleep now.
Yeah, I mean he might be awake over there. I got the cover on the side of the cage. I mean he probably up now. He hears the oven fucking moving around and shit. Oh yeah.
I hate afternoon naps, man. It's the only reason I'm awake right now.
I think about VTubers. I think VTubers are Muppets, and that's it.
I love taking naps. I sleep all the time.
No, but like afternoon naps are the worst.
You think so?
You wake up with a cold sweat, dry mouth. You
Oh,
don't
no.
want to be up.
I don't ever wake up in a cold sweat. My sweat always hot. That's a byproduct of the black gene.
I mean, both can happen.
Yeah. I've never had a cold sweat before. Maybe when I was sick or something.
No, why do VTubers talk in the same goddamn accent? Like
the British accent?
No, they have this sort of cadence. Like it's like they every one of them fall into like one sort of category of an accent.
I think that
And
I don't like this point. I know what's being said and I don't mind it, but like if it's not that, it'll be a different accent that everybody else has. Like all Californians generally sound the same when they're around the age of like 20.
no, but like there's so much coincidence that it's
All
like,
people who are from like Turkey,
I've
not
been
Turkey,
like,
but like what is it, Dane? Where's the
no,
place?
no,
Denmark. All Denmarkian girls sound the same. Danish.
I want to know.
They all sound like Mooney.
Accent
Yes, they all sound like
Mooney.
Mooney, actually.
I gotta get to
Because, like,
Denmark.
No. Like, do you know who Shy Lily is?
Yes.
Because so many VTubers talk exactly like her. I'm like pissed off because I don't know what that accent is.
Yeah, it's called White Valley Girl too.
They're all emulating each other.
I feel like it's so far away from White Valley Girl though. It's
it's instead of like focal fry at the end, it's like anime fry at the start or some shit. There's always some style to this kind of stuff, and people will always like copy it because as long as you sound like somebody else, you're not spending too much time trying to figure out why I sound different. And people do spend time trying to figure out why you sound different, so don't give people that ground. That's the general idea.
Mm.
Why do you think everybody online sounds fucking black?
Wait, what do you mean? Like, I don't get the point.
Because it's homogeneous. It's homogeneity. Why are people dropping words they shouldn't drop when they aren't around like black people for that to even happen? That's ebonics.
I see.
Yep. We're all black online.
Everybody's black online. This is the new sort of online.
Yep.
Black online.
I got a different type of tower you can climb. Oh no. Maybe below that.
Crazy.
Motherfucker. Get out of there. This is shit.
Are you shit talking your bird?
No, I'm trying to get these ice cubes out. I
I'm about to say,
overfilled
oh,
them
you
so
about to say,
they're
like, up your own ass. I'm about to say, no way.
nah. I
My friend
overfilled my
shit
ice
talks-
cube tray.
Like my friend shit talks his cat in VC all the time.
Nah, I ain't that type of animal
Baller?
lover. Me and the bird just watch the TV together.
Like, it's like a sarcasm. I mean, it's more sarcastic the way he shit talks it.
Damn, dude.
Well, I guess you could say it's out of love.
That's what they say. They say if you love something, you should let it go. That's why I throw this nigga out the window. Look at that. Beautiful. You know, I just realized, like, I live with myself now. I can take a shit and eat at the same time. Who gonna stop me?
Yeah. Have you ever tried that?
I'm about to try right now.
Eat something while taking a shit.
Well, we're gonna judge, but go ahead.
And you know I'm in the bathroom. Can you hear the toilet flushing? Okay.
Oh Jesus.
Weirdest VC I've been in was people were talking about opening cameras while in the washroom.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know. I can't really explain to you the context. I don't know what
No,
they're doing.
I don't need context. Trust me. I've done worse.
BCs are always homely. You know, in
Like my
America,
friend,
people listen to me bathe for years.
Yeah.
Whatever reason, I still have like images of his piss in my DMs. Like,
okay.
What are we doing?
Yep.
I dropped my damn soda. At least it's in the sink. There we go.
How is the Jesus edit? What?
You're making a Jesus edit, huh?
Yeah.
Not today.
He's gonna make Jesus Christ look like the dude from Bionicle.
Oh, this.
Oh.
This is a TikTok thing. I forget that like younger editors they follow formats. They just pick music that is popular and then they just pick a theme that is also popular and they just kind of just. Therefore, there's not really much to rate, to be honest. It's kind of weird to even engage, in my opinion, with stuff that is like typical. It's way more interesting to like go out and find people who are like doing something weird that is like inspired by like their own artistic like vision.
Oh wait, I think I have one that you would like.
Yeah, I don't know how to rate a Jesus edit, to be honest. I know how to rate mine. Not really, but mine was fun. I don't know. I might be just, it's just me, so I had fun with mine. Because it was like a reference to like when in the moment in Castlevania where Dracula's wife was getting burned at the stake, and then she literally quoted Proverbs. That was, that's how you do that. That's literally how TikToks can blow up. It's like you take a moment in like fiction and then you relate it to like nonfiction, even though, some people obviously think that Christianity is fiction. I'm just saying. How about that AE one? There's no way that I would know which edit you made is an AE edit.
The hard part is gonna be I gotta wipe my ass.
Okay. Ooh, where's the person's shadow? Is that Agaraki down there? I guess it is. Where's his shadow? That feels so bold. There's shadows around there, clearly.
Are you watching the edit I sent you?
Yep.
Just like a pen with no ink, it cannot write. But if you come back to me, everything be
Yeah, so I always think things because if people see this kind of stuff, they're just gonna look at it and be like, this is kind of cool. They don't know what you're editing. They haven't seen the show. That's why you always think stuff, because no matter how many effects you put in an anime, unless it's extremely deliberate in a way where it's obvious, they're gonna just think that they don't know what you're doing. Only another editor probably knows what you're doing. That's the main issue. Show this to your dad and see if he knows what you did. You know what I mean?
Definitely not.
It's that sort of thing. Now sync everything and play a song that he might recognize. And he's gonna be like, oh, you did that little thing right there where the beat goes like this, and oh man, you sung to that part. That's easy. That's to give something people for them to follow or whatever. Obviously, this is why text is popular too, typography. Because like if people see text in the screen, they know you put it in there. And if you like put it in there some sort of stylized way that makes some sort of like thematic sense, they're going, oh, I see why you made the text like red and then it turned to white, because the song says some shit about red and white. Santa Claus is coming to town or some shit, and it's actually like, and then the blood comes down from the Santa Claus. The name is red for Santa, and then blood pours down from Santa's name because it's actually a serial killer who comes into town and kills all the kids. And then the name Santa gets slashed in half, and then Santa comes through in between the word, the name Santa. He has a fucking hatchet, and he's cutting away at your Christmas tree and chopping the shit down. And like a tree falls over, you hear the sound of branch collapsing in the background, and then a tree comes in to fall over the foreground, and the tree falling wipes the scene so that like the next part of the footage pops up. What happened? So Oni, don't ask me about people. It's always safe to assume that people die if you don't hear from them for a long time, because you don't have any other reason to assume anything else, to be honest. They take a break. What's the difference then? What's the difference between them being dead and them taking the break? You don't know when they're coming back. They didn't say. What's the tweet of people consensus shifting? No. No. So let me say this. This is annoying as fuck. So this person tweeted. He said, "No, we're not doing this fucking revisionism for the episode, dude. What the fuck?" And I said, "I hate the term revisionism being thrown around because it implies major consensus shifting. Most people on social media are not tracking commentary for any media for dissenting opinions. So how would you know if people were dissenting if all you initially saw was consensus? Now I can see if you're actually like reading a bunch of different articles of people saying, I never liked this thing. And then they 3 months go by and they change their mind and say, I like it now. That's a shift in opinions. That's a shift in anything in general. And if the major consensus is I like this thing and they shift from I like this thing to I hate this thing, that is a shift in major consensus. Where is the majority in, like, I'll use the marathon example. Do you really think that like 2 years from now, everybody that you know who said they like marathon said that they're gonna hate it in 5 years from now, or whatever? You think that's what you're gonna say? That would be insane if like more than 10 people you know who said they love marathon and 5 years from now said I never liked it. That would be crazy. That just doesn't happen that often. You have to it has to be a big deal. Like the thing that is causing your opinion to change, or the thing that you're changing your opinion on needs to be so like radical for you to actually openly say, I changed my mind on this thing and I'm not going to give you reasons as to why I changed my mind. I'm just going to change my mind out of nowhere. The only time that kind of stuff actually makes sense to do openly is when you say, I knew Epstein when he was a good guy. That makes more sense. That's pretty easy to see why you might have the consensus change on Epstein, because if nobody knew that he was actually like a mastermind pedophile person on an island somewhere, all they knew that he was a grade school teacher, whatever, elementary school teacher, and he was a nice guy, that's not crazy to be like, yeah, my opinion on him changed radically because I never knew that he was a predator. Revisionism. But you weren't there. Give me one person that you know that changed their mind on this thing. Everybody wants to be like a fake reporter, pretending that they always knew like diverging opinions across the board. I know 10 people who hate this thing. I know 10 people who love this thing. Okay, well, who are they? And you tell me they both flip-flopped on each other? They both assume each other's positions now? That's the new thing. These people who said they hate this thing now love it. And these other guys over here, the same exact guys. Same 10 guys. 10 lovers, 10 haters. They just, now there's the 10 haters are the 10 lovers. And that's not happening most of the time. And people are like, it's just weird. I don't know anybody who likes people like that to be like, oh, I know everybody's opinions. Why is this? What's going on? Is this new? I'm pretty sure you would have showed this to me, Ramon, if you saw this. I'm posting this chat. Tell me what you think about that.
The freak?
Tell me what you think about. What do we think about this, guys? What's going on with this?
A little freaky now.
What's going on here? This is a real picture. This is Fuentes' Nick.
I got you.
Yeah.
Why he's opening his legs out like that?
Power stance.
Though?
Like they're calling it the power stance.
Power stance, huh? Crazy.
Wait a minute. The time Trump held up a Bible and said, "I love the Bible. It's my favorite book."
Huh?
They said fucking Trump wouldn't even be able to use the Death Note, bro. He would write the Chinese in it. The immigrants.
My favorite number. Ramon, do you have a favorite number?
7.
Okay. React. I want to react to. Okay. We'll try this out. Let's just go through all this since there's not that many. Everybody seems to come to me having started yesterday. It feels like
Yeah, wasn't Trump actually in Death Note? I think he's in like a one shot.
What?
Yeah, Trump is in Death Note.
Huh?
Yeah, he wins the Trump. They have a one shot for Death Note. Like I think it's like way after the series ended, where Trump is the president of the United States and he wins the Death Note in an auction against China. Then he vows. Then he vows they will never use the Death Note.
What is this lore I'm learning?
Yeah, it's a real thing. Look at it. You know I didn't make this up. I'm not good enough AI to make this. Yeah, it's like the plot of the chapter is that they made a new rule that if anybody bids on a Death Note, the guy who bids on the Death Note and wins, and the guy who put it up for bid will die. So Trump basically has to decide if he's going to keep the Death Note and die or give it to somebody else. He ends up just giving it to Ryuk to take back. But he tells before he does that, he goes and makes a public address that we have to the whole world that we have the Death Note, but we're not going to use it because we're United States. We don't need it.
who Okay. Okay. I would never put text in my edits knowing that there's going to be a fucking closed captions on the screen somewhere like this popping up to disturb the entire process. So I took interest in this edit because this is like 3 times the level of skill that what is normally necessary for like this part. But people who usually suddenly gain 2 times the amount of skill they normally have, um, I just make the wrong assumption, which is that you were holding back your power level and then suddenly you deployed it here. This is the part of it that I like. But sad to say this, obviously it's not something that you make yourself. You just use it for your video, which is fine. But that's just where I am right now. I take interest in the parts that like seem to be inspired by something. I already saw that one. Okay. I feel like this is kind of sacrilegious. Okay. Yeah, I watched this already. Um, come back in a year. Not a whole lot needs to be said at the beginning. Yeah, you started this year, literally. Come back, come back in a year when there's like some character to show off. This was like come back when you made like a house to live in. You know what I mean? Right now you're kind of like a homeless person who's showing me like your sidewalk. Right now I feel like I'm taking a tour of like a park bench, and it's like worn because you sleep on it all the time. This is the part of the bench where your head lays, and there's a little bit of hair there. So you say like, oh, I like this part. This is my favorite part of the bench. That's what I feel like I'm looking at right now. I don't know how to put it. Um, we shouldn't be so excited, in my opinion, to show. I think my little brother does this, and my other little brother does this too, or he did it at least. I never had a point. I wasn't cognizant of it at least, but I never had a point where I was constantly showing my superiors or whatever, my people I looked up to, things that I made because I felt like it was always an embarrassing ordeal to have to put them through showing me showing them my inferior work when I know they know more than me about the thing that I am doing, and I want them to be able to. I want to make something that they are actually interested in. Number one, I never show anybody anything that I feel like they don't have interest in. My dad likes he likes Marvel stuff because he read the comics. somehow he's one of those people who appreciates the Snyderverse. However, um, he reads the Marvel comics. He likes Superman, whatever. I guess I wouldn't show him like my anime stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't show him Sailor Moon. If my dad likes football, I would show him a football, FOOTBALL, just to clarify. I would show him some maybe a football anime or a basketball anime because that I'm meeting him in the middle. I know the guy doesn't watch anime, but I'll show him something that's relevant to him. I feel like a lot of people who edit or show people things in general, they don't try to meet somewhere where you are. It makes sense to be like, well, you edit, I edit. It's like, yeah, but that's like a literal like 10-year-old coming up to like Michael Jordan after he's retired, and the 10-year-old shows like I don't know, a trick where he like puts the ball in the shirt, like the little thing you do where you flip the shirt inside out or whatever, and you catch the. That's illegal in basketball. You shouldn't be able to do that. I'm pretty sure you can't really do that. I think you can like put the ball in your shirt, like if you're standing still, but you can't actually. That's not a real move you can do in the middle of a game. And it would be like nice to be like, that's cool, kid, but that's also condescending. It's kind of condescending. It's nice, but it's also kind of like, yeah, I don't know how to say. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I feel like whenever I try to stress this a little bit, but like when I was trying to explain sync to the guy who was in the VC earlier, I was trying to basically say like sync is something you should kind of want to do because it's obvious. If somebody watches this and then let's just pick something easy and simple. Can I do this one? How far do I got to scroll down before I can find this one? Probably not here. It might be easier to look for it. Yeah, this works too, I guess. If you watch that and then watch this, a second. This is going to be fucked. Where is this coming from? Oh. That's where it's coming from. No audio, probably number one. Yep. That's fucked up. That's fucked of me to do that. Let's do it this way, I guess. I wish someone could teach me how to use software properly, or even create an error this studio feels too hard to use. When people say they wish somebody would teach them how to do something, that's usually people saying, I wish somebody would help me through something because you're saying I'm not actually interested enough to actually learn it on my own. That's the most common assumption that I make. I'm not interested enough in this thing to learn it on my own because most people are learning things on their own across time, unless it comes to like education or school or whatever. Or you're what's the second one? Or what is it? Either you just kind of just can't conceptualize that whatever you're trying to learn is possible unless you have somebody else help you through it. Or you want to get to a point where you learn all the basics quickly so you don't have to go through the basics. And that's not a good deal, to be honest. I don't know anything that is worth anything, that is valuable, where skipping the basics of a thing is a good idea. I am literally somebody who does the basics very well. Like, and that's pretty much all I do. I don't do a ton of advanced things all the time. I just do the basics constantly. So if you don't take the basics seriously, then you probably won't get very far. No, I don't think it's weird to ask somebody their age unless you ask a woman because they make it weird. But it's pretty easy to tell how old somebody is by the content of what they say, actually. It's pretty much a dead giveaway. If somebody is pretty leaning into political like speech, coloring what a lot of what they say, and I think a person who generally doesn't speak about themselves, but a lot about others, not others, but things going on around them, you can place that person's age range generally like above 20, but below 25 maybe. A person who is trying to get to know you very well, somebody who is overly like seemingly trying to be familiar with you is probably around 20 as well. Because these things just don't happen anymore after like 25. You kind of pace yourself a bit more after you turn 25. Around there, you just generally start to slow down a little bit. Yeah, well, this guy right here. Good. This is a good example. Please incorporate Israeli propaganda into your next video. This guy is a little on the older side because Israeli is like I think it's a what is that singular for a person who is living in Israel, or not. I'm sorry, not a person. It's I think it's adjective. It's an adjective for like something. It's like saying this is Israeli cake or some shit like that. A person's ability to demonstrate knowledge of different verbiages of words is usually somebody who is like clearly above like 20 at the very least. The reason why I'm making this distinction, 20 is a good marker. 20 is a good jumping off part. I would probably go as far as to call this person maybe 22, 22, 23, 24-ish in that general range. If not, then this person is somebody who is younger and who watches too much Nick Fuentes, Alex Jones, Myron Gaines, in that general space or whatever. Furthermore, people who stream, generally speaking, who can talk at length about something that, to explain something, they will never be generally below the age of 20. As a 17-year-old, you can't explain shit at length, not really. You could barely do it when you were assigned the task in school, so you sure as fuck won't do it for a bunch of random people online with no feedback interaction to it. I don't know why I'm like explaining how easy it is to tell how old somebody is online when it's something you can only do when you're older, because you sure as fuck can't do it when you're younger. You haven't experienced what it would be like to talk to somebody who's 25 or 20 or 15 and compare those age groups properly, because you're not able to engage as like somebody who is above the thing. How do you know what it's like to talk to a 25-year-old if all you do is talk to 25-year-olds and you can't compare it to somebody who's like 35, for example? Why would it be different? Well, because most 25-year-olds don't own a home, but the chances of you owning a home go up drastically when you hit 35. And owning a home will change how a person basically interacts with the world around them, obviously. It's actually not obvious. Watch out for Mossad, bro. Yeah. Like you're attaching basically meme speak to the Israeli propaganda post that was made by TFK. Because like everybody knows Mossad, essentially speaking, a more elite ball knowledge is like speaking about like Tim, like Tim Pool as a what's the word to saying that he has Russian heterodoxy talking points, or that Putin uses Tucker Carlson as a mouthpiece to try and pull over Americans to be anti Ukraine and to help and to normalize the fact that Putin was in Trump's ear during the first term to delegitimize Hillary's stance against Trump, trying to get him arrested because Trump's basis for what he wants is basically inherently anti-American. Like that's more elite ball knowledge, and to obfuscate those points would be to demonstrate a lacking of knowledge into what's actually going on in our country or whatever. Owning a home, like you'd actually have something to lose. Well, it's more like it changes how you think, economically speaking. People who start to own things become more conservative because it means that you're trying to basically keep something. That's what it means to conserve. But generally speaking, a person who starts to own possessions that actually can like start to accrue wealth, houses can accrue wealth. It's not good wealth, like the kind of stuff that you would invest in properly, because it's not something you can always sell off properly. Like if you build a house somewhere near like a I don't know, an ocean front, you're probably gonna have a hard time selling that if like the tides start to change or whatever. Just depends, but owning things is a good measure of how much a person is going to be able to change. If you don't own anything, you're going to stay young for a long time. This is why like people who in fiction who end up like being cavemen type people who swing on vines, Tarzan, Goku types, they stay young for a long time because they don't own anything. They live off of the land, and to live off of the land is to stay childish in some sense. To live off of somebody else is to stay childish. This is why people who end up in their basements all year round, all their life, 40-year-old version, 30-year-old version, is because they don't have to take responsibility for things. They don't own anything to be responsible for, so they stay young. A young person is somebody who is not responsible for anything. And an older person is somebody who has to actually take chances, go out and risk things. And risk causes you to mature. So it's in people's speech. People kind of always reveal things that they believe in, things that they value, and when they open their mouths, when they type out messages. Even what they don't say is something that can be somewhat indicative of something. This person, KRYNTO edits, Krynto edits. He made this account this year. He's made only a few posts, but 2 of his posts are Jesus. Jesus in the post. But this guy didn't say God bless me like once, or bless you, or he's made no references towards Jesus. He's made no Christian-based references. This is a bit interesting to me personally. I'm not trying to be a noticer here, but and anybody who puts Jesus in 1/10 of their content probably should at some point make it very apparent that they are a believer of the faith. In some way, they might recite a Bible. One thing for sure, I'm pretty sure, is that the Bible preaches against things like vanity. and to or to like assign value to things that are like worldly. So like the idea of being an editor who wants people to see your work is basically it's in that prideful space. It's in the prideful space. It's kind of like not particularly modest. I'm not trying to criticize anything here, but I'm just saying that for somebody who has like 2 different Jesus edits in their catalog of content, number one, I think that's already slightly, just not too much. I think it's just slightly sacrilegious to some extent. Like I'm not a Christian, so it's nothing. It's no problem for me to make an edit that is that it's inspired by a passage in the Bible. So I don't have a problem with doing that or something. Oh, here's another thing too. Obviously, here's one. Uh, this is a weird pronunciation. Crinto is seeking permission to ask me something instead of asking it. That's also like showing like a lower age range. It's like this anthropomorphization of the chat, trying to seek permission with a chat system that is designed to kind of have you, go ahead and do the thing that you would want to do because I can't stop you. You know what I mean? The rules for like interpersonal relationships in reality are not the same as they are online. Because I'm going to keep talking and you can't interrupt me if you don't type something in chat that would interrupt me. You know what I mean? Does it make sense? For somebody to type in the chat, like there's just so many rules that just don't translate properly over to the online formalities. Imagine if like before joining a Discord call, a Discord voice chat, that you had to knock on the VC before you join. That would be, you would think that'd be a little weird to some extent. I don't know, but when you want to do something that doesn't make profit, you can't work on it to the full extent. It depends. I'd say if you earn money to work or work to earn money. I'm not sure what your it's the wrong chat, I think. But did you watch Tensura, Invincible, The Boys? All 3 getting new episodes recently. Nope. Nope, I have not. Tensura has gotten extremely boring. I don't own anything that would allow me to watch The Boys. And the same thing is for the Invincible. So, what do you mean with the Jesus thing? I'm saying that like I'm just saying what I'm saying about the Jesus thing to reinforce like the inexperience that I detect from you in general. I'm just reinforcing more of what I already believe by looking at the evidence that is apparent to me. Number one, I already believe that people who are fairly young can't actually believe in a religion. It doesn't make much sense. People who are like fairly young to have a sort of faith system. It doesn't make any. It doesn't logically follow. I don't know how you exactly paint the picture properly to demonstrate the why it doesn't make any sense. I think you have to arrive at faith naturally on your own, and that's not something we do. in society to our children for the most part, in America at least, or probably anywhere else. I don't know too many places where we just let kids just become religious on their own. But if you didn't become religious on your own, then you're not really religious. You were indoctrinated. There's a substantial difference. That shouldn't be a controversial thing to say. I think some Christians would agree with that, actually. But there's no point in really engaging in the contents of that, because I think anybody who believes in faith would agree with me wholesale. Otherwise, it's not faith. If you don't arrive to faith on your own, then it can't be faith. God does not say that you can get into heaven through the merits of somebody else's prayers. You get into heaven off of your own actual relationship that is whole cloth, something that you started of your own volition, with your own experiences, your own struggles. And as a child, most of us aren't going through any struggles that cause us to want to seek out that teaching. So but yeah. I'll see what happens with the whole reincarnated as a slime anime thing. I'm more interested in Ascendance of a Bookworm. I want to get caught up on that before, to be honest. Yep. Unfortunately, I add everybody on Discord who adds me. I'm not like a special person. I don't act like a stuck-up YouTuber who, like, I'm not gonna add you, blah 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 blah. Some people want to like feel like talking to me is like a special thing, and I'm just the most boring person possible to be talking to get that sort of feeling. I love to shatter the illusion that I'm like some sort of amazing creative person. I love to shatter this weird parasocial god-like illusion that people have for their fellow favorite. And the reply was sweet. Not the best example. Let me go look at the actual account. People shouldn't sell you religion. Wasn't there a guy in history that disproved buying lands from heaven or something? I don't think I mentioned the word sell. I think that what happens is that people just, if you're a father and you're a Christian, you might want your son to be Christian too, so you will teach him Christian values. Well, my point is that the Christian son shouldn't think to himself that he is actually a Christian just because he learned Christian values. It's not the same thing. You're a cultural Christian, but you have not had those sorts of moments in your life that you would actually refer to as moments where I felt the touch of God on my shoulder, some shit like that. Probably not. I don't know who what 16-year-old can eloquently speak about his encounter with God or whatever. In Germany, we have a church tax of like $50. That sounds like a mega church in America a month. And now the question is, does it make you less of a Christian when you leave the church? Then don't have to pay. I mean, literally, we have sayings where we say, "I hate religion because it stands between a relationship with me and God." Because the word religion, the root word for religion is religio, which is to organize. It's a stance against organized religion. When was this account made? 2021. I can't say 6 years, then that would be off. 2 years, probably 3 years, maybe. Oh, the span is 6 years. All right, let's see. Holy. Let me go get let me get a drink. Put my clothes in the dryer. Step away for a little bit. You, this is why that guy needs to he needs to sell me my name on Discord, because you did not send me a friend request. You sent somebody else a friend request. I don't even know how you would think to yourself that you sent me a friend request if I didn't tell you what my Discord name was. You just kind of took it upon yourself to assume that it was Kurosa, I guess. You're not particularly wrong, but you're just a little off.
Yeah.
Yes, the Robin Hood character. And he was a contractor at the IRS, and he saw all of these tax returns, and he leaked them to ProPublica. He's actually in jail now. He was hit with a very significant prison term when they found him, because there were a lot of very rich, powerful people who were quite angry about this.
It is illegal.
It
to
was
leak
absolutely
tax returns,
illegal.
Right? We don't.
It was illegal, but the actual penalty was much smaller than what he actually got. And the reason this information was so important is because, while tax scholars long knew that there were ways for wealthy people to avoid taxes by avoiding taxable income, right? Taking low salaries and not selling their stock. It was always met with, well, yeah, but that's just theoretical. That's not real. But here, when these tax...
I will never make a video at this age in my life. Let me hedge a little bit on something like that as a main focus. I have mentioned Epson in previous videos at least once. But to make a whole video on Epson, when the only thing we're talking about him is going to be the stuff that you would generally get taken down for or whatever, it's just not it's not particularly it's not very tasteful.
returns were leaked, it was no longer theoretical. It was tax returns of many of our richest Americans paying zero in taxes. And so now it's no longer possible for people to say it's just theoretical, because we know that it's not.
I mean, that investigation found that year that Warren Buffett had what they called the true tax rate of 0.1%, Jeff Bezos 0.98%, Michael Bloomberg 1.3%. I mean, I pay much higher taxes than that.
Yeah. And so I think that, I mean, of course, what they're capturing there is their unrealized gains on their stock.
Then the next part of the story you're telling, what is the difference between selling stock to fund your lifestyle? Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk, they presumably have private planes and multiple homes and fancy vacations. And what is the difference between funding that by selling stock and funding it by what you just described, which is borrowing against stock?
If they were to sell the stock, then they would have to do two things. One is they would have to pay capital gains taxes, which would be, when you take into account all the taxes associated with it, over 23%. So
it's still lower than on a high income.
Absolutely. Selling the stock is definitely a better play than having to take a salary. So,
because again, salaries are for suckers.
Because salaries are for suckers, and it turns out selling stock is for suckers too. But just
I don't really know. I think what you meant to say was like when the pause text was on the screen, and I stepped away. What was the song, buddy? To be fair, I would not know the name of the song that was playing when I stepped away.
Slightly less of a.
Also, this is all Pokemon
You get
music.
to pay lower tax rates than you would on your, if you were to take a salary. Your payroll taxes are, you don't have payroll taxes, you just have this net investment tax, which is less, and you have a 20% capital gains rate. So that's better than salaries, but not as good as borrowing against the stock. So you go to a private lender, probably. You could go to a bank, and their biggest risk is that they're going to lend it to somebody who is going to default on the loan. But if you're lending it to Jeff Bezos and he's giving you Amazon stock and other assets to hold as collateral against the loan, the risk of that loan going unpaid is nil. So they are basically making essentially a risk-free loan for which they offer very favorable rates, and still they profit from it because the business is to lend money. But the thing is, when we turn to Bezos' side, The tremendous advantage is that that loan is entirely
We're gonna do what we
tax-free.
can.
So when he gets that money and buys his yacht, he has not had a taxable event. He continues to own his Amazon stock. He continues to be able to live the lavish lifestyle. And all he has to do is, pay a little bit in interest every year.
I want to stop you again on this. They don't need to pay back the loans, because this really doesn't feel intuitive.
Yeah.
Like, how is it possible to fund a lavish lifestyle
See you later.
on these loans and no one ever has to pay
See
them
you
back,
later.
right? At some point, in theory,
Take care.
the loan comes due.
Well, no. Only you're assuming that Bezos lives in the world of Americans who have like 20-year loans on their homes, and the bank is lending the money, counting on getting the money back. These are people lending money in the business of lending money, and they're happy to keep lending money, because if you're in the business of lending money and you get the money back, then you have to find somebody else to lend it to. So why not just keep lending it to Bezos?
So you're just taking out, in this way of funding a lifestyle, one loan after another, sometimes paying one loan back with another. And you're just doing this again and again?
So I think what's hard to internalize is how much wealth it really is when somebody has $100 billion, $200 billion, almost $800 billion. But when it comes to somebody like Bezos and our other centi-billionaires, their lifestyle is not, they are not bumping up against the value of their entire assets, right? A few billion really supports quite a lovely lifestyle, and they don't have to get anywhere near where there's some risk that they can't provide sufficient collateral. It would be as if you, in order to support your lifestyle, needed to have $100 relative to the amount of wealth that you have. Do you think it would be hard for you to maintain a loan on that $100 based on the amount of assets that you have and borrow enough to pay the ongoing interest?
So something I don't think it would be hard, but something I think you're getting at here is that consumption doesn't scale. So even when we're talking about how do they fund their lavish lifestyles, look, I don't know what Elon Musk's carrying cost is year on year. I don't know how many homes he's got or whatever. But say it's between $25 million and $100 million. It's penny change. It's a fraction of the interest.
Yes, that's exactly it. The other thing is that if they sell the stock, they run the risk of giving up control over their companies, and they also run the risk of not being able to enjoy the future growth of their stock. These are companies all heading into the stratosphere, and they don't want to give up any ownership. They want to keep going with this ride, and their stocks have proven to be a very good choice because the growth in value has far outpaced anything they have to pay in interest. So they get to retain control of their companies, they get to ride up the value of these tremendously profitable companies, and they get to do it all entirely tax-free while all the rest of us are left, holding the bag.
All right, so the story you're telling here is a situation where if you have enough money and that money is not seen by the US government as income, you can borrow against that wealth, and that creates a tax-free form of money that you can use, and you just keep rolling it over and rolling it over and rolling it over.
Excuse me.
I have a couple of questions about this, but before we get into those, I want to compare this maybe to somebody in the 99th percentile.
So the money they have doesn't really exist. It's so abstract. Yeah, Kanye said it best. I have, what does he say? I have a problem with spending money I don't own. That's a Kanye bar or some shit like that, or a tweet.
Let's say you're a Beverly Hills surgeon, making $2 million a year.
Yeah.
And then let's say you're a tech founder who has $180 million in company stock and only takes $1 a year in compensation.
Yeah.
Both of those people are rich.
Yep.
What is the difference in the way they are taxed?
So the difference is that, and that's a perfect example, the Beverly Hills surgeon is going to pay a lot of taxes, probably in excess of 50% on all of their earnings. So when they have however much they've accumulated over their lives, they've already paid significant taxes on that acquisition of revenue. However, our tech person who has a mere $180 million, right? Not a billionaire, a piker, still has achieved this $180 million entirely tax-free. There is no tax unless he or she sells the stock. And because they don't have to sell the stock, because they don't want to sell the stock, they often don't sell the stock. And here in the United States, they never have to pay taxes on that gain.
And so then what happens when they pass that stock down? None of us live forever, even though some of us are definitely trying, particularly at the levels of wealth we're talking about here. But assuming they don't figure that out, you know, the wealthy pass away.
Mm-hmm.
When the very rich today pass away, and this stock or these other forms of assets we might be thinking about get passed down, what happens from the perspective of the tax system?
Theoretically, what's supposed to happen is that the estate tax is supposed to kick in. And its purpose was to address these transfers by gift and at death by imposing a tax at a pretty significant rate in excess of an exemption amount. Today, that rate is 40% in excess of $15 million. So theoretically, both of our taxpayers are going to be subject to some pretty significant tax liability if they have to pay a 40% tax on the transfer of property that's over $15 million. That's how we imagine the system working. The problem is that the estate tax has become so riddled with loopholes that it is really more of a tax in name only than it is an actual burden. And I will give you what I think of as the ultimate evidence of this, which is that the killing the death tax was the number one issue for the Republicans.
Which is what they called
the estate tax. Getting rid of the estate tax or killing the death tax was a big issue for the Republicans for at least the past 30 years, right? However, in 2025, when they had the chance to do it, right? So we had President Trump, we had an entirely Republican tax bill, and he could include anything he wanted. All of a sudden, estate tax repeal wasn't there. And why is that? I think it's because the estate tax has become so riddled with loopholes that it serves the wealthy more to keep the estate tax on the books, giving the appearance that the wealthy are paying taxes, than to actually repeal the estate tax, and which would shine a light on all of the ways the income tax system benefits inherited wealth.
Your specialty is estates.
Yes.
Tell me about some of the loopholes. If I came to you, and if I had chosen a more lucrative profession and done well in it, and I come and say, hey, I got $50 million.
Yeah.
And I want to pass that on to my kids, and I don't want the government getting a dime of it. They didn't earn it, and they don't deserve it.
Yeah.
So what would you in maybe a more cynical and mercenary version of you?
Yes.
Like the richer and more mercenary version of me here.
Getting together.
What would you tell me to do?
Yeah. Well, first of all, it would matter here whether you were the surgeon or the tech entrepreneur with the stock, right? The surgeon has a much harder time because the surgeon has cash. They were paid in cash. They have cash. And it's a lot
They bought stocks or holding index funds, whatever it might be.
Yes, but most of their wealth was achieved in cash rather than in untaxed appreciation. And so here is where people who own stuff, typically stock, really are able to take advantage of the system in a way that others can't quite as well. If you have a business that's worth, let's say, $100 million, and you pass it at death at $100 million, it's valued at $100 million. However, if you cut it up into 3 minority pieces, 35%, 35%, and 30%, each of those pieces is entitled to a discount of up to like 30, 40%. Now, all of a sudden, your $100 million has been shrunk to $50 million, $60 million, and then it appears on the other side at your kids blowing back up to $100 million. That's one way. We call those minority discounts. But even better are devices where somebody creates a dynasty trust. These are really the...
Sounds good. I want a dynasty trust.
And dynasty trusts are fascinating because...
Imagine like something on the moon, flaming giant parts of it. And you can just buy stocks of it. Imagine a company on the moon claiming giant parts of it, and you can just buy stocks of it. Isn't that how things work right now? Like, instead of the moon, it's just Earth, and instead of a company, it's just, you know, many different companies, or you can say the government, the American government system, you know, government property. Can't you own toll booths? Doesn't Trump want to own like a part of the Strait of Hormuz? Didn't he try to cut a deal with Iran to get money off the Strait of Hormuz? I jumped from the toll booth thing to the Strait of Hormuz thing because they're almost the same thing.
Because the purpose of the estate tax was to avoid dynastic wealth, right? And it's a sign of how flagrant the estate planning can be that they actually just call these dynasty trusts. Yeah, we know they're supposed to not have dynasties, but we got dynasties for you. And what they do is they create a vehicle for your children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren, forever, in perpetuity, to benefit from this trust and the growing value of this trust. And they get funded through a lot of complex arrangements, oftentimes through sales. You will sell your stock early on to this company in exchange for a low-interest note. And for estate tax purposes, you've gotten it out of your estate, but for income tax purposes, you're treated just as if you're dealing with yourself, so you pay no taxes on that transfer. And these dynasty trusts, through devices like that, are being stuffed with billions and billions and billions of dollars. And this is happening all around the country. Around the country, estate planners are helping their clients fund these dynasty trusts. There's also charitable vehicles that are used where basically you give a charity an interest up front and then at the end it goes to a private person, but you price it such that all of the gain is somehow written out of the picture until it magically appears at the end of the story. It's the same thing with grats, rolling grats. A lot of these are stories of...
rolling grat.
Rolling grats. Like
of course,
rolling rock beer, rolling grats. So a grat is something that is a grantor retained annuity trust. And you don't want to know what it is. But it is a device by which people are able to transfer enormous amounts of wealth tax-free. And these are just some of the many devices that are used and that estate planners have and have had for too long now.
Why do they have all these devices? Were the devices created to be used this way? Were they created for another purpose and people just figured it out?
Yeah.
Like, is this tax code designed to do this? Or has it been chopped up through kind of brilliant tax machinations?
So let me step back for a second. In order for a tax system to work, there has to be a dance between taxpayers and Congress or the IRS, whoever is the regulating authority. Basically, Congress sets out some rules, the IRS sets out some regulations, taxpayers and their estate planners or other advisors find ways around the rules. Congress or the IRS is supposed to come back in here and close the loopholes, respond to that. Taxpayers go out, they try to find other loopholes, and together there's this dance that it does a pretty good job of making sure that the tax system is doing a pretty good job of collecting the revenue we need in the country to run the country. For much of the 20th century, this worked pretty well with the estate tax. The estate tax was seen as a very innocuous tax, well accepted in the country. It serves as a backstop to the income tax system, which had all these ways for wealth to grow tax-free, right? And the estate tax was there as like a sweep-up tax to make sure that it was going to be subject to tax. The problem was, in 1990, they stopped. And that was the last time we have had any reform done to the estate tax. But of course, the estate planners haven't stopped. They have.
Did it stop? Because my understanding is we've had cuts to it since then. I mean,
Exactly.
George W. Bush, you could call it reform or not reform, but it has been chopped up and sliced up and made weaker.
All that, right. So
quite
what
a bit
has-
since then.
Well, what has happened is that there have been two changes. The exemption amount has increased and the rates have decreased.
And so there was a big discourse around this. I remember this a bit. Yeah, it's like, oh, these people are passing down family farms, and their family farms are getting taxed away.
Yes.
And so they cut it up then. So how does it change?
Right. So that double tax that hurts family farms and businesses, the death tax, that campaign was funded by 18 of the country's wealthiest families in the early 1990s. So the Mars, the Kochs, the Waltons, they all got together and they were like, okay, we got the income tax handled, right? We can borrow, we can avoid salaries, but this estate tax, Congress keeps fixing it. They keep doing the generation skipping transfer tax. They do the special valuation rules. We got to stop them. And they funded this campaign to turn the public against the estate tax. And they did so by
Mic is muted. I'm not one to speak on economics, to be honest. But if debt were like I'm not going to speak on like the optimization of debt. But we use it for some sort of benefit, and we are still the most powerful country on the planet. So something is there's some sort of incentive system in place, some sort of incentive structure that is keeping that whole thing moving the way that it is. Somebody's benefit from it, just maybe not you and me.
telling the public that the estate tax was an immoral death tax, making it seem like it came for everyone, right? Rather than the estate tax, which definitely had a sort of a rich people air to it. So they said, no, this is a death tax. It comes for all, and it particularly harms family farms and businesses. Now, what they didn't say was that there are actually a lot of provisions in the tax code specifically designed to protect family farms and businesses. And indeed, Congress had a very hard time finding actual examples of people who actually lost their farms. Their favorite person who they used was this fellow by the name of Chester Thigpen, who had a farm.
What a name.
Yes, and he was the grandchild of slaves, and he testified in Congress that he was afraid he was going to lose his farm due to the death taxes that were going to be imposed when he died. And he was so effective that Republicans wanted to call it the Chester Thigpen Estate Tax Repeal Act because he was such a compelling figure. Well, a few years later, Chester Thigpen dies, and turns out he wasn't subject to the estate tax at all, because in fact his farm fell well within the exemption and there were other areas to protect it. So Congress could have easily addressed the family farms and business a problem, if one sees that as a problem, by basically expanding the protections that were already there. But instead, they were using it as a cover for all of the people, the Mars, the Waltons, all of those people that had massive amounts of inherited wealth, and they wanted to be able to pass it tax-free.
Okay, so I found these numbers in your book kind of shocking. In 2000, before the Bush tax cuts, Americans filed 122,000 estate tax returns. In 2010, it was 47,000. In 2013, after Obama's tax plan went into effect, it was 32,300. Then after Trump, there were 6,158 in 2021, of which only 2,584 were actually taxable. So either between 2000 and 2021, rich people stopped dying, or they're stopped being rich people, or we really gutted this thing within an inch of its life.
Yeah. I'm going with number 3. So in 2024, the richest 1% of Americans controlled massive amounts of the country's wealth, $50 trillion. And yet, the estate tax that was designed to apply to all transfers at death and by gift, and there's a lot of gifting that goes on because, as I mentioned, those techniques all involve gifting. So lots and lots of gifting is going on by these people. The 40% estate tax only raised $30 billion in 2024 out of $50 trillion wealth owned by the richest 1% of Americans. It is practically nothing. It is an amount that Elon Musk has both earned and lost in just a single day and probably hardly even noticed. So clearly the estate tax is not doing what we think it's doing.
This will sound stupid, but I think it's worth talking about. Why are there different rates for different kinds of income? Why do we treat income earned at our job, income earned by selling stock, and income earned when somebody dies and leaves everything to us, or income given to us as a gift? Why do we treat them all differently? What are we trying in theory to achieve?
It's interesting. Andrew Mellon, who was known as a tremendous anti-tax crusader, felt that
famed robber baron.
Yes, felt that this, and also Secretary of the Treasury and for a number of administrations, felt that the rules should be that income is taxed at the lowest rates and investments are taxed at the highest rates. Because people earning income, they are in the most precarious situation and they are likely to need the lower rates as opposed to people who are just sitting back and relying on their investments.
Let me read the quote here. I took this down. It's in your book. This is from Andrew Mellon's 1924 book, Taxation, the People's Business. He writes, "The fairness of taxing more lightly income from wages, salaries, or from investments is beyond question. In the first case, the income is uncertain and limited in duration. Sickness or death destroys it, and old age diminishes it." Here he's talking about wages. "In the other, the source of income continues. The income may be disposed of during a man's life, and it descends to his heirs." That Andrew Mellon was saying that it was beyond question that you should tax wage income more lightly than investment income. I mean, it speaks to a very different time. So what is the thinking that leads us into the current world where no matter how you think about the code, it is the reverse? Income, if I sell stock, that gets taxed more lightly than the income from that, than the income I make from the New York Times.
Yeah. And what's interesting is when you actually dive into it, there are 50 reasons of arguments that are given about why investment gains should be taxed at a lower rate. Things like, well, sometimes there might be a lot of inflation if a lot of time has passed, so maybe it's not actual gains. And some say it's good to encourage investments. And others say, and I find this the ultimate in distorted reasoning. They say, look, right now, people are encouraged not to sell their stock because they can avoid tax by not selling. We have to lower the rates in order to lure them into selling. And so that is another justification, even though they should just tax the gains and then people would sell.
It's also the word he uses here I think is interesting, fairness. I've been around this debate a long time. I've covered a lot of tax debates. I've covered debates on the capital gains tax rate. Get into a lot of arguments about efficiency and, the exactly right macroeconomic level to turn the dial to. And yet, as a human being, right, just experiencing the way income works, I work so hard for the income I make from my work. I mean, you're a delivery driver, you're, a doctor doing primary care work or a pediatrician. You're working so hard. And the idea that is taxed so much more higher than somebody making money by just letting money sit in an index fund.
Right.
Or just occasionally clicking a button to move it between, different investments. there is a fairness question here. It's cruel. I always think it's like actually quite cruel. It is so easy to let your money make money for you. The fact that we reward it over work is crazy to me.
I totally agree. And you know who else agreed? Ronald Reagan. In the 86 Tax Act, they actually succeeded in equalizing for a very brief period capital gains rates and ordinary income rates. They got rid of the preference for capital gains, which we should definitely do today. Now, one of the arguments that someone's going to make is, yes, but everybody is better off when rich people take their money and they invest in the economy. That's what makes the whole country grow. But the thing is, much of this money this is not seed capital to start local businesses. This is money trading on a secondary stock market. It is not going to a business. It's going to other owners of stocks, driving up the shares. So I don't buy that argument that this is growing the economy when people are putting their money in stocks.
Well, let me ask about a related dimension of this, which is the rise of stock buybacks.
Yeah.
And both how that has changed the way stocks work and how that has changed the way taxable income presents or does not present itself.
We've been telling a story about wealthy people not paying taxes on their stock because their stock goes up in value. They don't have to pay tax on that gain. However, prior to 1982, because companies could only share their profits through dividends, what it meant to own a lot of stock was to get a lot of dividends. And for much of the 20th century, dividends were taxed at the highest rates, just like salaries. And so what that meant was that somebody who was sitting on a lot of stocks got a lot of dividends and paid a lot of taxes. However, in 1982, after this rule change, companies switched from issuing dividends. There used to be more than 70% of profits were distributed through dividends. Now it has never been as high as 20% since this change went into being. The effect of it is that companies began to do lots and lots of buybacks of their stock. And this had a tremendous impact on multiple levels. One is, if you look at the Dow Jones, there's a chart in my book that shows that in 1982, the Dow Jones was at about 3,000. It was also that in the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, the 40s, the 30s, and the 20s, it was around 3,000. It's inflation-adjusted amount. Now it's like in the 45,000, something like that today, right? So it switched from being a sine curve to being a hockey stick. And part of this story is stock buybacks, because stock buybacks boost the value of stock. But another important part of the story is that it meant that for somebody who owned stock, they no longer had to get taxable income because they could enjoy their profits through the increased value of the stock. Some shareholders would sell their stock because that's the nature of the stock buyback. However, a lot of these shareholders are tax-exempt organizations, so they're not worrying about paying taxes on their proceeds. So in terms of revenue to the federal government, owning stock, profitable companies used to provide a lot of revenue to the federal government in the form of taxation of dividends. And now with the rise of stock buybacks, that is much less likely to be the case.
So then I want to go back to the question of what happens to these great fortunes when they get passed down. How is that treated for you from a taxation perspective? Like when does that get taxed?
Okay, so if you receive it at death, then there is an extra benefit for people who receive appreciated property at death. And that is that not only are those gains not taxed to the person who held the stock, but when somebody receives the stock from inheritance, all the gains are wiped away. We call this step up in basis, or a
nice inscrutable name.
Yes, or the angel of death loophole.
That's better.
Yes, and the angel of death loophole says that we're going to wash away the gains, and the recipient is going to be treated as if they had purchased the property.
Okay, I want to slow this down for a minute because I think step up basis here is really, really quite important. Let's say somebody made just great investment. They bought NVIDIA when it was cheap, and now some years later they have $30 million worth of it. In one world, they sell that stock because, you know, they want to buy a mansion or whatever it might be. In another world, they never sell the stock. They pass away and give it all to their kids.
Yeah.
What is the difference in tax treatment for that stock? It is the same tranche of stock.
Yes.
What happens in the two scenarios?
So in the first scenario, they would pay income taxes on this, on the capital gains. The capital gains is imposed at a 20% rate plus an additional 3.5% extra tax on it. So almost a quarter of it, of those gains, and it's almost all gains, would be subject to income tax.
And so the gains are the difference between what you bought it at and what you sold it at.
Absolutely. However, if instead you hold on to that stock and you don't sell it and you pass it on at death to your kids, there is an extra bonus. And that is that not only did you not pay taxes on that gain, but when they get the property, they are treated as if they had purchased it for its fair market value. And so now they're treated as if they had bought it for $30 million. And so they can turn around and sell it for $30 million and pay no gains at all. And that is this thing that we call step up in basis, or the angel of death loophole.
So the gains are just wiped away.
Wiped away. Not for you to worry about.
That's pretty sweet.
Yes, it's a very nice deal.
So what do you expect will happen with a Jeff Bezos then? Can he pass down 150 billion or whatever it is without too much tax implication, or
well,
does
it's going to matter about 150. It seems like a lot of money. Chances are what these people are going to use are charitable vehicles as an important part of their tax-free transfers. And the problem is that these charitable vehicles afford these donors and their families enormous tax benefits while continuing to give them enormous power in the world. And some of these vehicles, some of these tax avoidance vehicles, if they set them up during life, are not just for charity, but are to influence politics. And that's because you can put money into a 501c4, that's a particular type of organization that is allowed to engage in political activity. And under our current rules, when you give your appreciated stock, let's say somebody decides to give $50 billion to their C4, they get to have continued control over the assets and a tax-free path to avoid both gift taxes and capital gains taxes.
So let's talk about what you might do about some of this. I think something people are hearing a lot about right now is a wealth tax.
Mm-hmm.
One reason they're hearing about it is that there is a wealth tax on the ballot in California this year, a one-time 5% wealth tax. These operate a little bit differently for states and for the federal government. So let's begin with the one in the news, which is the California one. How would it work? What do you think of it? What are the considerations for a state thinking about doing this?
The wealth tax is an obvious answer to this problem. It says, all right, we have a lot of ways that people are avoiding taxable income and they have massive amounts of wealth. Let's tax their wealth, and we'll impose a flat tax, 5%. The problem for states is sort of a few problems, but one of them is that people can easily leave states. Now, California is trying to get around this problem of people leaving the state by making it this sort of retroactive one-time tax. It already applies retroactively to people who previously were living in the state, I think, as of January 1st. A retroactive one-time tax, I think, is it's not going to be a permanent solution to the problem, obviously. And nor do I think it's going to prevent people from leaving the state, because once there's done once, there's every reason to expect it will be done again. So I do think there is a problem for states in their ability to raise revenue because other states are trying to compete on these low taxes.
So you have, in that case, is something like Ron DeSantis in Florida.
Absolutely.
Trying to attract. I met a rich person not long ago who showed me an app they have that counts the number of days they spend in Florida, because they really want to live in New York.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they live in Florida. I mean, they actually do live in Florida,
They have
just
to put in
enough
their time.
days a year to not pay New York taxes. Which I found crazy because I figured the whole point of being rich was to not have to worry about things like this.
You know, I think this is
But
why
people really do it, I guess.
Yes, I find it insane to be rich and to have to live somewhere that you don't want to live. But of course, this is why you're a podcaster and I'm a law professor, right? If we really cared about money, maybe we'd really care about taxes. And because to me, it seems insane, but people do that all the time.
So do you think the wealth tax proposal would be good for California, or is it something that, you know, would just create a benefit for Texas because it'll pull in these rich people?
Well, it's hard to say that it's going to make a huge difference when it's just a one-time tax. So it would have to actually be a more permanent tax. And I think it has a number of problems. One of them is the problem of people leaving. But I think another really significant problem is how you're going to gather the information of how much wealth the person has. It's very easy to think about somebody who owns publicly traded stock, and we know how much stock they own and we know how much they have. But there are lots and lots of wealthy people that own their wealth in other forms that are very difficult to value. And now you're talking about a state Department of Revenue having to build up the resources to have everybody tell them everything they own and keep up with valuation of it. It's going to be quite
How
a
much
task.
is your art collection worth?
Exactly.
How much are your crypto NFTs worth?
Absolutely. And if also, when you start to look at things like partnership interests, these are highly complex structures, and it's impossible for somebody to be able to monitor that for all of the different taxpayers. So it's a very, very difficult, practical task to get around. Now, again, California has some solution where you can defer paying taxes and all of these things, but it's just very difficult to do. It's not as easy as it sounds. And I think that it's also a problem in terms of winning the support of the American public, because we pay taxes on the value of our homes, but generally when we think of the value of all of our assets, we know that there's an estate tax at death, but that's very different than requiring people to disclose every single thing they own during their lives every year. That, I think, is going to feel invasive to the public, not just to the people who are subject to the rules, but to the other people who are thinking about the fairness of these rules.
But that question also applies to a federal wealth tax, which maybe brings us to that. So, you know, I think to the extent these proposals are associated with anybody, it's probably Elizabeth Warren, who has had a number of them over the years. But there are proposals for different forms of national wealth tax. You know, something like it would be 2 percentage points of your wealth every year, year on year. And how do you think about this?
Yeah. So in the federal level, you get to avoid the problem, I think, of people moving. Sometimes people say, oh, no, people are going to leave the United States. It's very hard to leave the tax clutches of the United States. And also, this is not an age in which a lot of people want to regularly give up their U.S. citizenship, right? This is, and become a citizen in some other country.
Dubai or whatever.
Exactly. So I don't think people claim that's
Particularly,
the case.
I think looks bad at the moment.
Yes,
the
exactly.
The Dubai move, which people in the UK, the rich in the UK sometimes
Yeah.
do, and I think has been called into question by the recent war.
Yes, exactly. And so I think that's something that people threaten will happen. I don't think that would happen here. But the bigger problem here is the constitutional issue. So our federal constitution basically has these special rules about direct taxes and indirect taxes, and wealth taxes raise constitutional issues. It's hard because we have a limitation in our Constitution on direct taxes. And the problem is that given our current Supreme Court, we have every reason to think that this Supreme Court might find a wealth tax unconstitutional, which it could very easily not survive. So all of that political effort will have been spent for nothing. And it just seems like not a smart way to go, particularly in today's world where the wealthy are able to avoid taxes so easily through this sort of highway of alternatives of tax avoidance because of our failure to tax their investment gains and their inheritances. So I think there's a lot more easier paths to follow. It's not going to be as immediately effective as a wealth tax, but it's more likely to be permanently effective.
So then what would you do?
Yeah. So what I think should happen is, first of all, we have to look at investment gains. And the problem with our investment gains is that they are never taxed to the person who owns it unless they sell the property. However, in Canada, they have a much broader rule. And that rule is that whenever the person transfers the property, not just by sale, but also by gift or at death, the gains at that time will be tallied and the person will have to pay tax on that gain. And that way, gains are taxed to the person who earned them, rather than kicking it down the road to some time in the future that may never come. I personally would, if I could write the rules, I would say that we should eliminate the distinction between capital gains and ordinary income and give them an inflation adjustment to reflect that inflation holding, and other than that, impose ordinary income rates on that gain. In addition, we need to address inheritances. So people are receiving massive amounts of wealth entirely tax-free. If you were to walk down the street and find $100, you would be expected to report that to the federal government. However, if someone were to give you $100 billion, you literally don't have to tell anyone. There's not even a line on your tax return to let anyone know, because that is seen as entirely your business. And we should not have that be the case. We should get rid of the estate tax, which isn't doing
That's really
anything.
true. You could just hand somebody $100 billion and you don't have to report it to anybody?
The person who hands it is supposed to report a gift tax return, right? But if it's been put into a trust, the trust has grown, it's distributed from the trust. The person receiving the property may have some flow-through gains through complicated tax rules, right? But the receipt of property by gift, inheritance, or life insurance, and by the way, life insurance is the favorite vehicle of the super wealthy to pass their wealth. When they convert it into a life insurance policy, it all of a sudden becomes non-taxable everywhere. That is received, those are subject to exclusions, meaning you don't have to even report them.
You know, one thing that the way you just described that, I think, makes clear is that there's the level of tax design. And then there's the level of the will to enforce tax design, which is to say that if you imagine the kind of reform you're talking about, you could make it, but then you would have to actually want it to work, such that you began shutting all this other stuff down and keeping it shut down, right? Like these life insurance loopholes you're talking about. But how do you think about these two levels, right? There's a level of tax design and then the level of the tax code is complex. People don't know what's happening in it. But the people who do know what's happening in it have a very, very, very strong incentive to support politicians who will allow them to keep using these loopholes or to punish politicians who try to close them.
Yeah. So let me start by confessing I am an optimist by nature. So you may need to take everything I say with a grain of salt. However, I think that this system of non-payment by wealthy Americans came about because of our particular history and particular vulnerabilities of the estate tax. So we had a system where the income tax was incomplete, the estate tax was supposed to be a backup. The assault on the estate tax in the early 1990s was so effective that even Democrats were afraid to do anything to close the loopholes because so many Americans saw it as an unfair double death tax. I think if we had a cleaner system that we could easily have, we get rid of the estate tax, we have an income tax system, it gets a lot harder to pull the wool over the eyes of the public. So I don't think it's the case that rich people can always control, always get what they want. I think that we are living in a moment now where there's more pressure than ever for this to happen. This California wealth tax, right, this is happening because the public has become broadly aware that we've got a lot of super rich people that control massive amounts of the country's wealth, more than they've held, I think, since the 1920s. Significant amounts. I think it's currently 31.7%, 32% of the country's wealth is held by the richest 1% of Americans. And at the same time, none of them seem to be wrapping themselves in glory these days, right? If we go back 20 years, we had all sorts of amazing things being done by our rich people. And there was a book that came out in the early 2000s that was called Philanthrocapitalism. And the subtitle was How the Rich Can Save the World, right? And this was not seen as insane. Can you imagine a book today, How the Rich Can Save the World?
Ray, I'm in the professional opinion business. I can imagine anything.
Yeah. But the idea that someone would think that this would land with the public, which it did in that era, right? The super rich, they can do so many things. We should hand over all of society's problems to them. I mean, I think a lot of people would find that laughable today.
I think something that comment is getting at is sometimes people want to tax the rich because they want to punish them. They just they don't like the rich. They definitely don't like the rich right now, right? I'm very sympathetic to the argument you're making. And on the other hand, that then sort of winds a lot of things up in moral judgment, when sort of my view is that Sergey Brin should have to pay taxes on that wealth, no matter if he's in the don't be evil era or in the slightly more evil era.
I completely agree. I think it is a big mistake to focus on rich people are bad and therefore we should be imposing taxes, because the reason I think it's bad is because when we move the conversation to whether rich people are good or bad, we are not focusing on the fact that the richest Americans have been written out of our tax system. It's as if we had a system that said people who live in Pennsylvania don't have to pay tax, right? We shouldn't have a discussion that says, well, some of the people in Pennsylvania are good. Maybe it's okay they don't pay tax, right? It's wrong as a matter of principle. It's wrong because we need their money. It's wrong as a matter of fairness. It is wrong for so many reasons. And I think the big problem goes back to your earlier question, which is that the public is misled into thinking the wealthy are paying more taxes than they are. And that is why, that with this 1% paying 40%, right, most of the public doesn't know that the wealthiest Americans are able to avoid taxes by paying taxable income. And if they knew, they wouldn't want that system.
I find what you're telling me here to both track what people I know who have worked on crafting wealth taxes tell me, but I find very frustrating, which is that it seems like it should be possible. And the more you get into it, the harder it becomes, both constitutionally, which is one dimension of it, but the valuing and the continuous valuing and the worrying about people moving things into harder to value assets becomes a problem. And I don't know, I've wanted there to be a wealth tax as long as I've been aware of taxation. And the thing that I feel we're losing if we can't do something like it, which I just think is worth naming, is that wealth creates power. It creates a tremendous amount of power. And we're operating in this era when it's not that the rich were necessarily, the super rich, so shy about using their wealth to wield power. I mean, you mentioned the anti-estate tax campaign that was heavily funded by 18 of the richest families. But the level of direct engagement that you're seeing now from people like Elon Musk, they are really making the long-running fear that if you have enormous wealth, concentrations of wealth, you will have unmanageable concentrations of political power manifest. And you can design a tax code, that taxes this money eventually, but it doesn't solve the political power question in a way that I think a lot of people want to use a tax code to do so. And I'm curious how you think about that.
Yeah, I think it's a real problem, and it's a real concern. I mean, people controlling massive amounts of wealth have tremendous power in our society. And I understand that in some fantasy world, a powerful enough wealth tax will be enacted to make a sufficient enough dent in the wealth of the wealthiest people, where it is brought down to a level where they no longer have this power. However, from where I sit, that just looks like a fantasy world. That's not going to happen. It's not going to be significant enough. The public isn't going to buy it generally. And I think one of the reasons the public isn't going to buy it generally is because of something we talked about earlier, which is that to the extent it is a special tax focused on the richest people, like we have to punish the richest people, I don't think everybody in the country agrees with that. A lot of people in the country think that people who have acquired their wealth have done so because they've done great things. They've started great companies, and sometimes they have. Sometimes they have done great things. And so it paints too broad a brush. The problem with it is that we have to live in the world that we actually live in. And in the world we actually live in, I don't see that as being a solution that's going to deliver that result.
I think there's also another dimension to why you should want to make sure the richest people are paying taxes. And that is that people do what other people do.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this while reading your book and preparing for this. I pay taxes. I don't mind paying taxes. I think that is part of living in a society. Living in America has been good to me. It does piss me off that people above me are not paying taxes.
Yeah.
And when I hear sometimes I'm talking about their weird strategies, and I'm not talking about centibillionaires here, just people who spend more time on tax avoidance. You think, oh, am I being a sucker?
Yeah.
And the fact that at these very high levels, the very richest are making the rich people right underneath them feel like suckers. People don't want to be suckers. They don't want to feel that other people are getting a deal they're not getting. Now, on one hand, you might think it would be good if this made more rich people, advocate for a better tax system, which it doesn't seem to have done, to shut down the ability of people above them to do this. But I do think that it's very corrosive to social solidarity.
I completely
agree.
agree.
Have this sense that there are people out there getting a way better deal than you are.
I couldn't agree more. And that's why I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that people feel like this point that you made before. Well, the regular people are always going to lose out. The rich are always going to have their way. It's always going to be to their advantage. But that is not always the case. And that's why I think it's important to think back in history to different times. So one of the times I think is particularly interesting is the Tax Reform Act of 1986. That is the last time that we actually have had any really meaningful reform in the tax system. It was under President Reagan, which was kind of surprising, but it adopted principles of a lot of from that had been around under both parties. And what it did, when we talk about high income earners and the inability of high income earners to avoid taxes, that is because of changes that occurred in 1986. Prior to 1986, we had a flourishing tax shelter business. And your high-paid surgeon would have not paid taxes on their income because they would have been able to invest in tax shelters and offset all of their income.
People always talk about the very high mid-century World War II, post-World War II income tax rates. But I think this is important because some of these were not actually as real by 1986 as they look on a chart.
Exactly. So you had these high rates, but you had massive avoidance by high income earners. And the 1986 Act did something very interesting, and I think something that we should be doing today, which is it broadened the base by getting rid of those tax shelters. And they so effectively got rid of those tax shelters that we don't have them today, right? Our high income people with lots of salaries, they are paying lots of taxes. There's really very little reason or ways for them to avoid taxes. And they were a politically powerful group. So it can happen if you have people that really care about making it happen. It's not like it's impossible to make happen. And I think that is the only way to go. Our only way forward as a country is if we figure out how to have a fair tax system. And I think that imperative, that moral imperative, is also a financial imperative because right now our national debt is so great. Interest payments on the national debt are the third highest expense after Social Security and Medicare. It is. We are spending $1 trillion just to carry the debt this year, more than we're spending in the military. And, that is not sustainable. So we're going to have to find a way to bring everybody into the tax system.
And then always our final question. What are 3 books you recommend to the audience?
Okay. The first book is The Age of Extraction by Tim Wu. This is a fantastic book that talks about how many of our companies that used to do a lot of good for the world are now, rather than producing wealth, they are doing wealth extraction. And that's not good for any of us. And it's relevant for these issues of taxing individuals and taxing companies. The other is the book, The Rise and Fall of the Neoliberal Order by Gary Gersel. And
I like this. All past guests of the show, Tim Wu, Gary
Really?
Grestel. Yeah, I love. Yeah, these are great books.
Okay, that is a fantastic book, and I will say that the title is a bit daunting, but the book itself is so readable, and it makes this incredibly important point that the country used to have one vision of the role of government versus markets, and now we, through the rise of neoliberalism, it's switched to this thing of it's all about let the market run free. But the point is that it is a fantastic illustration of the swings that can occur. And pendulums swing both ways, as we have seen loud and clear in recent years. And I think it's a really good reminder that when people despair of all of the problems of the day, there is an opportunity for pendulums to swing back and for better systems to take hold. And the last book is a book of fiction, the book Crossroads by Jonathan Franzen. Fiction at any time, and particularly in these times, is just a fantastic place to live, to explore other things than the world that we're living in. And I'd say Jonathan Franzen, better than almost anyone I know, presents people's internal psychological dramas. You feel like you're watching a documentary. His writing is so real, and my only disappointment is that I am waiting desperately for his next book to come out. This is Crossroads is supposed to be the first book in the trilogy, and I'm sure I'm not alone in constantly checking for that second book to come up.
Ray Madoff, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
We have fixed the tax cut.
Well, I'm sorry, the Pope shouldn't talk about matters of theology? Isn't that exactly who should be discussing it?
I think he's torpedoing his 2028 chances by picking a fight. Hi, everyone. This is Pivot from New York Magazine and the Vox Media Podcast Network. I'm Kara Swisher.
And I'm Scott Galloway.
How's it going, Scott?
Just so well, Kara.
Let's do a rundown of the latest with Iran. President Trump says the war is very close to over again. As we tape this, Iranian officials and Pakistan's military chief are set to meet in Tehran to discuss messages exchanged by Iran and the U.S. Meanwhile, Iran's military has threatened shipping in the Red Sea if the U.S. continues its blockade of Iranian ports.
Let me just piss off everybody. I think that the U.S. threatening to fully block the Strait of Hormuz is the right move right now.
Many people do.
Because freedom of navigation for the last 150 years has been a key component of the global economy. It's a generally accepted principle that the Strait of Malacca, the Straits of Singapore, if Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore decide one day to exert their geopolitical power and get tens of billions of dollars, that they could block the strait. Egypt could block the Suez Canal. And so if there isn't a multilateral force that keeps this thing open, it just sets a terrible precedent. Now, how we got here, I think a lot of people have very valid arguments around, well, we broke it, now we're asking the world to fix it. But I think it's actually a good strategy to say, okay, if you want the straits blocked, we're going to make them blocked for everyone, including all entry into Iranian ports, which I think is the right move. What is really unusual about all of this, and I know we're going to get to this, is that the markets are up.
Yeah, they are.
Which is just... It fully seems like the markets have totally dislocated.
The S&P is up 2.8% at the time of this taping. Just they are going up because they feel that there'll be some opening of the Hormuz, correct? I mean, or as Scott Besson call it, the Strait of Vermouth. But go ahead.
There's a few things happening. One, I've said this for a while. I think the NASDAQ and the Dow are the two most damaging metrics in the world because they give people a false sense of the prosperity and well-being in the world. And the reality is America is energy independent. And so there's actually some stocks that are up 20 to 40% in the oil sector. So it's not a defense risk to us. The markets seem to be saying that the war will at some point be resolved sooner rather than later and that the oil flow through Hormuz will begin again. You also have this unusual situation where in the last three major conflicts the U.S. was involved in, or three exogenous shocks, the Gulf War, the Iraq War, and COVID, what ended up happening was the markets were way down. And initially, in March, at the outset of the war, the markets declined 10%. But in each instance, there's been a ripback. And the following year, the stocks are up. So people have been buying the dip. And basically what's happened now is people buy the dip sooner, and the markets recover based on a historical pattern of the markets surging
but it's
after.
still a mess there.
Hello. Lost Sunrise Project.
created by Trump that was unnecessary, right? The way he's conducted.
No, that's a political statement, and I you can agree or not agree. I'm just talking about with the markets. The markets have totally disassociated.
They have, and I think Stephanie Rule actually had a really good take on this this week, where she was talking about why they're like this, and they just feel they're just trading. That's what she said, the ups and downs. They don't care about anything else. They just have watched the historical behavior around this.
But also look who this is hurting. Gas is up. Gas prices, or Brent crude is up. The European benchmark's up 32%. The price of gasoline in America is up 36%. Brent oil futures are up 31%. But let's be honest, who does this hurt? It hurts the lower half of America. Oil prices don't really impact you or me, Kara.
Well,
and the reality is 10% of the top decile of American citizens are now responsible for 50% of consumer spending. They own 90% of the stocks. Do they care that gas is at $6? I mean, it's an interesting media headline. But the reality is the stock market is now a proxy for companies that are mostly invested in technology and some oil companies. You could argue some consumer companies will get hurt because consumers will spend less. But wealthy people
which is
aren't
the point you made. I'm going to
interview
one of the things I interviewed Jose Andres this week at the Semaphore column, and he was talking about fertilizer prices and how people across the world eat hand to mouth, and he was noting that. He said, you and I, it'll be irritating to pay $4, $5, $6 at the gas station, and it will hurt us, but not in the way it hurts people around the world, and also fertilizer prices. For farmers in the Midwest, and added to the tariffs with Canada. The United States primarily imports fertilizer from Canada and I think Russia. Anyway, we have an issue with everybody else, and so the stock market doesn't reflect people's lived experiences, right? So that's exactly right. So one of the things that House Democrats are doing, now you told them to act, and I don't know if you think this is a thing to do, but they just filed 6 articles of impeachment against Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. I think they're getting ready as Rahm Emanuel has started to make some moves, high crimes and misdemeanors related to Iran. And by the way, Hegseth, I must note, he read a fake Bible quote from Pulp Fiction during a prayer service at the Pentagon on Wednesday. Fiction, yeah. It's beyond political. It's now economic for most people. It doesn't get missed in all this, but it has a real impact, including this beef with the Pope. Let's listen to a clip. Now J.D. Vance has entered the conversation.
But I think that it's important, in the same way that it's important for the Vice President of the United States to be careful when I talk about matters of public policy, I think it's very, very important for the Pope to be careful when he talks about matters of theology.
Yeah, peace is a really big thing in Catholicism.
Well, I'm sorry, the Pope shouldn't talk about matters of theology.
He has to be careful.
Isn't that exactly who should be discussing it? He should be careful,
even though he's a very well-regarded theologian. But J.D. Vance has some words for him. I think he's torpedoing his 2028 chances by picking a fight. I just don't understand.
He is trading off. He's decided still that he needs to be such an acolyte. This is a politically stupid move for him. It really is. Because evangelicals are actually swing voters. They were sort of a toss-up with Biden, and then they went hard for Trump. If he doesn't get evangelicals, he's not going to be the nominee. And he's clearly decided that it makes more sense. I mean, I don't get this at all, because if he were to come out and say those comments, while I respect what Trump said, I feel like the Pope's comments were ill-timed, I still have an issue and I will not be critical. Or if he came out slightly against Trump might be furious at him. Trump's not going to dump his VP at this point. And J.D. Vance needs evangelicals. I mean, this was just a really stupid thing. And also, just because I think it's important to be as offensive as possible and convince people that I am not, in fact, running for president. You know how a little boy saved a priest's life.
Oh, no. We're not doing that.
Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. I won't do it. I respect you. I got a picture of you behind me. Okay. Never mind. Let's move on. He found a lump on his scrotum. No. He found a lump on his scrotum. Cop pulls over 2 priests and says, "We're looking for 2 child molesters." And the priests look at each other and then look at the cop and say, "We'll do it."
Oh, my God. Okay. We're not insulting the Catholic Church right now because Trump is doing so. I know it's a joke about Pete Hegseth quoting from Pulp Fiction. He probably did an AI search and thought it was that, right? That's my guess. That's probably what happened. One of his dumb minions added it in. It's a fake Bible, but these people are so performatively religious.
Is gooning sociologically significant?
Like they don't even read the Bible. They just quote.
Excuse me.
I saw a video title. Is gooning sociologically significant?
So
what do you think that means?
there's a rule about YouTube, and I guess also article titles, which is that you never state things. You always ask questions, even though the question is obvious, or the answer to the question is obvious, which is why they don't just say gooning is socially significant. It has social effects on people, obviously. So it's better to ask a question because it invites people to respond to it before they even watch the video.
I mean, it could work both ways if you answer the question in the title, or at least make a statement in the title.
If you make a statement,
disagree with it,
you destroy
there's still
curiosity
some
gap.
traction.
This is why like there's a A/B testing system on YouTube now. If you actually just leave things as a statement, they do worse on average than asking questions, because people just never consider that there's people who have like sub IQs, and people who have sub IQs are way more willing to answer questions that are redundant. Is the sky blue? And you've been taught for the past 10 to 15 years plus years that the sky is actually blue. So why are you coming into the chat saying yes? It's obvious why, because you can't help but to answer the question.
You really like making your analogies.
I'm gonna say I don't know. Like, and I'm looking at that. You're right for saying that because it does work like that. But it's like there also are ways to like use reverse psychology in titles like that. So it's like, okay, for example, the sky is blue. It's like, okay, depending on the thumbnail and the like, let's say the way the title was written or like typed out, like all lowercase, all uppercase, I guess. You could be like, okay, the viewer could be like, okay, why are you making this statement? Why is the sky blue? Like, it's an average ass statement, but why would you even make that statement into a full video? There could be more behind it.
Well, fair enough, but this is why people probably aren't usually making obvious statements like that. If you try that and play it up in a different space where people are actually asking the question, they're actually begging the question because they don't know for sure if there's actually a divide on the subject matter. There's no divide on if the sky is blue. There is a divide, however, on if the planet is round. Not a big divide, but it's there. So, is racism actually bad? Is the question. Or that's not going to do anywhere near as racism is actually bad. It's not going to do anywhere near as good as racism actually bad. That's not hard. That's no way. It depends on the subject matter. It depends on the actual debate. As Kendrick Lamar says, it depends on what the culture is feeling.
I like how you can take a statement and then rant on about it for 10 minutes, even though like most people would just just move on, I think. Like, one phrase I don't like to hear a lot is it's not that deep. Which I think it's overused a lot nowadays.
Yep.
But your ability to...
I get excited when people tell me that they don't think it's that deep. I take it as a challenge.
Okay.
I just want, if somebody says something isn't that deep, I just want them to basically just go ahead and tell me a list of all the things they think is actually that deep, and see how long it takes for them to basically say nothing. If you don't think this is that deep, then I wonder how much you find depth in anything else.
So I just know not, something else just not say to you. You just think that's a challenge.
I just want to see where a person stands, to be honest. I think that anybody who has to say that, they're either doing one or two things or maybe multiple things at the same time without knowing it. And more often than not, people will say things without knowing why they say things. They just get stressed very easily. People get stressed very easily. They get distangled very easily or tangled or whatever. But people are usually when somebody's response to something is it's not that deep, is that really it's just like another way of saying shut up, and it's like, well, okay, that's pretty much it. You just shut down because it seems to be that they don't care to engage with you on that particular matters similar to that, or they just aren't in the mood to talk in general. That could happen. That could be possible. It may be the most common thing. I don't feel like talking right now. I don't feel like listening to you talk about anything or that particular thing, etc. But if you drill down on it, then you can figure out what it is that they actually mean to say, because most people don't know about the depth of anything to begin with. Like, it's a bit presumptuous for people to assume that they understand the depths of anything. So like it really is like the question of who are you to talk about depth in any regards whatsoever. You were here yesterday. You may be gone soon. There's not much going on with you in your life. You don't have even a wife yet. You don't own a house. What do you mean? What are you talking about when you mention depth? What experience did you have in your life that makes you a significant commentator on depth of things? Nobody, generally speaking, is going to rise to the stage to put the badge on their chest and say, well, here's my credentials on what we can talk about in terms of what is deep and what isn't deep. Smart ass can say something like, well, I know the ocean, the river behind my house isn't that deep, otherwise I'd drown, some shit like that. But the ocean's pretty deep. Just talking in terms like that is clearly a tactical retreat in their minds to basically make the situation more low stakes, get things back to earth, try to level things out, pull away with comedy, basically. Because to actually engage in the subject matter is to actually admit defeat. Because as soon as you start to advance your position, you're moving through depth. Whether that be forward, backwards, or left or right, you're moving through something, which is depth. By definition, your perception of depth only works if you can, based on where objects are relative to you. So if I advance my position, if you invest into something, you're moving from one space to the next. That's depth by definition. Whether it's literally or physically, it's the same thing, basically. You believe in depth the more you speak. You believe in depth when you don't even speak, actually, because when people aren't saying something and you're listening, clearly you're listening, because you can repeat back things that people say to you. That shows that you're investing in what somebody is saying. You're retaining it. Otherwise, you wouldn't respond to these people. You wouldn't know how to respond to them. That may be another reason why you wouldn't say anything, because you might not be listening. That's a good thing to do. If you don't know what's being said to you, you should stay quiet. But that's also an indication that you feel deeply inadequate. Deeply inadequate. That's a level of depth too. Feeling so far down into your little hole that you can't respond to anybody talking to you because you're so out of your depth. That's how the saying goes, isn't it? It's crazy. You think you can just sit still in your life and that everybody else will agree to sit still with you. When people speak about feeling left behind, that's a description of you falling out of the depth of the people around you. I'm not married. I don't have X thing. I don't have this thing. I don't have that thing. You're describing how deep you are in a space where you're isolated. Of course, it's not that deep if you think. I mean, it makes perfect sense that a person would say to themselves or to others that it's not that deep when they're inside of a dark hole all by themselves. You can't see depth anymore.
From Pulp Fiction, because they don't know the difference. And if you were actually someone who's really religious, you do know the difference.
Also, a sociopath or a psychopath doesn't get to talk about depth either. Anytime they open their mouth about matters of empathy and things like that, or like trying to comprehend somebody else's position in life, it's always from a position of speaking in terms of manipulation. It really does help the psychopath or the sociopath to convince somebody else that things aren't that deep. It gives them some sort of power over the conversation of the person they're talking to. If I can convince you that what you were talking about isn't important, then I can convince you to believe that you and what you say are the same things, and then when I attack what you say, I'm also attacking you, and that puts you underneath the idea that I'm more knowledgeable about things, and I can convince you that whatever I say actually is more full of depth. So you should listen to me.
And with the vice president, just literally, let me just take one more point. The Pope is an American citizen. He should be able to say what he wants, by the way. He remains I assume he remains an American citizen, just
from
despite
Villanova.
being a pope. But he doesn't lose those First Amendment rights.
Very impressive guy.
But he's talking about peace. He's talking about tyrants. He's talking about everything Jesus talked about.
He's very good.
Everything.
Yeah.
And solidifying his
But more
power.
importantly, what do you get when 500 Jewish mothers convert to
open the entire time and just
Catholicism, Kara? You get critical mass.
Oh
Get it? Critical mass. I think that's pretty good.
We're going to move on. This is
I
really
think that's pretty
disastrous,
good.
this fight with the Pope. The Pope is going to win, kids.
Oh, yeah. No, don't go
just-
up against El Papa, especially this Papa. He's very good.
Oh, man. I even want to go in the church. That's how good Papa it is. I'm going back.
You're going to go to one of those crazy Unitarian churches with some lady with blue hair.
Yeah. No, I don't like Unitarian. Because
baptizing.
I don't like
baptizing support or
No.
rescue dogs. You'll end
No,
up
I
at one of
won't.
those
I don't
kind of
like those.
churches.
I actually, Megan,
Or go to Glide next
I love
time in
Glide.
San Francisco.
I love Glide. It's
That's
a wonderful
awesome.
church. It's a wonderful
Yeah, they do a
I
great
don't like
job.
Unitarian churches. My ex-wife took me to one when we were married, and I was like, do they stand for anything? Like, for some reason, the Catholic in me got going. And I was like,
They're too politically
no,
correct
they
for
were
you.
like, it was like everything. They believed everything. And listen, I have a lot of respect for all religions, but I had to leave. I was really.
Well, there's your land acknowledgement. I don't. I believe some religions are worse
they're
than
not worse.
others.
They're
Let me
lovely
just say
people.
that. I just want to. I got interrupted by my poorly timed jokes. I just want to go back to the notion of trying to do an impeachment or begin impeachment proceedings of Hegseth. I think that's stupid. I don't think I think if we've learned, or one thing we should have learned as Democrats, is that unless you have the votes lined up, you don't do it. It comes across.
But I thought you said
just
for
don't
them
think
to
America needs
signal what
another
they're going to
impeachment.
do. Isn't that kind of signaling what they're going to do?
No, this is, in my view, this is what they do. An impeachment nostalgia tour, the Democrats don't need again. At this point, it wouldn't work. I'm all for impeaching the president at this point and the Secretary of Defense. You don't do it until you know the votes are locked. You announce it and then start the vote the next day. Otherwise, it's just performative and pisses off the other side and is a waste of time. This is what you do. You announce legitimate legal action and coordination with the state AG to go after certain individuals who have committed actual crimes, and there's a lot of them in this administration. This is performative, it's political, and we're going to, again, look stupid.
Okay. All right, the Democrats still suck, according to you.
Sorry.
But what do you think about the Powell situation? Because this seems like another self-own here. Tillis is not, trust me, Tillis is not backing down. Like, just FYI. Anyway, I'm going to move on because the chaos follows Trump wherever he goes. He's back to his Jerome Powell fight. He's like an old man who forgot he was fighting with someone and then remembered. He said if he doesn't step down next month, he's going to fire him, like even though he has more time on the board, and also says the DOJ probe of Powell and the Fed should continue. Powell's Fed
I
chair
feel like
term
if
officially
you
ends up.
wanted to, you could literally yap about anything for 30 minutes straight.
Anybody has the ability to do that.
I don't have the
It's
ability
just
to
about
do that.
anything. All you have to do is literally just run your mouth, and it may be tiring, especially to someone that just doesn't like talking. Take me for example, but it's doable. Trust me.
Yeah, I do not have the ability to do that.
Yeah, I think whenever we're using the word "yap" interchangeably with talking,
Or at least bring some sort of depth into what you're saying.
that's what my point is. is if you can just go, you can go on and on about nothing and say nothing to any effect, make anybody feel like they learned anything, etc., or whatever, move anybody, unless you just start yelling out, obscenities. You're just gonna annoy somebody going on and on and on, generally after a certain point in time. But we live in the age of throw people on in the background while you go for a jog. So we definitely let people in our ears more than people would have in the past. Actually, was supposed to make a little video on that about how people, how does he explain it? This a guy that I'm listening to talk right now, actually, on a podcast, but it's, I think what did he compare it to? He says that if I write tweets to you, I'll give you videos. No. If he writes to you on a Substack or make tweets, make blog posts, microblogging, sends messages out to people for them to read it, they will talk, people who read the stuff will talk to you about your political views, the things you believe in when it comes to the economy or whatever. But if I have a podcast where I'll talk to you for 2 hours straight, you're going to ask me about my dog, or if I made sure that I got my laundry out of the washing machine. There's an intimacy in having long-form, unscripted speech versus structured speech where everything is kind of like the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted. That puts things, locks things in place to be like kind of formalized. But a podcast is, or a live stream is structured to have this sort of obviously parasocial thing going on where people, because we talk for 2 hours straight, it gives you the impression that you could ask me about my little sister, or, you know, my time at the doctor's yesterday or whatever. So that is just becoming more common in today's parlance. Basically treating complete strangers as if you haven't always known them.
But it's like the new age of watching reality TV, right? Live streaming is just another form of reality TV.
Because you never sit down with any individual person on TV and get to know.
No, it's like
them.
the next level is what I'm saying.
Oh, you said next level,
Yeah.
not like.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought you meant like this is. Okay, well, yeah.
On May 15th, his term as Fed governor is up in 2028. Usually they leave when they finish their chair, but he doesn't have to. And he plans to stay on as acting chair until his successor, Kevin Warsh, is confirmed. Powell says that's what the law calls for. Warsh's confirmation hearing is scheduled for next week, but Senator Tom Tillis, who I interviewed, as said, confirmed again he won't confirm him until the DOJ probe is resolved. All this from the prosecutors from the U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro's office showed up at the Fed this week trying to get a tour of the building's renovations, got turned away. She's trying hard to become Attorney General, FYI. He can't, if he fires Powell, he's in big trouble. He's going to taco this one, right?
It's 3 people in a room with Claude and ChatGPT, and every time the temperature in association with Epstein gets a bunch between the link between Trump and Epstein and its presence in the media gets above a certain temperature, they say, throw something out and distract everybody. And this is just another one because I don't even think he legally has the right to remove Powell from the Board of Governors. So his term doesn't end until January 2028. So this is just, again, I believe he knows, and his people have said, I mean, there's 2 things that are going on. Either Grandpa just says shit as he's thinking it, and maybe that's true, or if you give him more credit than that, it's another attempt to distract from Epstein. I don't want to say I feel bad for Kevin Warsh, but his entire hearing is going to be about Jerome Powell, not about Kevin Warsh. And what I've said before is that as long as Powell is on the Board of Governors, he's the de facto chair, because anything he says, 11 of the 12 governors are going to nod their heads.
Which is why Trump wants him gone.
Which
is why Trump wants him removed.
That's exactly right. But he does not have the power to do this. And you are going to have several Republican senators find their testicles and come out in favor of Chairman Powell remaining on the Board of Governors. But I think Trump knows that, and just today said, I need something to keep Epstein out of the news.
Or the war.
I'll go after Powell again today.
Or Pulp Fiction,
Yeah, my favorite is they're going to start talking about Epstein to distract from Iran.
They're not going to fire Powell. They're just not. Okay, Scott, let's go on a quick break, and when we come back, Amazon makes a big acquisition.
Support for this show comes from Quince.
If you're participating in a time-honored tradition of cleaning out your closet this spring, you might want to consider replacing some of those green with stuff like clothing. I have Mint Mobile for details. Amazon is acquiring a satellite operator, Globalstar, in a deal worth around $11.5 billion as it tries to catch up to SpaceX Starlink. Under the agreement, Amazon gets Globalstar's existing satellites and infrastructure, which will operate alongside Amazon's own network, now called LEO, as after the Pope, I guess. Amazon says the deal will enable it to build direct-to-device satellite system with a rollout expected in 2028. FCC Chairman Brandon Carr says his agency is very open-minded to the deal, and the FCC is taking all gas, no brakes approach to expanding the U.S. space economy. He kind of has to talk about this because obviously Amazon isn't going away, and they're trying to solidify this network for themselves to be at least the number 2 player here.
My big stock pick for 2025 was Alphabet. We got that one right. My big tech stock pick for 26 is Amazon. This is what I think Amazon is going to do. They are going to build a viable competitor to Starlink using Kuiper as a platform, and this is another
it's called Leo
step
now.
in that. They get, I'm sorry, Project Leo. They bought 24 satellites here. And it's never been profitable, but Amazon closed up 3%. And this is what I think Amazon's strategy is. Amazon's going to launch a phone, and then they're going to offer Amazon Prime Plus, which will offer you a phone and lightning fast connectivity into your home. They're going after AT&T, Verizon, and Comcast, and basically going to offer you connectivity with Amazon Prime. And they need the satellites to do this. So why would they buy a non-profitable satellite company? Again, see above 24 satellites. They get spectrum, they get radio waves, the wireless signals, including Wi-Fi travel on. The government owns these and issues specific licenses for them, but spectrum is auctioned off by the FCC and extremely expensive, so they get that. They could do, for B2C, again, Amazon price, they could sell Wi-Fi to Prime subscribers. B2B, they could sell private wireless networks to serve its warehouses, delivery hubs, robots, drones. Robots and drones need this connectivity to communicate wirelessly constantly, and it's much easier if it's cost efficient if Amazon has its own network.
Yeah, so it's a strong number 2.
This is essentially an
to
extension.
Create a strong number 2.
This is
presumably.
This is essentially what Amazon is. It's the strongest infrastructure company in the world. It's an extension of their investment in the logistics network. And right now, Project Leo has 240 operational satellites. It plans to ramp up its network by deploying 3,200 in Earth's low orbit by 2029. Starlink has over 10,000. This is definitely catch up. But Amazon has 115 million homes to offer this service to overnight.
Right, a relationship with consumers, right? So you have to go out and buy Starlink, and people do love it. I have to say, oddly enough, Jose Andres, who has a huge beef with Musk over USAID, saying he's killing people. He said Starlink is critical to our world central kitchen operations, and I think he would like an alternative. But he definitely said it's really a shame. I wish that Elon was around and not this other one. Which is, hugely damaging to their efforts across the world, feeding people. But between that fertilizer and that, like the cuts at USAID, they're facing, a huge uphill battle against hunger across the world. But one of the things that's happening here is you get this is what's happened with Tesla. This is what happened. There's going to be number 2s. Now, will it have an impact on the SpaceX IPO? I doubt it. I think it's going to be it's going to run, oddly enough, interestingly enough, Google is a big owner of it, of the SpaceX IPO. They're going to make many commas of money from this deal. So that'll be an interesting thing because many years ago, Yahoo owned a big piece of Google. I don't know if you remember in the beginning, and that's what saved them for a while, having that investment in Google that they made. And now, in this case, Google's going to make a lot of money from these SpaceX, but I don't think the SpaceX IPO will be damaged in any way, correct? From your perspective?
No, it's arguably one of the strongest brands in the world right now, and people are excited about it. It'll go out wildly overpriced. I think it'll get a slight bump. It'll be the biggest IPO of 26. The best IPO of 26 will be Anthropic, which will get out ahead of OpenAI because it has more momentum. But it's going to be, again, if you look at SpaceX, going to, I think, 18 billion in revenue, 6 billion in profits. So when it's going out at 100 times revenue, it's growing 24% a year. When Google went public, it was growing 240% a year and trading at 10 times revenues. So SpaceX, incredible company, the most overvalued IPO in history. The answer is yes.
And I think it's great
this is just insane.
There's more satellite efforts like this. There has to be at least 2 or 3. I mean, there's not going to be more than that, by the way, because the costs are so huge, but it's good for having run for their money. Speaking of OpenAI and Anthropic, OpenAI is distancing itself from Microsoft and cozying up to Amazon, which is interesting. In a memo sent to staff, OpenAI's revenue chief, Denise Dresser, said that Microsoft partnership has limited the company's ability to meet enterprises where they are. No shit. On the other hand, Dresser said the company's Amazon deal has generated, frankly, staggering demand. Dresser also used the memo to go after Anthropic, accusing the rival of building its strategy on, quote, fear, restriction, and the idea that a small group of elites should control AI, which is interesting to say. Obviously, they're trying to hurt Anthropic in the race to an IPO. They're throwing Microsoft under the bus. Speaking of Anthropic news, the company has recently received multiple offers from VCs to invest at valuations as high as $800 billion. And Anthropic has briefed the Trump administration about its new Mythos model, which is not being released to the public, as we talked about last week, due to its alleged cybersecurity capabilities. Interestingly, Bezos-owned Washington Post said that efforts by the Pentagon to thwart Anthropic are stupid, which was interesting this week. They're fighting it out in court. I suspect the Trump administration is going to start dropping that soon enough.
Anthropic has more momentum than any company in the world right now. It's gone at the end of 2025, which wasn't that long ago. Its ARR was $9 billion. It's now $30 billion. It's more than tripled its annual recurring revenue in 4 months. And by the way, OpenAI's is $25 billion. So the little engine that was, kind of an afterthought to OpenAI just 12, 18 months ago is now a bigger business than OpenAI. And this is the first time that Anthropic has led on revenue, and it's growing faster. And not only that, it's a better business because that growth is almost exclusively enterprise driven, which is a better business.
So what is OpenAI doing here by release? They released the memo. Let's not pretend that this is what they were doing. What's the message?
This has become Coke versus Pepsi, and I think it feels desperate.
I do too.
They're trying to weaponize the government against them. They're trying to shitpost them. These guys hate each other. It's the Hatfields versus the McCoys, and Anthropic has 1,000 customers paying over $1 million a year. That's up from just 500 in February. The number of customers spending over $1 million a year has doubled.
So they don't seem to care about the Pentagon thing at all. You had thought they might, but it looks like they don't.
The numbers here, let me give you some more data. 80% of Anthropic's revenues come from business clients who are, quite frankly, are just more reliable and less margin sensitive than consumers, versus 40% at OpenAI. 70% of every incremental dollar spent on AI coming from the enterprise is going to Anthropic. They raised $30 billion in their Series G at a $380 billion valuation, which is ridiculously low compared to the $850 billion valuation that OpenAI did, guaranteeing a 17% return, which could crush previous investors if they have to go out lower than that. They also said, both companies are exploring an IPO this year, and Anthropic projects positive free cash flow by 2027. OpenAI is said they're going to break even in 2030. But the bottom line is, Dario Amodei is just showing himself to be a much more competent CEO.
Let me ask you a question. This focus on consumer. Yeah. Here's what I see. OpenAI definitely focused on consumer and being like Kleenex or Google, right? That was what they were going for. The one that everyone thinks of. ChatGPT is AI, right? For everybody, essentially, not Claude. ChatGPT is Kleenex, right? Or Claude or Google or whatever, the representative of everything. Mm-hmm. So they relied on the consumers. And then they have Sam Altman starts to get a very bad consumer reputation. So up to and including people attacking his home, right, which is heinous. They have relied on consumer relationships, which are very easy to break, right? Suddenly you become the bad guy. And I think that's one of the things. But bear hugging Amazon and pushing away Microsoft, what is that? If you're in the room, what do you think the strategy is?
The honest truth is, I don't know. My guess is there's some ego involved here and some dynamics behind the scenes that I just don't understand. But let me be clear. It's not easy to build a consumer brand. It can be very powerful. I'm not suggesting I'm biased because all my businesses have always been B2B. And the one business I did, B2C, Red Envelope, was just so much fucking harder that I found than building a B2B business. Now, what I think the dynamic here is the following. The reason why Anthropic is going to be worth more and get to the IPO starting line faster than OpenAI as an enterprise dominant business as opposed to a consumer business of OpenAI is not necessarily that one is much better than the other, but here's the difference in terms of competitive dynamics. You can get, as a consumer, a really outstanding LLM and AI for free. If you're a company, if you're Clorox looking for a $3 million enterprise-wide LLM AI offering, there's no free alternative. So in sum, the substitutes on the consumer level are just much greater than the substitutes at an enterprise level, which says to me, whoever dominates enterprise has just a much better business. Also, with just a duopoly, if one is perceived as better, which right now Anthropic is perceived as better in the enterprise, enterprises are much less consumer sensitive because if they're going to implement technical debt, they don't care if it's 30% more expensive.
But was it a mistake? Is it a mistake to then say we didn't get in the enterprise fast enough due to Microsoft, which may in fact be the case, and now we're going to hug Amazon?
That makes no fucking sense.
Why do it?
You're going to piss off.
Why are they doing it?
Well, you're going to piss off one of the most important, measured, thoughtful people in tech, Satya
Who backed
Nadella.
you?
That just makes
Who
no
backed
sense.
you
That's not
when you were in trouble.
Yeah, and it shows that you're not getting along with it. You have these fights behind the scenes. You don't say that publicly. That you don't get into a war with Microsoft.
But one of the things they have to do is they have a problem with their image. Because they're the face of AI, they're the face of AI, right? Well, Dario looks like a hero from a marketing point of view at the very least. And so that's, I think, the real problem is Sam Altman represents AI, which everybody is hating on, like young people, all the polls. Everybody has a problem with it. And when the problem shows, you look at someone like Sam Altman and not Dario. Dario's not getting the kind of hatred that Altman is getting now, which I think is a problem. But why hug Amazon too?
Because Amazon is executing against infrastructure like no one's business. And if you want to, arguably Amazon from an enterprise level is the most discerning consumer in the world. And Amazon is the best infrastructure company in the world. But I think there's some ego here. I think someone got pissed off at someone. But you don't get into a public tiff with Microsoft. By the way, just in terms of stocks, Microsoft is a multiple of free cash flow is cheaper than it's ever been. I think Microsoft's a really good buy right now. But look, the Anthropic has so much momentum right now, and OpenAI does not. Do you get this? Kalshi is saying the odds of Sam Altman being replaced as CEO are up to 27%. For the first time, Sam Altman being replaced by the end of the year is a real possibility because OpenAI, public tiffs with Microsoft, who was supposed to be your partner in this, throwing up, totally shitting the bed in the enterprise market, all this negative PR and press. And there's just no getting around it. Anthropic is worth more than OpenAI right now. And so I think they were smart to be focused. They're going to do away with that ridiculous fucking nonsense from IO. That was the stupidest acquisition of 24, whatever it was. That's going to be a $6 billion write-off. They're smart to stay focused, but this is a tale of two cities, and one city is skyrocketing, and that's Anthropic, and the other is burning up on reentry, and that's OpenAI.
But the posturing is important, right? So Altman is fighting with Musk on that case, which is going to be it's going to trial, it looks like, this case. So that's going to bring unnecessary, no matter what, Elon fights, with a lot of swords. So it doesn't, he'll land some blows, even if he's and make them look bad. He will, even if he doesn't care because he's like the villain. So it's fine if he makes other people look like a villain. I mean, from a public perspective. They're also, it's not just Altman. It's like someone like Chris Lahane, who I find very aggressive, right? And this is a very aggressive group of people that sounds like they're not getting along internally. You sort of feel rumbles of that. The mistakes of not embracing enterprise and going full scale into popularity. Now, I agree they shouldn't be fighting with Microsoft, but they made the mistake, and now they're blaming their partner for that, right? The ability to meet enterprises where they are, because they're actually
they look like they're
competing
flailing
with Microsoft.
They look
they
like
are
they're just flailing
competitors
right
in that space. So anyway,
but what's to be gained? What's to be gained by shitposting Microsoft in public? What do they get?
Just to say we're serious about we're going to really compete in the enterprise. Now we're serious. I don't know. I don't understand this memo whatsoever.
But what enterprise is going to hire OpenAI because they've been critical of Microsoft? I absolutely don't get it. These people have egos. Satya Nadella doesn't need Sam. I mean, Microsoft could write off its investment in OpenAI. Quite frankly, the market has already done that. The market has taken Microsoft's stock down, I don't know, 20 or 25% in the last 6 months. The trouble in Mudville has already been perceived by the market with respect to Microsoft's playing in traffic with OpenAI, and that their investment in OpenAI may not end up being, the kicker in the afterburner everyone
and then
thought
Amazon
it was.
got in.
And a guy like Satya...
Go ahead. Amazon got in at better rates, essentially, but go ahead.
And a guy like Satya Nadella doesn't scare easily. I absolutely don't understand who approved this public spat and it says to me that OpenAI does not have a board that would say, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Let's get in a war with Microsoft."
And I think,
there's ego here. Someone got pissed off at something.
Going after Anthropic as being fear restriction idea this small is just sort of so backward looking. Just to when you start attacking the number two, there's something going on. Especially, I think they were trying to get reporters interested in this run rate and inflation of revenues, which, by the way, no one really cares about with these companies at this point. They want to know who the leader's going to be. Anyway, they should care, but they don't. It's just a dump.
There's a general crucible rule, fundamental truth in branding and marketing is that when you're the market leader, or you want to be perceived as the market leader, which I think OpenAI would say, we are the leader, and we want to be perceived as the market leader, you never reference the competition. You don't. You just never. Visa was a client of mine back in my brand strategy days at Profit, and I said, why wouldn't you talk about this versus MasterCard? And he goes, we're the market leader. We never reference the competition. When you reference the competition, you're immediately saying they're a competitor. And when you're the market leader, what you want to say is, we have no... Coke never referenced Pepsi. Coke never did a taste test. They're like, we don't even... As far as we're concerned, Pepsi doesn't exist because we're fucking Coca-Cola.
I used to do when they were talking about competitors. I'm like, who? I'd do things like I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Like I would. It's on purpose.
Yeah, I don't. I don't do that.
I do. I'm always like, Scott?
Again, I'll try and draw this.
Scott.
Who's that? Who's that? What? I think someone said he has a picture of me behind him on his podcast. The personal learning here is the following, or what I've finally come to peace with. When people shitpost you or criticize you online, the best revenge, hands down, indifference. Just indifference.
You've gotten good on that. Remember, you used to get mad at certain people attacking you. You get all,
Well, I wasn't used to it. I used to be this cute professor that everyone said nice things about, and then when I got big because of you, people started actually looking at my shit and saying, this makes no sense. And I would get upset. Yeah. Anyway, I'm fine now. And then I discovered edibles.
Anyway, you've gotten much better about that, I have to say. Getting off of Twitter, which you did first, I will acknowledge. I'm sorry for making that mistake last week. Anyway, another interesting story. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about a potentially United American Airlines merger. Seems unlikely, but here we go.
Support for this show comes from Built, the roof of your one of those exactly how Built made a name. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Scott, we're back with more headlines. The CEO of United Airlines reportedly pitched a merger with American Airlines directly to Donald Trump. Of course, the two companies combined would account for about 40% of the U.S. domestic flying capacity. Industry experts and lawmakers are already pushing back, flagging major antitrust concerns. I mean, even I know that. As one analyst puts it, the Justice Department doesn't object to that. What would they object to? Trump is staying quiet for now, with the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, saying he has no opinion on a potential merger. I mean, I don't mind this guy trying it, but why not? It's the last days of Nero's empire here, so why not? But this seems like something that would be dead on arrival. I don't see it.
Yeah, but you summarized it perfectly, and that is the last days of Nero, and that is you're going to see in the next 2 years, you're going to see so many mergers proposed because everyone's going to go, there's no fucking way an FTC or a DOJ that is not in a deep coma would allow this. So if we're what are the, two most dominant if you're just going to see mergers like crazy because they're going to go, this is our last chance because this absolutely makes no sense from a concentration and monopoly standpoint. This should not be allowed to happen. It would create the largest airline on earth, 30 to 40% of U.S. domestic capacity. And I don't know if anyone's noticed, airline tickets are skyrocketing.
Oh, I have. I just bought some.
I was looking at a one-way from Miami to London business class, and it was 11
I know,
grand.
it's crazy. They're crazy.
Kirby's argument to the administration, a combined airline would be a stronger competitor internationally. Okay, yeah. He noted 2/3 of long-haul seats from U.S. are on foreign carriers, but 60% of passengers are American, framing it as a trade deficit issue. And also I love airlines. I love aviation. Delta does the best job domestically. JetBlue's Mint is the best product, but America has the worst product. They're the weakest of the big three. 111 million in net income last year on 54 billion in sales, basically break even. It carries 25 billion in long-term debt, more than its rivals. On the other hand, United, which is a better run company, did 3.4 billion on 59 billion, and American Airlines stock jumped nearly 10% on the news.
What does that say?
But the antitrust...
That it could happen? This can't happen.
Well,
this
people...
No way.
Well, the market thinks it might because, again, see above the guy. It's just fucking ridiculous that CEOs go kiss the ass of the president to try and get a merger through. He should have nothing to do with this. But the antitrust problems here are striking. There are 289 routes where the two carriers overlap, and combining them would leave only one or two airlines serving that route. See above, increase in prices.
They will fuck consumers so
Fortress
hard.
hubs, which overlap.
Right.
Some of the routes that overlap are Chicago, Los Angeles, New York, Newark, Phoenix, Charlotte, could require divesting entire hub operations in some cities. And the DOJ previously blocked the JetBlue Spirit deal, which was a fraction of this size. So this is exactly the kind of deal that shouldn't even be considered if there was a DOJ or an FTC that was independent and looked at consumer prices. And these consumer mergers and the lack of regulation does two things. It transfers capital from labor and from consumers to shareholders, full stop. And it's been a one-way flow of capital and power for the last 30 years. And the DOJ and FTC have almost no reviews anymore. I mean, it's like if you want to save money, get rid of the DOJ and the FTC. What the fuck are they doing now?
Well, it's interesting because on Monday, you're seeing the significant pushback to Paramount now. A lot of Hollywood is now got the pitchforks out, essentially. I don't know if they can do anything about it at this point, but you see them really organizing. The at Cinecom, all these places, there's all this pushback. And again, David Ellison wouldn't show up for a hearing in Congress about this, just for personal reasons. But there's just a lot of pushback there, and you sort of see it beginning to coalesce, these ideas of, no, I don't think so, which is interesting. You'll see if this happens. I feel like people are quite in the mood to stop these things now, and they're going to overreach on the other side probably. But it feels like this is I can't even believe this guy did this. I just well, okay.
By the way, I feel bad saying, I need to correct the record. The DOJ and the FTC do serve a purpose. They did decide that Live Nation was a monopoly, which was the right decision.
Yeah. So We'll see. We'll see where it's going. There's a lot of pushback on all these things, but you're right. They're going to keep trying to do so as things come forward, and then we'll get to a normal level again, hopefully. One thing that's interesting, about 5 million kids have signed up for Trump accounts, a 1.2 million eligible for $1,000 Treasury seed deposits. The accounts were created through Trump's Big Beautiful Bill and are set to officially launch July 4th. The Bank of New York Mellon will manage the accounts, and Robinhood will build a Trump accounts app. What do you think about Robinhood, known for getting people into risky trades involved in this? Obviously, another suck up to Trump in some fashion. But I have several friends who are just doing it. It's like $1,000 free dollars. Like, why not? Like, why not? It seems like let's take the money and use it to save for college or whatever you want to save for kids. Any thoughts on this?
I love this concept. I remember meeting with a guy named Alex von Furstenberg a couple of years ago, and he was pitching me on the idea of baby bonds, and he was very passionate about it, and he's been very involved in it. I love the concept of, at the very outset, giving, for every infant born, giving them some money and letting compound, the most powerful force in the universe. I would have gone much deeper than this. For $40 billion a year, you could give $7,000 to every baby, and then I would totally infantilize them and not let them touch it till they're 65. You spend $40 billion a year, and then in 20 or 30 years, you announce in another 20 or 30 years, we're no longer going to need Social Security because everyone's going to have $1 million at 65. Yeah. Interest rates dive, and it pays for itself. But our Congress doesn't want to think past than their fucking 2-inch dicks.
Is there danger here of riskiness for people's, this is free money. That's what I can, someone sheepishly said, I took a Trump account. I'm like, are you kidding? Grab it. Like, absolutely take a Trump account.
Oh, why wouldn't
you're
you?
Eligible.
So just to give you a sense of compound interest, my kid's going to college next year. When he was born in 2000 and, when was my kid born? 2007. I put $10,000, and I think it's called a 529 New York account. And I'm like, I'm worried about college. I was a clinical professor making $160,000 a year living in faculty housing. And so I thought, okay, I'll scrape together $10,000. And I didn't do it again. I was stupid. I didn't do it again. I just looked it up online because I'm like, oh, what about that 529 I did? Now, granted, the markets have ripped. Do you know what that $10,000 is worth right now?
Couple $100,000.
No, 85.
Oh, okay.
But still, in 18 years, it went from
I put
10
more in. I did them for both
85.
boys. Mm-hmm. I paid for all of college with Louis and Alex. And people have controversies around 521s. You could have done better in the market. But I just put it away and forgot about it. And I added the maximum amount to it at the time.
Yeah, but it's tax.
That's tax-free. I just was like, I didn't want to. I know I could probably do better in the market, but I don't care. I had the money.
I don't think
a certain bet.
I don't think you could have because the difference, just to explain it, if you invested $10,000 and I had 85 in the market, say I had 100, I'd have to pay capital gains on it. Whereas if you apply it towards tuition or school supplies, you don't have to pay taxes on the gains. My point is, the idea of giving kids, every baby born, a retirement account, I wouldn't let them have access to 18 or 25. The problem is, and the thing that's going to bankrupt our nation as we continue to send more and more old people who vote themselves more money, we have to reduce entitlements for old people. And this is the way to do it. And
so they're not entitlements, they're investments.
A lot of people make an argument.
So they're not entitlements, they become investments. I mean, I think the danger, obviously, is if we remove it completely, is people are, subject to whatever the vicissitudes of the market. And that's always been the worry, right? That's why it's called Social Security.
There has never been, you could buy any 5 stocks since the beginning of the markets.
I know.
You could buy any 5 stocks in the S&P, and if you hold on to them for 10 years, you've never lost money. Because of demographics and innovation, the long-term trajectory of the market. Now, there's been decades where it's gone flat, but over the long term, there's nothing like the up and to the right of the markets.
I agree.
And
I put that money away for my kids,
idea.
And I never paid a dime for college because it had been saved.
But this
and
is
put
the
away.
flaw.
And it was all tax free. It paid for their dorms. It paid for their food. And Alex eats a lot. And it was great. And I was like,
that meal plan. Yeah, Michigan is losing money on Alex.
The very end of Louis' college thing, Alex went to a less expensive college, was just a little bit of money, but it was zero. It was the best money I ever invested, I have to say. Speaking of which, Alex Swisher turned 21. Congratulations, Alex. You're on your own.
All right,
I know,
Alex.
I know.
Good
Of
for
course,
you,
he was
man.
studying last night. I was like, Alex, go get a drink. Like,
My guess is he's already done
No,
that.
I know.
This is the bottom line, or this is a theory you want to tap into. The most profitable businesses in the world tap into one thing, and that is a flaw in our instincts. We're desperate for affirmation. We're desperate for free gaming. We're desperate for opportunities to procreate. So we buy Ferraris, we go on Instagram, and we gamble. The highest margin products in the world tap into a flaw in our instincts. You want to reverse that and tap into the following flaw, and that is humans are really bad with respect to the time-space continuum. What do I mean by that? Because for the majority of our time on this planet, we haven't lived past 35, and now we live to 80. People have no sense
what they need.
of how fast time is going to go. And they say, well, the markets are up 9 to 10% a year. That's nothing. I'm not going to invest in the markets. I can make more money as a baller opening a restaurant or hoping my company goes public. You are going to graduate from college. You're going to blink. You're going to have a couple kids. You're going to have some joy. You're going to have some grief. And you're going to wake up and you're going to be fucking 60
agreed.
years old. It happens so
It's great
fast.
to save
So
money.
this is what you
Save
want to
money.
do. You want to, at a very young age, figure out a way where you don't even get the cash in your hands. Matching programs at work, 529s, baby bonds, automatic withdrawals, and just a little bit of money from an early age, and then blink, you're 65, and you look at that account, and you have a shit ton of money. This is a flaw. This is your revenge on this is a way you put scaffolding on the instincts that are flawed. Anyway, start investing young.
Scott, one more quick break. We'll be back for predictions.
Support for this show comes from MongoDB. If you're tired of database limitations and architectures that break when you scale, it's time to think outside the rows and columns. Because let's be honest, you didn't MongoDB. Let's start building at mongodb.com/build.
Okay, Scott, let's hear up predictions. Is it about all birds now that it's an AI business? No, just move along.
Oh, I had two, and one of them
Okay,
was
go
all
for it.
birds. Okay, so I'll go to that one because you prompted me. My prediction was going to be Anthropic IPOs before OpenAI, but that's boring, and I've already talked about Anthropic. So I'll go to the one you suggested. The all birds pivot to AI will inspire a bunch of copycats. You're going to see Chegg, GameStop, Rent the Runway, all decide they're AI companies. This is what's happened. Allbirds, the once hyped sneaker brand, they just sold its IP for $39 million 2 weeks ago, down from a $4 billion peak valuation.
Uncomfortable
is
sneaker
rebranding
business,
as
but go ahead.
Is rebranding as Newbird AI and pivoting to leasing AI chips, GPUs. The company is buying $50 million or secured $50 million in financing to buy GPUs and lease them to customers. And shares spiked nearly 900% at intraday highs on the announcement. So what is this going to do? Just like, remember when Bitcoin treasury companies went crazy and all these different companies decided they were now Bitcoin treasury companies? So we've seen this movie before and it doesn't end well. Long Island Iced Tea Corp rebranded as Long Blockchain in 2017 to ride the crypto wave, and its shares were eventually delisted and the SEC brought insider trading charges. Newbird, if you will, what I call Newbird, will soon be No Bird. So the prediction is the following. Allbird and this ridiculous fucking jazz hands pivot to AI that resulted in a massive one-day spike, ton of copycats, and it doesn't end well.
What does it end? How does it end?
These companies have short-term pops. The insiders who get the shares before they announce it dump the bag, and then the people who think this is anything resembling a company with enterprise value end up losing a shit ton of money. It is similar to all the blockchain, all the Bitcoin treasury companies. When you try and, it's like, remember in the early 2000s when I remember being in a board meeting at Williams-Sonoma where we seriously contemplated changing the name of the company to williamssonoma.com because we thought that would add shareholder value. And Howard Lester, who was one of like the clearest blue flame thinkers in retail, it's like, that's just fucking stupid. We're not doing that. Anyways, when you're just trying to create the illusion you're in a hot area with absolutely no domain expertise, IP, or advantage, sure, call it AI, a pop, If you're in Allbirds right now, just take it from me, sell. But you're going to see a dozen of these things announced in the next 90 days.
People did mock it, which is good. All right. I have no predictions today. I predict that Scott Galloway will be a star of my show this weekend. Everybody watch it because Scott is very funny and actually has a lot of serious and significant things to say about healthcare and longevity. And he's really good.
I don't remember that part. I remember falling asleep. I don't remember saying anything substantive.
And you sound great. You sound really good. You actually say a lot of substantive things. Anyway, he looks great, and you get to see him sleep. Anyway, we want to hear from you. Send us your questions about business tech or whatever's on your mind. Go to nymag.com/pivot to submit a question for the show or call 855-51-PIVOT. Elsewhere in the Karen Scott universe this week on Prof G Markets, Scott spoke with Catherine Ann Edwards, PhD economist and Bloomberg News columnist, on why AI is only one factor behind the challenges young workers are facing. Let's listen to a clip.
It's not as if the only thing standing between young workers and a job is what private employers are doing or say they are doing or will do with AI. We have a weak economy and a weak labor market with terrible social supports and almost no investment in people that don't have a job. There are solutions that don't have to come from just knowing more about AI, but have to come from holding our policymakers accountable for economic mismanagement. AI is today's story, but there will be another one. Weakness is weakness in the labor market. We don't have great infrastructure for helping people who don't.
That line between genius and madness is very fluid. You can sort of introduce alternative facts, as they say, and people believe them. Stoicism is not a formula for you to be a better sociopath.
This is Gavin Newsom.
And this is Ryan Holiday.
Ryan, thanks for being here, man.
Of course.
Sacramento, California. You know this area well, don't you?
Not this area, because I think people don't understand that Sacramento is a bit like Los Angeles, where to people who don't live there, it's one place.
Yeah, good point.
But if you live there, it's a bunch of other, I probably came downtown 10 times in my life.
Interesting.
Until later, because I lived in the suburbs of Sacramento. I mean,
so this was a big city, Sacramento, back when you were young.
Yeah, but it's like, this is the town we would pass on the way to Arco Arena.
To watch the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, or we would go down here to see Sutter's Fort or the Railroad Museum as a kid, but you wouldn't actually do Sacramento, one, because it wasn't, it's done so much amazing works or bring it back to life, but also, California is like these self-contained suburbs, and you live in your suburb.
But you must have, when you were a kid, you must have gone to the Capitol, right?
Yeah,
you have to,
sure.
Part of the obligation of childhood here in California. Everyone does a fourth grade. They do a little tour.
Yeah.
How about the governor's mansion where we are right now?
I've never been here.
Interesting.
I don't even think I've seen it.
You've never seen it?
I don't know.
You haven't even driven by?
What?
Ronald Reagan's old.
Here's when I would have seen it. They made you do your driver's test, or your driver's training in downtown, because it was the only place that would have four-way stops.
Right.
Anyways, I remember driving downtown to get my driver's license.
That's it. But you're a Fair Oaks kid, Fair Oaks, California, the suburb here.
Yeah, I was born in Gold River.
Yeah.
And then we moved to Fair Oaks, and I was there till high school.
Till high school, and then you went what? You went down south. You went to
Sure. No, I went to Granite Bay High School.
So you're Granite Bay High School.
Yes.
And you were, were an excellent student. Were you that kid that was always raising your hand, or were you in the back? Give me your profile.
Well, my parents wanted me to go to Jesuit, and I didn't go to Jesuit, so I was not that student. No, I think I was hit or miss. Sometimes it was a fit, and when it was a fit, it was good, and then a lot of times it wasn't. It wasn't until I went to college that anything really started to happen for me.
But in high school, were you just, you must have had some, it wouldn't be a vision board, but you must have had some vision of your future. What was it? What were you thinking you'd become?
Oh, I wanted to be in a heavy metal band.
So that was it.
Yeah.
Just you were certain about that.
Yes. I loved music, but I've said this before, but I don't think Sacramento is a lovely place, but it was not then much the territory of entrepreneurs or artists, or I don't know if I ever met anyone growing up who didn't have a job. Just a regular job. Teachers, doctors, civil servants.
Love that.
Real estate agents. It was just very conventional, right? And I think that's why people love Sacramento
Yeah.
is that you could have a conventional life here. That version of the American dream was very accessible.
Love it.
But the idea that like I loved books, but I didn't meet anyone that wrote books. And
Yeah.
you know, it wasn't like, oh, this neighbor, their kid, you know, there wasn't any of that. So it was I just didn't have a sense of what was possible. I mean, it wasn't until I was probably in my 20s that I even learned Joan Didion was from California. Like it wasn't a like, hey, this is a place where people who do that come from.
What were your parents doing? What kind of?
My dad was a police detective and my mom was a school principal.
I love it.
So just, you know, like your classic sort of American job.
And a school principal, I mean, what kind of mindset did you have with a mom who's a school principal?
Well, my mom was a school principal in the San Juan School District,
Yeah.
but she did like continuing adult education. So she did, she didn't have like kids as her students. It was,
Right, got it.
It was like, you know,
Morning.
plumbers going back to get their GED and stuff.
Love
So it was, I mean, it was all really interesting, but just not what I wanted to do.
And were you surrounded by books as a kid? Were your parents pushing
when you're
books?
watching anime, when you're watching anime, does it really have anything to do with your physical psyche, psychological psyche?
I don't think I comprehend the question.
So I'm saying that because this morning my Jamaican friends was seeing that I was watching Takopi, you know, that child abuse show, and which I wasn't watching anymore because I stopped it because I couldn't handle it. And he saw it, I was like, he saw it and he was like, that's the reason why I'm depressed, because I watched Takopi. Like what? So that's why you were saying that. That if you watch it, you'll feel more depressed. If you're having even more depressed life and you're watching, absorbing that.
So you've never heard of anybody watching an anime and having a scene that they watched and it made them cry, or made them laugh, or experience an emotion?
Could you repeat that?
So you never watched an anime that made you laugh?
Yes, it made me cry, but it didn't make me feel depressed, like depressed on my life, real life like that. If I see someone feeling depressed, like, you know, after watching an anime, it's just like for shits and giggles, because it's not real. But like on your own real life, your own shit, current shit life, don't see it happening.
I mean, if you're watching an anime of somebody getting raped and you were raped at some point, it might make you feel some type of way.
Yeah, sure, it might make me feel some type of way, because this is something I'm watching.
You know,
Yeah.
your 10th grade, you know, here's 3 books you need to read.
I mean, I read a lot as a kid, but I read, you know, like westerns and action. I didn't know about this thing called philosophy. I didn't know, I didn't know there was all these amazing history books. I was just, I don't know. It was a bubble in a good way.
It's there to show that it's bad, and you know.
And then I mean that's why you go away to college, is to expand what you're exposed to.
So you were in college, and what were you studying? What did you decide to study?
I was political science and creative writing.
See, you have 3,000 watch hours within a month. Would you have to wait a year before it shows on the eligibility thing? Because it
And you
shows
start from the
that
beginning.
if you're doing when you're looking at your watch hours, your own channel's watch hours, do you have to wait a year before it shows? On your eligibility
Why are
thing?
you asking that?
Because I'm at 3,000 watch hours, but it's not showing on my eligibility thing.
I don't think you're at 3,000 watch hours then.
Could you repeat that? I'm on my
I
calls
don't
with the
think
ear.
you're at 3,000 watch hours then.
Alright, I'll share my screen. Huh? Why is it so high? Yes. Alright, do you see my screen now?
No, I haven't got it yet. Next time when you want me to see something, I would prefer you get to the screen already, so I don't sit here waiting.
I can't hear probably. I'm on my call center earphone. Is there a mic deeper? Is there a mic deeper?
Can you go to the page with the watch hours on it? So if you go to this page and it tells you you don't have 3,000 watch hours, then you don't have 3,000 watch hours. I'm not really sure what you're confused about.
The thing is, why is it showing here then? Why is it showing right here then?
That's watch time. Yeah, that's not for videos, that's for shorts. You should pay attention. It says it if you go back to the thing and read it completely, then you'll see that it's separating between shorts and videos.
The top one here is short for shorts. Oh, but still,
It said that right there underneath where it says shorts views.
but wouldn't there already?
Let me just say this. It doesn't matter what you think. I'm just going to tell you that right now. There's no mistake on YouTube then. There's no error. There's no issue. If it says 0, it's not reading that because it doesn't want to. That's how it's programmed.
So how long until the watch hours
90
itself?
days. Right there where it says at the bottom, it says 90 days for you to be able to see the this is whenever it expires in the last. I mean, when 90 days goes by, the counter for the amount of shorts views, it resets back down to 0 if you don't make any more, or it changes to whatever it is. You're never going to see that number that says 0 go up because you're not making videos. You're making shorts.
Um, I didn't retain this when we last talked, so I'm gonna ask you again. Is it okay for me to? I'm not gonna link the shorts to the long form. Can I still make my long form, put it on this channel?
Sure.
If I take music and put it over the existing scene from Invincible, will it be seen as a full-on copyright strike?
I won't know until I see the song. You're hedging. You're hedging extremely hard right now.
Hedging?
Which means you're like trying to figure out what you need to not do, and you're like speculating as to what you can. How can I get around this? How can I get around that? How can I get around this? How can I get around that? It's like a billion things you could do between here and tomorrow, and you're not giving me anything specific to work with. You're not saying I'm gonna make an Invincible video that is like 2 minutes long and it's gonna have this song in it and it's only gonna appear at like this part of the video for like 2 seconds. You're not giving me any specifics to work with, so I can't answer these questions like that.
I'm going to make a video with Conquest fighting Mark. I'm going to use the DBZ fight music.
That's not specific. The DBZ fight music. What is that?
A soundtrack from the old-time Cartoon Network broadcast of Dragon Ball
Bruce
Z.
Falconer's soundtrack? Do you think Bruce Falconer doesn't have his music copyrighted?
I mean, it's still on YouTube, so it's like
It's still on YouTube. It's funny.
I mean, it'll still be copyrighted, but like, if it's heavily copyrighted, it will be taken on by now. Seeing how Toei is being crazy about it, about DBZ, the old-time DBZ being on YouTube.
That video, if you don't own the copyright, you can't monetize it. What do you want? Which you prefer, to have your video that goes up and gets no money, or a video that goes up and gets taken down and you get a strike that will expire within a couple of days?
A video that gets money.
Don't put copyrighted music in your videos then.
Yeah. Or can I use copyright-free music from certain websites then? Is the air saying this what I'm speaking through right now is clear enough for people to hear me? Or I need a voice mod?
No, your accent is what's throwing me the most, but go ahead.
Shouldn't I use voice mod? Like, hold on.
It's not gonna give you an English accent. You were asking me earlier why is King so rude when we were in the middle of a discussion and you turned the voice mod thing on.
Could you repeat that?
I said you were asking me earlier why King is so rude, and I just think it's funny that you're pulling up this application that caused him to start seeing you as a nuisance when you interrupted the entire conversation we were having about a week ago with the voice mod. That's what I meant by self-awareness.
In creative writing?
Yeah.
Were you always a writer?
I think I wanted to be a writer,
If
and
someone
I
came up to
remember
me in voice mod, I won't get angry.
I didn't hear what you said.
If someone came up to me in their voice mod thing, I won't get angry about it.
I have no idea what that means. All I know is that there were like 9 people on the call. We were talking about something about the work that we do in this editing class, because we come here to work. So this is not an open VC to everybody in the server. It's specific people get to come in here. It's a special server, special chat. And we were having a discussion about the work that we do. and you decided to turn on auto-tune's voice in the middle of our discussion. So
my first seminar,
I
we
don't
had to go
understand
down.
from his point of view of I know because where it's work. But I'm still pleased about it. I'm gonna still stay in my lane about it.
In the summer, and we had this seminar. It was taught by Susan Straight, who's one of the great sort of California novelists, and they'd assigned us her book, and it was a real book, like like a book you would see in a bookstore,
right?
And I was like, oh, people do this. Like this is a job you could have. This is a thing people
my voice
do,
change?
and I think
Excuse me.
Do you hear my voice change?
Yes, I heard it. We heard it last week too.
Alright, working.
I would prefer if you turn it off now.
like you talk about like nepo babies and stuff, and I think one of the things people don't understand about that is that a big part of what it does is it demystifies the possibility of going in certain directions. When oh hey, like my mom's friend does that, or hey, I've seen my dad practice his lines for an audition. Like
So that's why I try not to see as to how it would sound to YouTube viewers. Will it be too annoying?
So absolutely.
Would it be too annoying
Absolutely.
to view? Ugh.
Do you know anybody who talks with a voice filter that makes them sound like a robot? Like that's popular?
And scored that far of YouTube, so I won't know.
Well, you just answered the question. You said no, basically. I'm not really sure why you would think it's a good idea to use a voice changer as a YouTuber for no reason other than to sound like somebody else. This isn't like people who are like males using a female voice changer to fit their female VTuber model. You're just doing it for, I guess, because you don't like the sound of your voice.
I mean, I have a female.
Did you hear what I said though? I said that
I hear what you said.
they would turn on the female voice for the female VTuber model they would have.
Yeah, I'm just afraid of people judging me because I'm Jamaican. Online.
You think that voice changer changed? I literally said earlier it's not changing your accent. People can still hear as clear as day that your voice. It's not a good idea to use something that makes you almost impossible to understand. You might as well just not say anything. If you turn on a voice mod thing and you want it to hide that you're Jamaican, it's not changing your accent. It's actually just making it so that people can't really tell what you're saying. So just mute your mic then if you don't want people to hear what you're saying.
Hmm. What? I'm gonna speak. Um. All right. How about this? Because I'm still doing a call center job, and I'm still learning in training in training right now. I'm doing a call center job. I'm learning something called accent neutralization. I'm trying to learn the Midwestern language. And so far, I learned that internet means internet, means I will need to write a script that I run to the AI to make it sound Midwestern, and I read off of it. It will work, right? While I'm watching the episode.
What episode?
Say I'm talking over the episode. I'm reviewing the episode, and I will need to watch the episode. And I'm reviewing the episode, and I'm going to use my voice, and I write a script. I read off of it.
Why are you asking me if something will work that you've already heard about? It sounds like there's no way you came up with this on your own, and that means that you've heard that it works for somebody else already.
I mean, I don't know if it works for me because of
Why are you assuming it
we have
works for me? I don't have a problem sounding like a person who speaks English that is in America, or somebody who speaks English that sounds like it's from Britain, or English that it sounds like it is before where you're from. You just don't know how to change your accent, it sounds like, so that's a separate problem altogether. For somebody who consumes a ton of media that is in American English, you would think that you would naturally pick up the accent, but I guess not.
Yeah, my throat hurts. Yeah, I can do it for call center stuff, but my throat hurts. I don't know why.
That has to do with the accent thing that I was mentioning just now.
And I'm still trying to neutralize it, but it's give me a hard time.
What is giving you a hard time?
To neutralize my current accent and to emulate an American one, naturally. Other Jamaicans did it. Heck, I remember when I remember when I was younger, people used to hear me and say I speak like American, but no, I don't speak like it anymore. Don't know why that's happening. Because I used to consume a lot of cable and speak like that, but now I cannot do that anymore. And if it's because my throat hurts when I try to do it, when I try to emulate it.
That sounds ridiculous.
What did you say?
That sounds ridiculous.
How?
Because who is using their throat to change their accents?
We do. In Jamaica, we call it twanging. Twanging. Basically, we try to force our throats to sound like American, but at the end of it hurts. We drink a lot of water after.
I don't have to. So you're telling me it hurts your throat to say, instead of saying "batty boy," I mean, you see, "batty boy" is more painful to say than "batty boy." I don't get what that is.
Baddie boy. If you get the strong baddie, yeah, that begins to hurt my throat. And others too. if American attempts to speak it, yes, he will use it. He will turn the T into a D. I mean Midwestern. But if I say, "Matty boy," seriously, I fucking blame how Jamaican society forced all of us Jamaicans to speak shit English. When we grow up now, we're in a problem where we can't speak English properly. Just because some fucking retard thought it's wise to not speak English because it's for soft people.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Basically, we in our culture, if you speak straight English, you're gay. You're gay, or you're soft, and you want to be a white boy. Yeah, some
Yeah,
toxic
nothing.
black.
That's just toxicity with certain types of black people. That's all you're talking about right now. That's not
Yeah,
a
it's
cultural
toxicity.
thing anymore, especially nowadays.
Yeah, it's toxicity. It's prevalent here. It's still prevalent in Jamaica. Yes, I know. I'm
Yeah, but you're
aware.
yeah, that's still silly. You're trying to tell me that you basically purposely don't learn how to properly speak English because you feel like you'll get bullied into not speaking it. You just that's I you need to learn how to take responsibility for things, man. It's far too often are you blaming something else for why you can't do this or you can't do that.
But like, I try to speak. I try to go against the narrative and say, I want to do this. But I feel choked in the neck and said, you can't do this here.
In your
It
own
sounds
house.
ridiculous here. And not in my own house, but on the road. It sounds ridiculous that I want to. It sounds ridiculous, but
It sounds ridiculous because people don't practice how to speak on the road. They practice how to speak everywhere.
I mean, they have to practice to speak English with other English speakers in Jamaica. And so far, the only way you can speak with English
I didn't know
speakers
that you needed to basically, be somebody who was in Jamaica and never speak to somebody who is not in Jamaica online. Like you said on Discord a lot. I don't understand why you're making it seem like you couldn't speak to people who speak English online.
I mean, this is Discord, and I speak in a way that people can understand. But like,
Irrelevant. I literally just said I don't see why you couldn't speak to people who speak English online when you come home, when you are home with people online who speak the dominant English language in the English language accent online.
the only time I speak is with you guys.
It's not relevant. It's not relevant. I'm telling you, this is why you just didn't learn because you didn't want to talk to anybody. You're shy. You stay in your own lane, in your own words, as you put it.
There's hardly any VCs, bro. We're in my
You're looking for
Discord.
more excuses right now.
No, I'm not looking for any more
Yes, you are.
excuses. They're
'Cause
hardly.
there's like a billion servers to be in.
My servers, I hardly get any notifications from them.
What does that mean? You need a notification to enter into a VC and talk to people?
Basically, they don't know I exist, and
You need permission to have somebody notice that you exist so you can enter into a VC and talk to people.
They don't have time, crew.
You'd need
The only
to ask somebody how much time they have to talk to you to talk to people. You're making excuses right now. Come on, be real.
Crew. The VCs, they hardly pop up, and there's a hard times when
Stop, please. This is silly. This is silly. You just find VCs. You just look for them. You look. You do the work. You can't be lazy, man. You got to do the work. I get invited to random VCs, and I can go find VCs at any time at the drop of a dime. It's an easy thing to do if you care. That's the emphasis. That is the key thing. If you give a damn, you will find it. I really have to wonder, like, what is taking up so much of your day where you don't do anything but that one thing, and then everything else you barely try at.
I sleep on the bed because I I don't have energy much. It's all the reasons to why I'm hardly watching anime or any stuff on YouTube recently, because low energy.
So yeah, okay, it's not Jamaica's fault that you sound like a Jamaican. It's because you're asleep all the time. Then you have low energy.
Yeah, food shortage issues, and so it's the reason as to why I'm trying to conserve it. When I eat a lot of food, then yeah, keep it up as you do. I'm up online all the time, but though I'm in a food shortage currently, I can't do much shit. And yes, I still make those shows for my channel, but I'm still having a habit of doing it on an empty stomach, and then I have gas. And one or two, it's like about 3 max VCs I will see. You are the only guys I've seen that allow me to speak with my accent. If I were to go and do those other VCs now, they might get racist
Then you can't win. You just can't win. That's basically that's almost what you want to hear. Is that there's just no way forward.
I've felt it. I've seen it multiple times. I will go into the VCs, and then when they
That's it then. Let's not talk about what you can't do.
All right then. Would my viewers be interested in the AI voice thing then? I write the script and then I mean the first long form thing would be about Invincible. So I would write my script in the thing and then use it to match the video itself. I mean the AI speak for me in case instead of me yapping. I know what would be interested to hear my accent. Because there's a popular YouTube channel that is so shocking that one of the popular Ben 10 channels on YouTube is a Jamaican guy, which I was surprised the other day when I saw it, and he has 360,000. No, he's about 500,000 subscribers now, and he speaks, but no one gets too racist. At first, they were racist towards him, but those viewers were not there anymore, and he started speaking normally, and people accepted him. But there's no chance where if I go online and I don't speak, they won't be way more harsh to who I am and tell me to get off the platform with my voice. So I'd have to use the AI. Fair enough. Or if we're not interested in that, let's learn more advanced editing and make a lot of shit.
Steph Curry being in an NBA arena is like, this is where my dad works.
Yeah.
And so it becomes possible in a way that obviously there's the genetics and the privilege and all that. But I think a huge part of it is just like, no, this is a thing you can do because you saw other people do it for the same reason that it was probably likely that I'd be a police officer or a school teacher because you saw your parents do that.
Yeah, I think about the old adage, once a mind is stretched, it never goes back to its original form, or even the more simple frame, which is probably overstated, but you can't be what you can't see. Once you see something,
yes,
it's now more tangible. You can
Well,
believe it.
and that's like they talk about this like with representation. Like if you don't see people like you on TV or in art or in the movies or on the headlines, you just don't think someone like you can do it. And representation matters, not obviously just in terms of gender or class or nationality, but also just like, hey, people like you from this small town can go. That's why towns celebrate like who came from here.
Yep.
That like there is a way to do that.
This is my favorite part of American Idol, when they come back home and the entire town's out there on Main Street and just
It's
so
so
proud. Their native sons. So you were out there, but meanwhile you're doing a little creative writing, but you got a rock band on the side. What are you doing? I mean, you're sitting there driving your parents crazy in the garage.
That's exactly what I was doing. I'm sure it was horrible, and they were pretty patient, and yeah, it just didn't go anywhere, and as is to be expected. But
but you lasted how many years in college? You
2,
just 2. So what happened?
I got a chance to be a writer. I was writing for the college newspaper, which again, you sort of get a chance to do a thing. Oh, it's like a job. So I was writing for the college newspaper in Riverside, and I started working for this person.
No, because when I go to work, I don't think about me trying to go to work to get money so I can not experience a food shortage and be hungry. We live in 2 totally different worlds.
Person that I'd written about, this guy named Robert Greene, who wrote the 48 Laws of Power.
And how'd you get? I mean, Robert, a legend.
Yeah,
doesn't begin to describe him. You don't have to introduce 48 Laws of Power.
He's the GOAT. He's like one of the greatest nonfiction writers of.
So how did you even get a chance to even? I mean, you're writing about him. Did you? And that all of a sudden, then he attached this.
Yeah, and then I
relationship to
started
you?
doing little things for him here or there, and
No, I'm saying that because I'm not starving, I have the freedom to not care about going to work.
kind of became this whole. He needed a research assistant, and
I was also eating. There are no hungry, homeless people in this country. Because even the homeless eat. There are no hungry, homeless people in this country.
And I was like, I remember thinking like, hey, if this is this was my first job out of college would be a success.
Nice.
And,
did your parents agree with that?
Parents horror. No.
No, they of course didn't, right?
Yeah, because I think my entire family was horrified. They're all teachers. and also for that, that was the thing is your kids go to college so they don't end up living under a bridge somewhere.
Yeah.
And so they did not, they did.
What are you getting at right now? What's the point? What's the point, though? I don't understand what we're doing right now. Worried about what? About what exactly? Because me is so vague. What about me being a rapist, a killer, a shooter, a self-cutter? What exactly are you worried about? Okay, that was like 3 days ago. No, I never said that last part. Sure as fuck didn't say that last part. I pay rent. I'm not really sure why you would think a 33-year-old man would be paying rent. I would have never even in any conceivable way slipped up and said anything that implied that I don't pay rent. That would be a insane thing to even admit to. I would lie about me paying rent before I admitted that I wouldn't pay it. You want to talk about Jamaican pride and not saying certain things. You be a certain age and say that you don't pay rent, but you live with your family. You're better off committing suicide. Some black people you get to live with and not pay rent. You will be on the streets faster than anybody could even imagine. Nobody has time to take care of somebody who's not helping out with the house.
Not handle it well. And it was, I mean, it's funny too, because I thought I was, at the time, I thought it was this enormous risk, you know.
What? That's okay. I don't think I can talk to you properly. It seems like everything I'm saying is being said backwards to you. No, I said that everything that I'm saying sounds like it's being understood backwards. That means that it's not a call center thing, it's a processing thing. Like your brain. I did not say that I would lie about living with my family. I said I would lie about that I don't, that I am paying rent. I would lie that I'm saying that I would pay rent, but that's a lie. I would rather tell you a lie than admit to the truth that I don't pay rent. But I do pay rent. That's not a thing you do in this country is, you know, not pay rent and living with people. They will kick you out or kick your ass or both. That's not a Jesus Christ thing. Why would you want to burden people? No, you're 33 years old. You do not get to sit in anybody's house and do nothing. If you're not paying rent, you're doing nothing. If you don't pay rent, you're doing nothing. If the house is paid off, that's irrelevant. What are you talking about, dude? If you live with people and everybody needs to put pitch in money to survive and pay for food in the house, that is rent. You're thinking too literally, like, oh, I have to pay off the house with the rent. No, you carry your weight financially. I don't know what's going on in Jamaica, but everywhere else in the world, basically, people are paying for their way. No, it doesn't really matter, bro. The bottom line is that if you live with people, you need to have a job. You need to give money to support the living conditions. It is really that simple, not complicated at all. You made it confusing yourself when you said even if the house is paid off. Why even think about that? How many people do you know who have the house paid off that they live in? Okay, well, don't project that onto Americans who are crying constantly about living in a house and having to pay rent. No, that's most Americans, literally. That's why we have a housing crisis.
Like crazy thing that I was doing. Because I never done anything.
You're still a teenager at the time.
Yeah.
19 or something.
20,
20?
yeah, maybe. But I do think we put so much pressure on kids that, like, if you don't go to college between the ages of 18 and 22, it's over for you. Like you're just done. And obviously that's not really true. I could have always gone back. And I think the Silicon Valley model of dropping out to go do something actually was very helpful to me, because I could be like, oh, all these other people had done it in other ways, and it doesn't ruin your life.
And Robert was not, so you're doing research, but he's also just an outsized mentor.
Yes.
In every way, shape.
It was like in retrospect, you would call it an apprenticeship.
Yeah.
I think sometimes people think these things are very official. Like this person, you sign a contract and then they're your mentor for the next X period. It's an informal thing that develops over time, and you learn a lot. And then also, I think people only claim the relationship if you go on to do things.
Yeah, good point.
Right? Like the mentorship is sealed by you validating the investment that they put in you. And but yeah, I learned everything I could possibly learn about how to do the thing that I wanted to do.
And you had a very definitive, intentional thing you wanted to do. I mean, writing's a construct, but
Nope. Nope.
there's so many different disciplines. I mean, were you did you?
Nope. This isn't the Middle East. Nope. This isn't a comic book. Yeah, we're not the French. Yeah. Yeah, when people tried to start a revolution during the MLK days, they spread him with water until they stopped. Next time it's gonna be fire, and the next time it'll be a laser gun or some shit or a bomb. I remember they used to bomb places for revolutions. Like the government would bomb you. They would just drop a bomb on your house in this country. Just like they do in the Middle East. When I say we're not the Middle East, I don't mean to say that we're going to start a revolution. I mean to say that no, that's not what I am saying, which is the truth. I'm not going to say anything beyond what I was trying to say, which is that we don't care. That's what I mean when I say we're not the Middle East. We don't care. We get what we want for the most part. If you want a house, go live somewhere else. You can't afford to live here, go live somewhere else. That's what Ben Shapiro said. We have people in this country who rule over us and say, if you're gonna own nothing and enjoy it. They turned on him because he's a Jew. And the CEO who got shot is one of a billion. That guy didn't shoot him because he was a CEO. He shot him because he was a psychopath. Luigi is crazy. Not because he shot somebody, but because he says crazy things. He says things that you would expect from a homeless person who has not had sleep in a couple of days and who is on drugs.
Did you start to follow his path, or were you trying to follow your own path and sort of, and all of a sudden you deviated back? What?
I knew I wanted to write about.
Then the country will fall. No, the country will fall because we can't take America self-governing. Get real. 50 states. There's a reason why there's 50 states. That's 50 different places where they don't agree on the same things. That's why there's a federal government that presides over all 50 states. If that is destroyed, then all 50 states are their own thing, and they don't have the ability to self-govern themselves. It's just like this is not like the 19th century anymore, where you can overthrow a small little patch of land somewhere and everybody can just fine. You throw over the greatest nation on the planet if you want to, you will have everything shut down overnight. And any other nation that depends on this will suffer as well. Yeah, let's not talk about these hypothetical things that just don't make any sense to talk about, because there's just like so many different variables that you're just not aware of or seem to know about. You're too hopeful. You don't really know the reality of the situation.
Sort of history and stuff like that, and he is an interesting model because he's not a university professor or anything like that. He just writes these books that are enormously popular and influential and have been for a really long time, kind of outside the system. Like the 48 Laws of Power is consistently one of the most shoplifted books in the country.
Wow.
It's also banned in most prisons.
Yeah, trust me, I know this. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a big issue. We were just reviewing our banned books at our California Department of Corrections. It's
Yeah, and like the Innocence Project will tell people like, hey, do not have this book in your cell. It will be used against you in sentencing or appeal.
Wow.
So he's just written these really interesting books that have this sort of outsized reputation, but they're also just like meticulously crafted and really kind of transgressive in how they're laid out and organized. I just didn't know you could, again, I didn't know you could.
What?
do something like that. So that's I wanted to do something like that. And I think if you're like a young person, you're trying to figure out what you want to do, the best thing you can do is find someone who's done something similar, like something just in the ballpark, and find some means of being in the orbit. You know, it's like, how do you go sweep floors in their records?
No, it does not affect how I edit. It's just a screen. That has nothing to do with editing. You just said vision. If you're editing and the visuals are drastically changing from one monitor to the next, then you're retarded for using a monitor that is destroying the fidelity of how your edit should look.
Studio, how do you stock shelves in the store? How do you drive them? You know, how can you do anything where you're just in the orbit? And
was that something you had a concept of at the time, or over time you started to wake up to that appreciation? You started to realize, wait a second, I need to really take this in more fully, and I need to really appreciate what I'm learning and what I'm absorbing. Or is that your relationship to that, the idea, success leaves clues that you can pick up on other people's? Did that come in hindsight?
I think more in hindsight. Yeah, there's a Lyndon Johnson thing where he's like, you go to the people who are at the center of things.
Nice.
And you just need to be in proximity to power, influence, expertise. So I think I had some sense that you just want to go where the action is.
Yeah.
I think I was very just, it would be like, Robert would assign me to transcribe a bunch of interviews, and then he'd be like, bring them by the house, and and to me, that was where I was getting paid, is that I would get to go, and then, he'd be, okay, so what's in here? And we'd review it. And then I'd maybe get to sneak in like one or two questions.
Nice.
And that, to me, that was how I was getting paid. I mean, he was actually very generous, and he did pay me, but I was getting paid in something that I understood was much more valuable than, would show up on a pay stub or whatever, which is like, how do you get advice from the people who have done the thing?
Yep.
And that's, I think, where you want to go. It's funny because later he writes this, I think his best book, that it's probably the book that I would give most young people. He wrote this book called Mastery, and it's all about how you become great at something. And there's this whole, I think the second step is about this sort of apprenticeship. You have to, the first thing is you find the thing that you're meant to do. And when you're lucky enough to be like, oh, this is the thing that lights me up, this is what I want to do. The next step is you find that person who has done it, and you just have to, you have to attach yourself to them. And that was that phase for a good chunk of my 20s.
Love it. How many? So you were there for how many years then with Robert?
19 to 26, 27.
So it was I mean,
and like these things are fluid and they overlap. You get your first shot. I wrote a book, and he was helping me with it. It's not like this one day it ends and you graduate. Right. It's this thing. I mean, I was just talking to him a couple of days ago, asking him for some advice, and so it's kind of a fluid thing. But he ended up getting me a job at this company called American Apparel, and that was kind of the next sort of part of that education.
And you were doing marketing work there.
Mm-hmm.
How'd that go for you, Ryan?
Well, it was interesting. It was interesting.
Some people may not know a little bit of the story. We don't have to dwell on this, but it's a hell of an interesting story.
Well, it's a sad story too. In that, if you had told me at 23 that now I would say that name and people would stare at you blankly. Yeah. It's a cautionary. I mean, I wrote a book called "Ego is the Enemy" that I wrote as the company was imploding, because I sort of had a ringside seat to this. One point, the largest garment manufacturer in the Northern Hemisphere. It was this success story. It was this incredible thing.
Yep.
One of the coolest brands in the world, and it destroyed itself. Destroyed itself, and the genius that created it was also the demonic energy that destroyed it. Older, you go, I had no business being there. Like why was a 22-year-old running marketing at a publicly traded company? If you'd asked me at 22, I would have said, because I'm that good. and then now I go, oh, I was probably good, but I also didn't know how fucking insane any of this was. Yeah. And so I think it's helped me understand some of what's happening in the world, some of the Me Too stuff, where you're like, oh, part of the reason that everyone there was in their 20s, working for someone who was not in their 20s, was that there was a certain amount of control and a certain amount of naivete about what was happening that allowed that sort of system to go on as it did. So, I just realized, like, oh, I just shouldn't have been in any of these situations. It was wildly inappropriate and insane. But I didn't know, because I'm a kid from Sacramento and this all seems very exciting and interesting. It's not striking me as insane that this, single 45-year-old multimillionaire wants me to live in his house. That seemed exciting and interesting. And thankfully, I did not live in said house. But you just don't realize what's crazy until you're out of the thing. And so I am somewhat sympathetic to people who kind of get in over their heads on stuff, because that was certainly me. I just didn't. I was just really caught up in the energy and the excitement and the sort of canvas that it was to do what I was doing, but the fact that it was all nuts, was a debriefing process. And then the funny thing is, my wife and I have been together since we met in college, and so she was there through all of it, and she was like, I was telling you every day that this was insane. I
told you so.
I'll just be in, I'll be on the middle of a run somewhere, and something will hit me, and I'll come back and I'll tell her, and she's like, I told you that like 800 times, and so that you were just, you're what's that Upton Sinclair thing about, it's very hard to understand something when your salary depends on you not understanding it.
Well said.
And there was a lot of that.
There was a lot of that as well. So how long was that? It was over a 2-year period. What period?
Oh no, I was there short. 2007 to 2014 or 15, something like that.
So it was a huge.
It was a big chunk of my. Yeah, it was a big chunk.
And meanwhile, though, you said Ego's the Enemy. You're starting to, perfect book to sort of the genesis of that experience and understanding it. And so, was that the first, for you, you had written a number of things, but was that, because that sort of starts to move you in the direction that you ultimately are today? Or what did that book represent?
I did a book on media first, and then I did my first book on Stoicism, which was called The Obstacles Away. And then, Ego was sort of Ego was me kind of leaving a good chunk of that behind, and watching that sort of explode. So it was in retrospect, you look back, I'm sure you experienced this writing your book. You think of these things as these kind of clean periods, or that you had this you had this insight, like, this is when I knew I was going to do this. And then like one of the great California writers is this guy, Bud Schulberg. I don't know if you know who that is. He wrote What Makes Sammy Run, On the Waterfront.
Nice.
Anyways, he wrote this book called The Harder They Fall, which is about this sort of corrupt PR agent who's working for the mob as they fix boxing fights. And I read this book, and if you asked me when I knew I wanted to leave American Apparel and get out of this life, I would tell you it was the day I read that book. Wow. And I would say like, and I know it because the last page is this kind of big. He has this big insight. It goes, I'm realizing now you cannot deal in filth without becoming the thing you touch.
Yep.
Yeah, this is sort of mic drop moment. And so I was like, okay. So I read that, and I've gone back and looked at it. I can see the markings that I'm like, holy shit, what is this? Like it felt like, when you read something, you're like, I feel so attacked. This is about me specifically.
Interesting.
So anyways, that would have been when I thought my breakthrough happened. And then I was talking to someone about it. I was actually talking to Tim Miller about this because he and I had similar sort of arcs on our journey.
Nice.
And I was like, as I was prepping for that conversation, I was like, oh, you know what? I bought this book on Amazon. I can see the day that I bought it. I can, and I went on Amazon, and so I left American Apparel in 2014 or 15, and my Amazon receipt for The Harder They Fall is like 2009.
Whoa.
It was like way closer to the beginning than the end.
Yeah, right.
And so you can often have you get the insight or the idea that the thing you understand it, but it can be a very long time until you understand it, and then more importantly, you have any of the sort of courage or clarity to act on it. And so that whole period is much more sort of contradictory and overlappy than it feels like. And it is important, if you're a young person, you're like looking at someone's life story, that you realize that when they lay it all out, it's all that gets smoothed, all that gets laid out narratively, and it gets smoothed out as well. And it can feel like it was this plan, or can feel like one thing was leading to the next, and that's all made up in retrospect. It's not like that in the moment. And by the way, history's not like that in the moment either. Nobody knows how the story is going to end. And so you have to kind of deal in that ambiguity more than you would like.
You wrote a lot about sort of ambiguity, wrote a lot about your own experience, and wrote a book that, we intentionally have not, even with you being around, have on the shelf funny. There. Trust Me, I'm Lying.
I'm actually doing, I'm supposed to do the 15-year anniversary edition of that book.
You have to.
Yeah.
It was, you were decades ahead.
Yeah, it was funny when I was writing Trust Me, I'm Lying. I remember saying to the publisher, they were like, we're thinking, like a summer 2012 release. And I go, I can't wait that long. I was like, all this stuff is like, no, it needs to come out right now. And I remember being rushed, and I was probably 10 years early.
Yeah.
15, but 15, it's a strange.
So just for folks that don't know much about this book, I mean, back to, the timestamp, 2012.
Yeah.
And you were talking about citizen journalism. You were talking about legacy media. You were talking about truth and trust. You were talking about manipulation. You were talking about, the validation and how you're able to spread stories and validate that story and sources and tell us a little bit more.
I was trying to write sort of an expose of how the media system really worked, not how people thought it worked, which was objectivity and fact checkers, and I was looking at how the economics sort of shape it, and I was trying to show you like how the sausage gets made, like how stories that you're reading in the news, where they actually came from, and how easy it is to sort of inject things into that kind of slipstream. And obviously in 2016, we saw sort of Russia add a whole element of that. Mm-hmm. And, I was writing before TikTok, I was writing before Instagram even, really. So it's obviously become like hyperdrive of a lot of the stuff I was talking about in that book. I mean, I wish I could sit back here and go 15 years later, like I was totally totally proven wrong and everything was awesome. But it's sort of like beyond my worst nightmare of all the things I was talking about in that book, which is funny because when I wrote it, although a lot of people read it, the media reaction was mostly like, shoot the messenger, like he's the bad guy. And what I was trying to say is like, look, this is what I do to sell T-shirts or books, or this is how I can introduce something funny or ridiculous into the media cycle. But like, if media is where public opinion is formed, this vulnerability is just too valuable to too many powerful, important, or deranged people for them not to sort of take advantage of it. And I think we're seeing now a world where, you can sort of introduce alternative facts, as they say, into the system, and people believe them. What kind of vulnerabilities that exposes to us?
And they believe them, and you've talked about this. They believe them even after they're debunked, sometimes even more after the quote unquote correction.
Well, this is always a complicated thing to talk about, but January 6th is a fascinating example of like everyone with eyes saw a thing happen. And then there was an investigation, right, that sort of laid out exactly what happened. But because one guy with a lot of followers, you saw him sort of you saw Trump in the early days after January 6th, where he was complicit and responsible for an unthinkable and inexcusable thing, scramble around for how's he going to explain this, and then sort of settles on it was Antifa, and also these people were patriots, and which, by the way, are just two contradictory explanations, just off the top of his head. But then if he says it enough times, and if there is a financial and ideological and just cognitive reason to want that to be true, eventually a sizable percentage of the population will coalesce around that thing. Because to not do it would mean you have to face the tragedy and the horror and the violence and the implications of that thing. And so in a way, it just kind of lays bare our media system. I mean, it's like it's laid out in these different lawsuits. It's laid out in these like we know what happened, and we know the role that people played in it happening. And yet afterwards, he was able to kind of, with this media jujitsu, just make it not have happened.
All right. Well, I want to unpack all of that. And we